So there it is right there. So that was the delectable Theodora Ifudu with the song Ada. So good day to you and all that. Apologies for the late start, by the way. You know, it's even later. We're always late anyway, but this is significantly later than norm. So apologies for the late start. It's probably going to be somewhat of a very short session. That's what my suspicion is. But good day to you, nevertheless. Good to be in your company, and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day so far. The glory of the day continues. So spending it in the company of one man went to mow. One man went to mow the eagle lands again. The eagle lands as it always does. I say as it always does. I've not been landing with such regularity over the last few months now. Nevertheless, the eagle does land. The protocol remains the. I sound a bit funny. You may notice that I'm using a different headset. This is a temporary fix. I got rid of the headset from yesterday because it was annoying me so much, and then I ordered another one, but it's not due for pickup till tomorrow. So anyway. So yes. So what was I saying? The protocol as ever forever remains the same. Click on the like button if you would please. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. You click on that, brings you into the studio. Share the links to the stream just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. So that's Ufoma Michael right there saying hello, one man. So good to see you, Ufoma. That's Speed video right there telling me off for coming out so late. It says it's not nocturnal. Neither am I. You are nocturnal because we're both up these early hours of the morning. So I think we're both nocturnal. The time you come out is somewhat discouraging for those of us in Europe. Well, I'm in Europe too. So imagine how it feels for me. But good of you to be here nevertheless. That's Mr. Bolagun right there. Hi, one man. Good day, greetings. So say hello in the comment section, as I said, and acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So there's not an abundance in the news cycle. There's not that much that's been happening in the news cycle, but whatever it is happening, I will bring it to you and have conversations around it. And let me encourage, if you've never been on before, please come on. I cannot recall, although in the later sessions, they seem to be breaking in new people, but I cannot recall the last time we broke in a new person. So I think the time is ripe. The time is right for us to break in a new person. So if you've never been on before, please come on, come say hello to one man. You know I have no friends, so be my friend for the moment that we spend together. So that's Choma right there. Always you know, I was watching Choma's session back yesterday actually, and the enigmatic versus what's it called? The Sapele or that guy, the guy from the Creeks. Who was he fighting yesterday? Yes, the enigmatic versus two Niger fight. That seems to be the moment of that particular stream yesterday. So I've watched it back about twice. It was I've actually clipped it, so I'll be putting it out tomorrow as a standalone. So that was quite a spectacle. But as I said, so click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, all the usual things that you're always invited to do. I would say super chats towards the stream, but I've given up on that. I think I just have to, it's either there's no love for one man, or the people that follow this platform are the poorest of the poor, poverty-stricken followership. But I love you nevertheless, my poverty-stricken followership. Let me see. Somebody's sending something in. Is this something worth? So my poverty-stricken followership. You know, the Fulani headsmen are starting to make incursions into Lagos State, to the point that the Lagos security forces feel the need to do a show. Actually, let me show you that. You know, to the point that the Lagos security forces felt the need to do something. So let me show you this actually. Can you imagine the Fulani headsmen in Lagos State? That would be the end of it all, wouldn't it? You know, that would be the height of everything. Fulani head. And by the way, the fight between Ayo Fayose and what's it called, the Oyo State governor, that's still bubbling. You know, the Oyo State governor, he tried to do like a dignified silence. So that's not working. So he's now fighting back against Ayo Fayose. So that's a fight that is brewing in the underbelly. So hopefully, as that continues to develop, we'll follow it all the way through. I wanted to show you the show. Let me show you this. This is a Lagos State response. I wasn't even intending to start like this. So you know, hold on. Let me mute that. So this is Lagos State responding now to threats of the Fulani headsmen making incursions into. This is the Lagos State. Can I bring that up? This is the Lagos State government responding to the threats of the Fulani headsmen making incursions or threatening to make incursions into Lagos State. So let's just clip that. Yes. That's an ad, by the way. So you see all of this now. You can see the headline. It says, Lagos police conduct show of force, expresses readiness against all forms of crime. So you may have heard that as recently as sometime earlier in the week, some Fulanis were caught with ammunitions and weapons. You know, they were caught with weapons and bullets, and they looked quite Fulanish, not even the normal northerner that you have in Lagos State. They are like from the bushes, sort of you know, this hard-boiled, half animal, half baboon sort of a Fulani. So those types were caught in Lagos State. So to the point that Lagos State feels the need to do this show of force right here. So here is Lagos State doing a show of force. So let's have a little listen to this.
With the recent public concerns over rising insecurity, the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, CP Tijani Fatai, alongside operatives of the Rapid Response Squad, RRS, has embarked on strategic intelligence-led show of force and confidence-building patrols across the state. The initiative is aimed at flashing out criminal elements, deterring miscreants, and reassuring residents of the state.
So it's gotten to that point now that Lagos State feels the need to do a show of force to warn the Fulanis not to come anywhere near. And still on that narrative, let me show you this. I won't play you this because it may contain something that would offend you too. But let me show you this. It says, breaking news, Fulani headsmen arrested in Lagos Ikorodu with 2 vehicles loaded with bullets, guns, and explosive devices. OPC Dependable Security Team uncovered this in a scrapyard in Powerline Unity Estate. Somewhere, I can't read his name. Idiroko Poromope Idiroko along Itamaga, something or the other in Ikorodu. So I think that's where Mike comes from, doesn't it? Isn't it? The Mike is from Ikorodu, isn't it? So maybe it's one of Mike's relatives that looks like a Fulani headsman. That wouldn't surprise me. What else? Mike, I'm only joking. I know you're such a sensitive. So let me show you this one. Actually, I'm showing you all these things because there's not a rich harvest in the news cycle. So we're just going to, what was that thing that Buhari told us? You have to eat what you grow. So this is somewhat of a eat what you grow sort of a session. Hopefully, if people start to turn up, that's if people do turn up, because I started so late. But if people start to turn up, then maybe the conversation can pick up organically. But there's not an abundance. But actually, I won't play you this one just yet. Let me. This is Rotimi Amechi telling us that I am the simplest politician. We may well do a reaction to this interview sometime during the week. Yeah, this is Rotimi Amechi. I am the simplest politician you can meet in Nigeria. When I say I won't steal, 80% of the time I'm serious. So he's saying it jocularly, but somewhat true words spoken in jest. Rotimi Amechi has never shied away from the narrative that Nigerian politicians steal money. They do now. We all know they do, and the rest of them lying to us that they don't. That's just it's like insult upon injury. We know you steal the money. We see the lifestyle that you live. It's not commensurate with anything in your life outside of you having access to public funds. So most of these Nigerian politicians, they live life like Arab. They live lives like Arab princes. And okay, a good example is Senator Adeleke, the governor of Osun State, can barely write his name, totally literate, and he goes around in a private jet. So where is the commensuration between what we know him for? Another one is the governor of Edo State. That one that can barely even utter a complete sentence, and he lives life like an Arab prince. So we know they steal public funds. So why lie that you don't? But Rotimi Amechi has never shied. He's always told us that, look, guys, I cannot abide Rotimi Amechi, but he has always said that, look, guys, if you know how much we are actually stealing from you, you would tear us apart on the streets. But you see, the problem with Nigeria is that Nigerians don't actually feel a sense of ownership to their own country and their own resources. The oil in the Niger Delta, the gold in the Elisha Zamfara, all of these resources that we have, Nigerians don't feel that it belongs to them. They don't feel that it is our common patrimony. They feel as though it belongs to somebody else or it belongs to the politicians. We don't feel a sense of ownership to that country and our resources. If we had that sense of ownership, then these people, you just have the expectation that they will loot, and you don't feel as though they are stealing from you, but they are stealing from you. Your local government gets what, $5 million or $10 million as their budget. I'm using dollars just so that we can quantify it. I know we spend naira in Nigeria. Your local government gets $10 million as their budget for that year. The local school, the roof is leaking. The local roads are bad. The local market space has no sanitation, anything. And then they tell you there is no money. And you don't feel a sense that $10 million that was budgeted is actually your money. You feel a sense that it is them. You see, this is the thing now. But Rotimi Amechi has always spoken to that look, we're stealing you blind. And the moment that thing triggers in your head, that no, this is our resources. Anyway, this is Rotimi Amechi. So we'll go to whatever he has to say in that particular clip later on in the session. But let's start it off with this one. So Sunday Igboho has been promoting himself as the solution to this insurgency that is going on in Yoruba land, especially inviting the government to commission him to address the menace of the Fulanis. No, says Omoyele Sowore. any license given to him is dangerous. Showore wants Tinubu against empowering Sunday Igboho. African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Showore has warned the federal government against giving official security responsibilities to Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho or any other non-state actors. Correspondents report that he said such a move could create problems for human rights and democratic accountability. So I think I think Nigeria is in a state of good to see you, by the way, Jonathan Onyeka. Apologies, by the way. Anybody that spent a moment on this platform knows that I cannot pronounce names. Maybe I'm a bit dyslexic. I don't know. Maybe I have undiagnosed dyslexia. I don't know. But I'm notorious. Oh, hold on, my. Hold on 1 second. My laptop is not plugged in, so let me plug it in. Otherwise, we'll be off in a moment. Actually, let me play you. It's a bit untidy me doing that. Let me play you. Let me just play you a 10-second song, and then I'll sort this out. So right, as I was saying, we're somewhat in a state of nature, state of being within the Nigerian dynamism at the moment. So all this talk about human rights, I think we need to be suspending that too, because we're not in the space to give consideration to human rights at the moment. That's not where the country is. You know, the Fulani headsman in the bushes, they are not giving consideration to your human rights. So, and there will be collateral losses. Oh dear. There'll be collateral losses to this fight against insurgency. So all this talk about human rights, Showore can forget all of that funk. All right. So where were we? Yes. Any license given to him is dangerous. Showore wants Tinubu against empowering Sunday Igboho. African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Showore has warned the federal government against giving official security responsibilities to Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho or any other non-state actors. Correspondents report that he said such a move could create problems for human rights and democratic accountability. Showore spoke in Abuja on Tuesday after joining a large protest against the worsening security situation across Nigeria. So you see, it's very easy. In America, they call it Monday morning quarterback or something like that. But in English, they say anybody can talk a good game. You know, everybody is Lionel Messi when you are watching football, but then when you get on the pitch, you quickly fall over. So all of these Showore type elements that are protesting insecurity, lampooning, lambasting, etc., what would he do to address the Nigerian security situation? That's the thing. What would he do? The people like would people like what's his called, the Anambra boy, what's his name again, Peter Obi, it will be the first one in line on the. He even came out even earlier on today to speak on insecurity. But what are his plans? What are his plans? So this is the pertinent, most important situation that the country is contending with. But what are his plans? Atiku Abubakar, we already know his plans anyway, because Babachia told us that he's the head of the bandits, well, the Kachala, as they called him. So it's very, very easy to protest, Monday morning quarterbacking and all that. Let's carry on. Showra spoke in Abuja on Tuesday after joining a large protest against the worsening security situation in Nigeria. The demonstration was driven by concerns over rising cases of kidnapping and attacks, including the recent abduction of pupils, teachers, and a school principal in Oyo State. The only time that insecurity will ever be fully addressed is if it enters Yoruba land. Because the Yoruba land is the golden fleece of the Nigerian dynamism. How many times have they been kidnapping people in the north? Nobody cares. How many people have they slaughtered in the southeast? Nobody cares. But when you start to come against Yoruba people, because that's where the media is, that's where the attention is, that is really when the insecurity will be highlighted to the maximum, to the point that it forces something to be done about it. So insecurity coming into Yoruba land might well be the last bus stop of insecurity in Nigeria. Showore spoke in Abuja on Tuesday after joining a large protest against the worsening security situation across Nigeria. The demonstration was driven by concerns over rising cases of kidnapping and attacks, including the recent abduction of pupils, teachers, and a school principal in Oyo State. While speaking with journalists, the activist acknowledged that Igboho already has loyal supporters and an existing security network capable of carrying out operations without government backing. However, he argued that granting formal security powers to individuals or groups operating outside established state institutions could create serious challenges. According to him, once security duties have been handed to non-state actors, it becomes difficult to ensure that their activities comply with human rights standards. He said, yes, Sunday Igboho already has his own team. Even before he was attacked, he can deploy before the president asked him to. But my problem with all this is that the moment you start empowering non-state actors to take up the job of security, then you cannot guarantee human rights. You cannot impose upon them and enforce operational protocols that are of national and international standards. A Sunday Igboho who is already saying that somebody cannot campaign in Yoruba land if he is not Tinubu can never be trusted with any security outfit. Any license given to him should be seen as a license granted to a partisan hack who is willing to wreck the opposition at the slightest provocation or instruction. So he ruined his own reputation and integrity and credibility by declaring that only people who are supporting Tinubu can campaign in Yoruba land. Well, I endorse that. What's the point in you campaign? Yoruba land, Tinubu is a Yoruba son now. So why would anybody that is opposed to Tinubu come to Yoruba? What are you looking to achieve? Are you asking the Yorubas to abandon their own son and go with you? So anybody that is not for Tinubu should not bother campaigning in Yoruba. There's infinite sense in that statement. You see the reason why I said I would never appoint a minister of defense. I would appoint a drone so that he would not have time for foolish talk. Just go to work, get it done, and retire, recharge, and go back the next day. So that's Showore talking gibberish, as always ever the case with Showore. Just complete ludicrous nonsense is what you have come to expect from that. Is he an Ijaw man? Nobody even knows. The one thing we do know is that it's not a Yoruba man. Nobody knows where he comes from. Nobody knows where it comes from. So, but what we do know is that it just talks arrant nonsense all the time. Don't waste your vote on Obi. Vote Tinubu. This is Soludo speaking truth to his people. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has cautioned Ndigbo to avoid wasting their votes in the 2027 elections for President, Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and State House of Assembly seats, emphasizing that the Igbo votes are crucial to ensuring President Tinubu's re-election, as their support counts in their own interest. So this is, Soludo, he has never really, he has always been a Tinubu man, but he has never really been forcefully Tinubu. But I think the circumstances that we find ourselves in now, as we are now, because you have to pick a side, and Soludo, he cannot abide Peter Obi anyway. He cannot abide Peter Obi anyway, but he's now saying frontally now that not only can he not abide Peter Obi, but he's actually leaning more towards Tinubu, and is somewhat sacrilegious for an Igbo man not want to back an Igbo man, his fellow Igbo man in the national space, but then to back a Yoruba man ahead of an Igbo man. That's sacrilege where they come from. But there is Charles Soludo right there crossing the Rubicon. Don't waste your vote on Obi. Vote Tinubu. Soludo wants the Eagles. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has cautioned Ndigbo to avoid wasting their votes in the 2027 elections for President, Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and State House of Assembly seats, emphasizing that the Igbo votes are crucial to ensuring President Tinubu's re-election, as their support counts in their own interest. So it's this is just the way life works, isn't it? So when the votes are counted and done, whoever leans more towards Tinubu is who Tinubu will lean more towards. It's just a natural human instinct. So if I wanted a favor, you do me the favor, the other person didn't do me the favor. So when that favor now yields fruit, my gaze gazes more towards the person that helped me achieve what that favor brings than the other person. It's just a natural human instinct. So if the Eagles reject Tinubu, then of course Tinubu will not. He will do the constitutionally required for them, but he would not stretch himself now. Although he is stretching himself now for them in this first cycle of his presidency. Correspondents report that Peter Obi in March, the presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), and will be on the ballot in 2027. However, Soludo maintained that Igbo making Tinubu president for a second term instead of Peter Obi should be their priority, according to him. Because our vote didn't count in the first term, we only had 5,000 votes, and he won without our support. However, he can also win the second time, but this time we will contribute to it. He made this statement during a courtesy visit by the women's wing. I think it's actually the daughter. Yes, it is Soludo's daughter. Soludo's daughter is actually the lead person of the women's wing of the City Boy movement. He made this statement during a courtesy visit by the women's wing of the City Boy movement, led by his daughter, Adaora Soludo, at the Anambra State Lighthouse Auditorium in Oka on June the 1st, 2026. The governor explained that the movement aims to support President Tinubu's re-election. We must approach politics rationally, not emotionally. It is important to engage I need water. It is important to engage strategically by bargaining with our votes and avoid marginalization, because in democracy, your vote is your bargaining power. He also urged that efforts should be made across world and local government areas to register enough voters who will support the current administration's second term in 2027 for the benefit of Ndigbo. Or it'll be interesting how Tinubu performs in Anambra State, actually. Anambra State, of course, the home state of Peter Obi, but then Anambra State, of course, being governed by Charles Soludo, a virulent critic of, in fact, Peter Obi's arch rival, really. if you want to know the yin to Peter Obi's yang in Igbo land is Charles Soludo. Charles Soludo detests that guy. He has always hated Peter Obi, nothing to do with because he feels Peter Obi is just a nuisance. That's what Charles Soludo, and he feels, Charles Soludo actually contended against Peter Obi to become governor, and he was defeated by Peter Obi. So here is this lofty professor that is celebrated internationally in the financial circles, and here is this barely literate guy with a speech impediment beating him to the Anambra state governorship seat. So he's always detested Peter Obi. Um, there was never a time that he did not detest him. So here is his opportunity now to stick the knife firmly in Peter Obi's back. He made a statement during, he made a statement during a courtesy visit by the women's wing of the City Boy movement led by his daughter, etc. The governor explained that the movement aims to support President Tinubu's re-election. We must approach politics rationally, not emotionally. It is important to engage strategically by bargaining with our votes to avoid marginalization, because in democracy, your vote is your bargaining power. He also urged that efforts should be made across wards and local government areas to register enough voters who would support the current administration's second term in 2027 for the benefit of Ndigbo. Although Anambra is an ABGA stronghold, he acknowledged that progressives are working together for the good of the Igbo people. I wonder if ABGA will be presenting a presidential candidate, or if they would just adopt. It will be interesting actually, because we've not actually we've not seen them yet put anybody out. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if ABGA actually adopts Tinubu as their candidate. I suspect that they will also. So we'll see how that plays out. Anambra State is the spiritual heartland of ABGA. And Anambra State is Peter Obi's home state. So if ABGA adopts Tinubu as their presidential candidates, then we'll see how that plays out in Anambra State. He also urged that efforts should be made across wards and local government areas to register enough voters who would support the current administration's second term in 2027 for the benefit of Ndigbo. Although Anambra State is an ABGA stronghold, he acknowledged that progressives are working together for the good of the Igbo people. In her response, Adaura Soludo, the state convener of the Anambra chapter of the City Boy movement, thanked the governor for the opportunity to present their agenda. She appreciated the ongoing transformational projects, especially the One Youth, Two Skills Empowerment Program, which has positively impacted youth in the state. She explained that pardon me, there's every possibility that Soludo will cross over to APC, because Soludo is also in the running for that vice presidential slot in 2031. Soludo is in the running for that as well. So if you look at the runners and riders for the vice presidentials, we've not yet, we don't know who we know who the runners and riders are for the presidential slot in 2031. We'll be conjuring with names like the NSA guy, Ribadu, will be conjuring with names like the Vice President Kashim Shettima, will be conjuring with names like Babagana Zulum, the Borno State Governor, will be conjuring with names like Bago, the River State Governor, and we'll be conjuring also with Bala Muhammad and Kwakwanso. So those are somewhat the sort of names we'll be discussing towards 2031. But the vice presidential slot, I'm talking about the APC now, because I suspect that Kwakwanso may well find his way back to the APC after this cycle of elections. But for the vice presidential slot, who are we looking at? We're looking at names like Yemson Wike. We're looking at names like David Umahi. And then we're also looking at names like Charles Soludo, which I suspect will cross over to the APC as we build up towards 2031, just after we've gotten rid of this upcoming election 2027. I have all of the expectation that Charles Soludo will cross over to the APC because his relevance cannot finish, his relevance cannot end just from being Anambra State governor. He has a lot more to offer than that. And Wike, of course, thank you, David. Yes, Wike is really the front. I did say Wike, did I not? I did say Wike now. So for the vice presidential slot in 2031, we're looking at Wike, David Umahi, and Charles Soludo. Yes, I did say Wike. Yes, I was saying that Charles Soludo's political journey cannot end just from being or just by being Anambra State governor. He has so much more to offer. He has a vast repertoire of experience and all that. So his next move now will be to the federal space, and the obvious slot for him will be that vice presidential slot. Can you imagine if Charles Soludo becomes the vice president in 2031 and Peter Obi's political journey ends, the highest achievement being Anambra State governor? So he will then get that victory over Peter Obi that he has been lustring after for so many decades. So that's Charles Soludo right there. Does this thing offer us any much more? I think that's that. So this is what inspired the headline. It's very tenuous for me to mix up such a high whatnot, a high functioning, a high impact headline. For me to come up with that headline off the back of something as tenuous as that. So let's go on from that to today's 2027 elections. 4 powerful forces behind Atiku named fully. So who are the powers propelling Atiku? This is what we're about to find out. Right. Ahead of the 2027 elections, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar remains perhaps the opposition figure most deeply connected to Nigeria's traditional political establishment. As noted recently by correspondents, for decades, Atiku cultivated relationships across northern political networks, business circles, old People's Democratic Party PDP structures, and elite negotiating blocs that still carry considerable influence. Even after exiting the PDP for the ADC, Atiku 79. So if Atiku is a 79-year-old man, then I am a teenager. If Atiku is 79, then I'm a banana. Or Gedenimi. If Atiku is 79, then I am a banana. Atiku is well into his 80s. Well into his. He has no birth certificate now. Do you remember when Obasanjo told us that he has no record of his own birth? That they just swore an affidavit and declared an age. So all this Obasanjo, Buhari, etc., it's just nominal ages that we have. They just nominate a date and an age, and then they celebrate that. So if Obasanjo doesn't have a birth certificate, then Atiku, who comes from even a more backward space than Obasanjo, is impossible for him to know when he was born. And Atiku, if it's a day, is over 80. It's in his mid. Atiku is probably the same age as Mugabe. Right. 4 powerful forces behind Atiku named. So this is in the build-up to the 2027 elections. Ahead of the 2027 elections, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar remains perhaps the opposition figure most deeply connected to Nigeria's traditional political establishment. As noted recently by correspondents, for decades, Atiku cultivated relationships across northern political networks, business circles, old People Democratic Party PDP structures, and elite negotiating blocs that still carry considerable influence. Even after exiting the PDP for the ADC, Atiku 79 continues to attract powerful political figures who view him as a familiar bridge between competing interests. Around the perennial presidential candidate are experienced negotiators, former governors, defectors, and long serving political administrators and operatives who understand the mechanics of national coalition building. Figures such as Senator David Mark, Aminu Tambuwal, and Dino Melaye, former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola, one-time Imo State Governor Emeka Ehidioha. You know the way Emeka, this Emeka Ehidioha was the one that actually lost his seat to Hopuzo Dema, and he only lasted in that seat for about 6 months before, through some quirk or magic of the court, suddenly we had Hopuzo Dema as the governor of Imo State. So I don't even think it was on that seat for 3 months, but still they reference him as a former Imo State governor. Figures such as Senator David Mark, Aminu Tambuwal, and Dino Melaye, former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola, one-time Imo State Governor Emeka Ehidioha, ex-Cross River State Layil, Imiko, Imoke, and Dele Momodu have all, at different moments, been linked with broader opposition calculations involving articles, political camp, or coalition discussions around the ADC space. Could you believe that once upon a time, Dele Momodu was actually a presidential candidate? If anybody can remember which political cycle that was, which cycle was Dele Momodu on the ballot, but once upon a time, Dele Momodu was actually a presidential candidate. So there's no name actually. I thought there would be an extraordinary name or a name of any real impact, but these are just names associated with. All right, so that this offers us nothing. So I'm not sure that I have much more. That may well be it actually. If anybody wants to call me, come. There's nobody in the studio. So if you want to have a little bit of a chat before we bag and target, I did tell you that Sheyi Makinde and Sheyi Makinde and Ayo Fayose, they are going hammer and thong actually back and forth, the two of them. So maybe I'll bring you that since there's nothing else that the news has to offer. I don't want to discuss those kidnapping stories so much. It won't, because it's too depressing. I have young kids myself, and I cannot bear having that as a conversation or using it as a political tool. So let me just. But if anybody wants to talk about it, come and talk about it. But I don't want to. I find it too depressing. There's a 2-year-old. All this, I'm not quite sure. Those Fulanis, they're savages anyway. Makinde slams Fayoshe's kidnap comments, urges prayers for him. The Fayoshe will be the end of this Makinde. He has just been niggling at him for years now, even if not months, months if not years. Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde has called on Nigerians to pray for former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose following recent political accusations and remarks credited to the former governor. Makinde's position was contained in a statement issued on Tuesday by the Commissioner for Information, Prince Dotun, one thing or the other. The commissioner said Nigerians had been shocked by Fayose's recent comments, which he described as false accusation. What has Fayose been saying, actually? I've not really been following it so much. Governor Makinde is preoccupied with finding a solution to the challenges posed by the kidnappers of children and teachers in the state to engage someone whose lifestyle and comportment have been suspect for over a long time. For a former governor to be so consumed by political vindictiveness, vileness, deceit, and hate, I wonder why Fayose is especially targeting Makinde. There is no nexus between the two of them now. Well, he's an Ekiti man. This one is an Oyo man. He's a governor. Fayose is not contending for the presidency. Maybe he feels that maybe it feels that Makinde is overstepping beyond his bounds. It feels that it's too big for his britches or whatever that phrase is. So that's that. I'm not quite sure. Do we even want more of this? So that's Fayose right there clapping back at Makinde. That's Makinde rather clapping back at Fayose. But that's that. Let me play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, if you are coming with a conversation, because I think we are feeding on scraps today, where you know those hens that go to the skip to go and just we're feeding on scraps, essentially, is what I'm saying. The link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come in and try and establish a conversation, please feel free to do so. First, the Kegites.
Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Koko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us is Baba, always an epic session when Baba is here, making his once in a while appearance, the majestic Baba T. So good to see you, gentlemen. Like I said, we're feeding on scraps today, not an abundance in the news cycle, but nevertheless, always a delight in your company. Good to see you. Who wants to kick it off?
Baba.
Baba T should go ahead. I think he's always a very busy man during this period.
Yeah, I'm okay, sir. One man, stop projecting your own, that is you. But good evening, everyone. Good evening, Baba Mokin.
Good evening.
And to the host of the show. Let me just mention one thing, because I've been seeing this thing online. I've not really been following Nigerian politics for a minute. This call for Pastor Adeboye to lead some kind of revolution or some charge against the government. And, there's this...
Sorry, BT. Just on that, Pastor Adeboye, did you see him come out to give the security personnel, the security chiefs, a 60-day ultimatum to get rid
90
of... is it 90? Get rid of insecurity or resign.
Well, okay, then if that doesn't happen, what is he gonna do? Nothing. The point I'm getting.
He didn't put it pointedly that way. The press. He said if they can't do it, the president should ask them to resign, not himself directly asking them to resign. Right. He said, "Where am I to command the commander in chief?"
Yeah. So, but this is what what I'm getting at here, guys. Ndigbo is an 84-year-old man that does not have any political office. He's not a government official. His role is that of spiritual leadership, okay? And of course, he can address social issues. I get that part. But it's the responsibility of the citizens themselves to safeguard the democracy and civil society. It's their job, not that of a pastor. So you want him to lead a protest. Okay, fine. But what I'm seeing is that he's going to kind of cascade into some form of protest and some kind of so-called revolution, the show or anything. And you think an 84-year-old man is supposed to lead the charge? And so if that's the direction that you're willing to take, why can't the people themselves change the system, get more involved in politics? Like I said, I'm not going to bring up the tribal angle too, because let's be honest, they're the wing nut in that so-called call for him to lead. So, but I don't know why there's always this need to always call on religious leaders or bars to change the system. The system is not designed for them to actually influence it. No, they get used by politicians. I'm not going to deny that reality. I get that part. But from the angle of the city themselves, you cannot look up to Obas or to pastors to change the system for you. And specifically to the youth now, with your 65.
But their voices of influence, are they not so?
I get the influence part, but what happens after that?
One man, Dr. T, one man put it. He put it in the proper perspective when he talked about the Southwest getting involved. We've always told them in the last 3 years that whatever protests they call, without the Southwest being involved, it won't work. And they've all been frustrated about let me put it, the nonchalance of the Southwest. But it's proven now that unless Southwest comes out, nothing will work. Now, fortunately for the hen has come home to roost. Why am I saying this, BT? I hope I'm not eating too much into it.
No, not at all, sir.
We can make it conversational.
No, sir. Yeah, no.
There are over 300 women, men, and children, mostly children, in Niger State that are in captivity for a couple of months now. Ditto for Borno, and I think somewhere in the Middle Belt area of North Central. Nobody has been agitating for that. Those are even recent ones. There have been over and over and over people in captivity all over the 3 northern zones. Now it has cascaded into the Southwest. So it's now a way of goading the Southwest, goading them. Oh, look, they've captured the Oba, they've done this, they've done that. And of course, even without their goading, the Southwest will always rise to the occasion.
Are we suggesting that Yoruba lives matter more than are we the white people of Nigeria? Because they've been kidnapping people for years, for decades, even before Tinubu and Buhari. But
are you saying that you are not aware that that's the case?
No, I'm making it a conversation because
yes,
I'm saying
I was actually going to say exactly that. You know George Orwell, the guy that wrote the Animal Farm.
Farm.
Yes, he said, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. So in the Nigerian paradigm, certainly some animals, the preeminent person in Nigeria is the Yoruba person.
That question is not so much for the Yoruba people that understand this, not by their own fault, they're just who they are. Is for the other region that kind of are pushing this thing towards the people like Ndigbo to say something. Well, if you want to push him to say something about Yoruba people, we're all Nigerians, right? You should have pushed him to say something about the Northerners or something happened in the East.
The Northerners are asking the same question, that why is it now that everybody wants to come out?
Exactly.
Because of the Yoruba?
Exactly.
So not asking that we have so many in captivity for a long time. So why now? They are asking that same question, and they are right to ask.
That's my point.
But Baba, what's that phrase? Gambari pa Fulani.
Now, so
So I'm asking that it's very easy for us to demand courage from pastors. The harder question is whether we will show the same level of commitment and responsibility ourselves as citizens.
But you are forgetting that our pastors have a history of leading at times or joining the riot. I mean, Pastor Bakare notably was wearing his.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, sorry. Even that Pastor Adeboye, he protested under Goodluck Jonathan now.
I know.
That's what they weaponized to attack him. That how come life is more brutish now than it was under Goodluck Jonathan? So how come he, and they also add Soyinka to that list, how come the two of them are not on the streets like they were?
The same fervor like they had during the. I get that part, but
I don't want to ask questions.
I don't get that part. Don't they have pastors in their region, or they don't have anybody in their region?
No, leave them now. They have.
Yes. What about in the Bosky liquid metal? Why
no, see, it's high time we told ourselves the truth. If you don't have balls, you don't have balls. If you don't have it in you, you don't have it in you. But I give it to the Southwest. 17, 18 days into this now. Look at what is happening in the Nigerian space.
Meanwhile, they
said they've surrounded. Sorry. They said they've surrounded those people, but they cannot move for not wanting.
Woman, I read a tweet like before I came on your show of P Square, one of the twins, saying that he was driving through Lekki and he saw a crowd, and apparently it was some Fulani. Oh, they're now in Lagos all over the place. People are like, wait a minute, how do you go from an eyewitness to an investigator? How did you come to that conclusion? Is this inciting the Southwest to join whatever you want?
Exactly. There is no other way to put it.
Those people have been trying to launch the Southwest,
to fire the Southwest into action
against the most.
Are we like
Southwest is the heartbeat of it? They will not agree.
Are we the Americans that they have to lure into war in the Middle
East? If they accept that, I will be very glad. If they accept.
Sorry, Baba. I think Solly wanted to come in as well, but the only people that can move that country in any direction are this. Remember when Goodluck Jonathan tried to move against the Southwest? You saw how quickly he paid the price for that. The only anyway, Solly, let me not.
In my opinion, people from Southwest should only protest if anything happens in the Southwest, because some people are celebrating up and down in social media that something happened in the Southwest. If that same thing had happened in their region, till now, none of them would have stood up. They will be looking for Wole Soyinka to come to the Southeast to come and protest for them, or Adeboye to come to the Southeast to come and protest for their lazy ass.
Or Soyinka.
They don't want to do anything. They just want to be celebrating.
And do you know what it looks like in Lagos when we say protest? It's a way of burning, vandalizing government properties. We know what that means.
They don't want to protest in the Southwest. Is anything stopping them from protesting in their own region? Nothing is stopping them. They will be saying, "Oh, this one is happening in the Southwest." Like they say, they hold their leaders accountable. Yet their region is a shithole. So how does that make any sense? What Uzodema ruled them for years? These are the people that vote the right people in all the time. So they don't. Man, they are all over social media, just making noise, celebrating. We are trying to hold Seyi Makinde responsible. If you see how they are insulting anybody that is holding Seyi Makinde responsible, they are saying that it's Tinubu boy. These people are very sick individuals. If they released all those people that the bandits have captured, I hope the people in the Southwest will not come out to protest again. Everybody should sit down. Nobody should protest for another region. If you have problem in your region, stand up and protest. If North does not want to protest, let them be finished with banditry. Same thing with the Southeast. Same thing.
And solely to your point, and this is what I love about being Yoruba and our people. We don't oftentimes agree about anything, but when we do, we make it happen.
Are you telling me?
Sorry.
They cannot do anything. The best thing they've done in their life is sit at home, and that's because they were forced to do it. They've never come together to do, except to come together to come and put their own people in trouble. That's what they know how to do. Ordinarily, to come out from Nigeria, sacrificing their people anyhow. If we want to come out of Nigeria, it's not. I don't think we'll sacrifice more than 100 of our people compared to them.
Let me say this. Sorry. So I greet everybody. Baba, BT, woman.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think what is happening is actually very pathetic, and I don't like Baba. What we cannot be talking about. I think we are being used, and we shouldn't allow ourselves to be used. It's not something that we're supposed to be maybe jubilating or be proud about. We are being gaslighted and we are falling for it. You know, the same way they started the answers.
No, you don't understand me, Doc. I'm not buying into it, but I'm just wondering that they think if they know we are the political heartbeat of Nigeria, then they should kneel down. They should kneel down and beg
all
us.
the people that are demonstrating, they are not demonstrating for the love of those children who are kidnapped.
No, that's exactly the point we are making.
It's not as if they love the country. They are using it. They are happy that it happens in the Southwest, and that's why. So if they see it as an opportunity, so Yoruba should be aware of their antics. We should be aware of their antics. They started by saying,
Simba, I went into one of their dens just the other day just to preempt this theme that they will be pretending. Yeah.
Let's ask this question. One of our
let me sorry, I don't have much time. Let me just finish it. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes. You know, they started by picking on the our celebrities by attacking them, which one after the other, that they are not saying anything about what happened in Oyo, they are not doing this, and all of them are falling for it. Then after that, everybody started talking, and then they started the demonstration. Okay, now if they are concerned about the insecurity in Nigeria, why are they not saying, okay, let us end the insecurity in Nigeria, government should do this? Why are they now saying that Tinubu should go? They are now entering market, distributing pamphlets saying that, okay, Tinubu is a failure. So is that the issue?
And if you talk about Sheyi Makinde, they will insult you.
Is that the issue? So Yoruba should be, let me tell you, gradually we are moving towards civil war in that country. Let me tell you, if this thing is not properly handled, that country is going to fall.
Simba, there's going to be a clash between the Southeasterners and the Yorubas sometime next year. That will be post the elections, and that clash will take place in Lagos State. There's almost an inevitability to it. The way they are posturing and the language they're using, because of course Tinubu will be re-elected, and then after that they will want to have a splash.
And they
will target Lagos.
Go and look at all the inscriptions, all the things that they are carrying for the protest. There is nothing like any security. Everything is about Tinubu must go. Tinubu is a failure. Tinubu is this. Tinubu is that.
You see, if we can fight this bandits back, the next region that they are going to is the Southeast, and I want to see how they will handle it. Maybe they will still be blaming Tinubu and excusing their governors and local government chairman. One of our own was carried. We shut down the whole Southwest. I want to see how they will react if 1 or even 10 or 20 of their own is carried. They will do nothing because they don't care about themselves.
How many students we saw how people are being killed, cutting people's head, cooking human being to eat in the East? What did they do? All their celebrity, did they even talk about it one day?
Even before banditry started, they could not go to their village.
Exactly. So I think the Yoruba, we should be careful. We are being used. All this one that we are saying because it's only when it happens in Southwest that to carry it, we are just being used. They want to turn our region to the battlefield. We should be careful. We should not buy into it, please.
So,
I
that is why. Sorry, hold on.
You know, BT, the question you asked about Pastor Adeboye, let me tell you, he was the one that actually got himself involved in this thing. No, there was a time he said he told his congregation that they are going to demonstrate. Then after a while, he backed out. So that was why people are calling his name. It's not as if they are calling his name to. He was the
I
one
get that part,
got
but
himself involved in it.
I'm saying
That man,
that
I think because he's having senile dementia. I think his age is affecting me.
no, that one is a different conversation. Let's not go there. But I'm saying that what happens after the protest is still back to you as the people to change the system from your own locality, your own local government, your own governors to get involved in politics. That is where the real change is, not protesting. And one man saying, "No, they can lend their voice." Yeah, lend your voice. And what happened in the past? Nothing. Until you, as people, get involved in the system, you can't change the system. Don't get too comfortable with it. So that one will spend all his life on the street protesting. He's very comfortable. It's his comfort zone. But that is for him, not for everyone. So if you want to change the system, get involved in politics and change it from there. But the idea of looking for a pastor to lead the charge to change society, we need to stop that. Move away from that. Adeboye is not your problem. Gio is not your problem. And by the way, everybody knows I'm not a fan of all this God of men anyway. So it's not like I'm defending them, but I'm defending the very principle that of democracy and of change. Change itself starts from us. And as a group of people, we can do that without involving any pastor or any imam.
Yeah, rightfully so.
I think, sorry, Baba, I think the only way we can get rid of insecurity is by decentralizing our security network in that country. So
About
that
time.
nobody
that's in the pipeline now.
They should decentralize it so that nobody will focus on one person and be blaming one person. Sorry, BT. You know this what did they call his name? This Makinde of a man. Do you know that when they were discussing state police, he did not submitted his own memorandum.
This guy sent his.
He refused to. Yes, he said that it's not his business. That is what he said.
No. Simba, let me ask you the question before I forget. Why do you think that the push for state police, regional police, kind of stalled once Akedolu died? Like that push, because he was the one leading the charge. But since his demise, we went back to, the way he was. He really believed in it. What do you think happened with the Southwest?
You know, this Makinde, in the last 7 years, he has collected 84 billion security votes, no invoicing, no receipts. 84 billion in 7 years. What did he do with that money? Only to tell us two helicopters. Since 1 year, 2 helicopters are in Keja. Now they are coupling it. And nobody's remembering to go to Ikeja to see those helicopters. He said June ending. He thinks everybody will forget. You see, they are not interested in looking for a solution. It's just to gaslight. Because first thing I will have done, were I to be a member of a press corps, I will go to Ikeja. I want to see at the Air Force base those 2 helicopters.
You don't have any media
in crates for 1
year. In media Nigeria, we don't have a vibrant media that would do that for you, sir. Unfortunately, that will verify those things. We don't have one. And
84
by the way,
billion, is this small money?
Don't forget the 30 billion. Bombo.
Oh, that one is even. I set it aside. That's why I'm looking at that Fayoshe statement that this guy may be involved. Because it's not far-fetched. Fayoshe told us, he collected 50 billion secretly.
Is he not going to collect more money now? Because
he denied it. He said he didn't collect 50 billion. Nothing like that. Fayoshe is lying. Fayoshe brought out the receipt and then I said, no, it's only 30 billion. So if you lied, Why did you lie in the first place?
My question is now, is he not going to collect an increase in security votes because of this situation?
Do you know it's one of the few one in the Southwest, Solly, that has not been given the allocation to local government chairmen? He pockets it.
You see, if you want to talk about this issue now, all this obedience will be running up and down, insulting you. They don't want to face reality. And they claim that they always hold their leaders accountable, but we should not hold our own governor accountable because they don't want Tinubu.
Àfi kó yá win ní kí n tó ń ṣe fún ìbọn bàbá o, kó yá win no. If not,
No. What can he win? He cannot win the presidency.
And
So naturally, he is a candidate. I've always said it here. First week of June is with EFCC.
Ó ń lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n bó ṣe ń bá lọ yìí, Ṣèyí ń lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n bó ṣe ń bá lọ yìí.
They will not allow him to run away. Even Fayose said it yesterday. He alluded to that fact. Because the guy is just corrupt.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if he's involved in this issue.
Because Fayose said, as he was correct on 2 occasions about him. So I just hang 50-50. That's maybe.
What will be his interest in kidnapping his own people in Oyo? Is it for his run for presidency? Why would he do that?
Do you know after 2 weeks was when he visited that place? A place that is just maximum 2 hours to his office. He did not go there for 2 weeks.
Baba,
Hey, Aro,
Sheyi lost one EFCC ni. That is wife that is always pretending that she doesn't know how to say a car. Don't worry, she would. Him and his family, Yamajen, after 24 government. It's less than 7 months.
He was the first one to suggest negotiating and paying the bandits. So he was the one. That was backlash. He did not expect that backlash.
Really? Why would you want to pay bandit? And what's going on?
Let me ask you, Mo. Let me ask you.
No. I'm saying that the political. Let's even look at the political angle. Like, I don't make any sense to me. Like, okay, you can't win anyway.
DT, what is happening is Sheyi is undermining the federal government. The federal government are trying to actually hold out. Sheyi is actively negotiating with the bandits, while the federal government are trying to hold out and actually do a rescue operation. Sheyi is trying to negotiate. That's the problem.
Wait, Aro.
I suspect
no. Solely wait now, Joe. Trying to or is currently negotiating.
He is negotiating. He's undermining. He said it's there. He's not been there for 2 weeks. He said they've been meeting twice a day. Who cares about you meeting twice a day?
With bandits?
No, that we say that with his own security unit or whoever is meeting with and whatnot. So he is incompetent. I said it yesterday. He always incompetent, and I want him to do. In fact, we're making sure he will co-wash.
He said they are eating twice daily. Who is supplying them food?
Baba Ejo.
No, not the kidnapped victims. His own security unit is meeting with them twice a day.
Guys, one voice. One voice.
Baba, it's shocking to me that Sheyi will want to negotiate with terrorists or is currently doing so. What's your take on that, sir? Honestly, I'm more surprising that will even be on the table.
I see him as a very desperate man. You understand? Something happened between him and Asiwaju. What I had, actually, I had it, but the source is impeccable. He went to Aso Rock. The last time he visited Aso Rock was, I think, about 3.5 months ago, if you remember. Asiwaju walked him out of the office, asked security man to kick him out. He went there to confront Asiwaju about Ayo Fayoshe's bombshell. It was like wanting to accuse the president of breaching confidence. So the president was very angry because he has an issue with him. So they walked him out with security. So he knew definitely the line has been drawn in the sand. So he came back and started lashing out at Wike. The first thing he did after he came back, I think the second day or the third day, that one prominent street they said in Ibadan, he named after Wike. He removed Wike's name from there and named it after a prominent Ibadan son, also Oyo State son. So he knows exactly that he is not favored anymore and is going to jail. So he's looking for a way, but like a stupid person that he is, he's looking for a way to wriggle out of that sure banker thing. But he's doing it in a very wrong way, trying to blackmail the presidency. It is in the one vein where he wasted money calling for a dubious conference of PDP. Took all Egmont, George, and everybody there. That didn't work. It came out again. It's a coalition. They said that they will put up one candidate. It didn't work. That's that summit, according to, they say it cost about 1.7 billion. That summit alone, where they did nothing. And now, I want to be president, to be APM, just trying to catch attention of the presidency so that they can call him away, a kilo day, a yo akboju. But they didn't mind him, and then this happened.
Baba Sheyi wants guarantees from the president. He wants guarantees that he will not have any EFCC case. That's the problem that Sheyi has. He wants guarantees.
He's joking. This guy came out last July. He said he has bought 2 helicopters for surveillance. We all applauded him on this platform, didn't we? Only when this happened, people start asking questions. What happened to the helicopters? Oh, they are in the crates. The Chinese just came last week so that they can start coupling them. I was like, what's this guy saying? He told us in July he has bought them, and we expected them to be in operation. Now nobody's even asking. He said end of June, by end of June, they will be operational. Nobody has gone to Air Force Base to even check whether what he's saying is the truth. How long does it take a helicopter to be coupled? I've seen vessels arrive at Apapa Port, even in the 80s, laden with helicopter and crates. Within 1 week, you see Navy people testing the helicopter.
Baba, we already have more than a few companies that actually do servicing in Nigeria. This Damuren guy, did they not establish? Don't they own like a aircraft servicing place in MM2? We have more than a few companies doing that stuff.
The oil companies.
Also, what does it mean that it needs the Chinese to come and couple it together? Helicopters are pretty much standardized stuff, you know. What, the avionics, they'll send the guy to do the avionics. Within 1 week, avionics is done.
They don't even come in CKD. They don't come completely knocked down. It is in crates. They'll do
avionics and they'll do validations and do test flights. They do test flights, they do certification.
Baba, drones will be more effective in that thing than helicopters, honestly. 2 helicopters doing what actually? You can actually survey the whole place and moving forces as needed.
No, I'm just questioning the basic. That's what he told us. You understand? Even when
are we even sure?
I don't think so. Because to purchase a new chopper, these things are there easily.
DT Sheyi is unaccountable to anybody. He has Ndigbo to sign anything he wants. He
pockets the local government money. He doesn't give them. And you know, security starts from the local government. Look, let me tell our people what they don't understand, that every governor has security meeting. Some do Thursday, some do on Monday. In that security meeting, there is a resident director of SSS answerable to the governor, though he has to take final order from his headquarters. There is a commissioner of police. If they have Navy facilities there, the naval man will be there. If they have the Air Force man will be there. At least the NCDC, this thing, they will be there. So, and they distribute money to them every week or every month to say, Air Force, this is your own money. This is your own money. Just make your own, do your own facilities and make sure my state is safe. If he's doing that like other governors, this wouldn't have happened on this kind of scale. He doesn't. He puts everything in his pocket. He puts everything in his pocket. 1 billion every month, 12 billion a year. And if we take that 7 years, the first 4 years, you know that what 1 billion was what. So there is no other thing to call this guy than a criminal. He just wear a kind of, he's a baby face assassin. Wear that innocent face, a baby face assassin. The schmuck that he is. And he didn't go there. 2 weeks, he did not go to that place.
Tinubu sent his people to Oyo State. This guy
it
said
was when he had now. It's between 24 hours. He now went there, and those ones arrived the next day.
No, but he sent his commissioner of education to meet them. Why are you not there as the governor?
Oh.
He look on commissioner of education, but security.
Yeah, like Bolagwe is asking.
He has more important. Sorry, he has more important things to do now than the security.
Like
of
what,
children.
one man? What did he do?
No.
BT was busy. He was busy doing his primaries and busy trying to get his governorship candidate through the door. The guy that is trying to push forward. What's his name? Adekombi or wherever he's trying to push.
I think a lot of Nigerians actually don't know the nature of how government and governance work in Nigeria. So,
I've never really been a fan of him, but bad doing me. I didn't even think it was this terrible.
That's why I call him baby face assassin.
Don't you hear me? I've been going after the guy for months in this place.
Guys, let's have one voice at a time. It's carry on.
BT, I've been going after him for months in this place, and people think I'm just going overboard. Like the guy is absolutely incompetent.
He's soft spoken and like laid back when he talks. You know, you think he just puts a lot in sense, but it's just like I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I'm wrong. I misjudged the man, so but I don't know.
No, he's been auxiliary, the thug, the head of the thug he used in getting to power 7 years ago. Where's auxiliary now? Where's auxiliary now? It's not in good time, even with the NURTW in his state, right as we speak. He divided them. He favored auxiliary for the first 3-4 years. As soon as he came in for the second time, he locked him up. Meanwhile, he was the one who caused trouble between auxiliary and the NURT in Oyo State. Now the NURT are not backing him anymore. I think it was the guy they call Egbeji. That's the president chairman. So this is so crafty that he didn't even go there. Look at the northern governors, for instance. They pay ransom, and I'm sure, I can't put my signature to it, but I'm sure they reimburse them, even in excess. You can see they, on their own, work it, particularly with the National Security Advisor in some cases, and rescue their people, those they can rescue. We can see them in several uniform actually every time in the governor's house, being welcome back. We all know that we are not deceived, or we are not deceived that they did not pay ransom. That's the work of the governor. You are the first line of defense. And this happened in your state. It took you just 1 or 2 hours drive away from your office, and it took you 2 weeks. 2 good weeks. That alone said it all for me.
So sorry, Baba, was he questioned on that, and how did he justify it? Did they ask him why he took him that long, and what did they say as
I don't think anybody asked him.
Nobody asked him, or nobody. Actually, he's unaccountable in Oyo State. I don't think one man is your state governor now. Don't you know this already? Between him and Ndigbo, they are unaccountable. They do as they want.
He knows that everything that happens in Nigeria, even they have ED, erection dysfunction, it's Tinubu. Everything is Tinubu. So he knows. So he plays into that corridor. And he's caught because everything now is Tinubu. But we forget that it's been happening in the north, en masse. And it's the governors that have taken responsibility. as the first line of defense. Now people are now, oh, Tinubu. It has come down to just like SARS. SARS started with SARS, police unit, and all of a sudden it turned into Buhari must go. So this is just an example. And those who say they will barricade the Aso Rock on Thursday or whatever, good luck to them. Good luck to them, because the Northerners are now asking that, so you guys know how to protest because it's Southwest. We that has been suffering for years on this, what happened to us? So like I said yesterday, there may even be no election. Like you guys are saying today, there may even be civil war. We don't know where we stand at the moment. But whatever it is that's going to happen, I just know at the end of the day, we will sort out this Nigerian question, whether by war or join. Because enough is enough. We cannot continue like this. What is even going on? Because more will happen as the Americans are aiding our soldiers to flush these people out of the Mandara Mountains, Iguazu area and everything. They are pouring into the Southwest easily through Kwara, through Kogi. They are pouring in because the bombing is relentless in that Southeast now. They are trying to flush them, even the Sambisa forest. So as they are pouring in, they'll be looking for avenue. Because this one is even strange. Imagine, nobody has come with satisfactory number. Let's say the children are just 20, between age 2 and age 12. How long can you keep them in captivity without taking bath, without changing their clothes, trekking in the forest?
Baba, there's always been one recurring question that I've always asked anytime this insecurity is the logistics of it. How do you move about 50, 100 people from somewhat of a semi-town into the woods without alerting anybody?
Even one man.
How does the logistics work?
This Oyo forest, you see, there are roads, so not that there are no third roads, even with traffic, because you have to cross from one zone of the forest to another, even into another state. So how come nobody is hearing
Baba,
anything?
it's a reserve, but even Baba, that's a reserve, and it's a reserve that actually has a lot of hunter activities. Like that particular Oyo reserve has one of the highest volume of hunter activity in the whole of Southwest.
Research activities going on.
So how can they actually nominally that area should not be
Arrow, what I heard is what these people do mostly. When they do that, they have a rendezvous with trailers that pick them and take them to the north. Some people are even saying that those children have been scattered.
No, Baba, no.
Yeah, okay.
They are still intact. Sorry to
educate us.
I think there are some people that are supplying them food, and I think Fayoshe might be right, because I saw a video where they are giving them like orange drink in a bottle, in a plastic bottle. Is that they know where they are? They have been surrounded already, and there was a time the federal government wanted to use force to free those captive. But unfortunately, they threatened that they will start killing them. And from the first week of this abduction, Makinde already came out that he's going to pay ransom. How do you get? I think there's some Yoruba collaborators, and I'm not saying that Makinde is truly in collaboration, but there's a suspicion.
So Remy, sorry to cut you. If you listen to Papa Adeboye rather, in his speech, he said they should not only punish the terrorists, they should deal ruthlessly with their sponsors. And Tinubu not outing the sponsors is one of the things that is really annoying me. Seriously. He cannot tell me, I'm not convinced that the commander-in-chief doesn't have a list.
I think the problem we have in our hand is because of the constitutional democracy, that probably because this is the time to go for another election. So that is the
So bloody what? If he has men that are capable enough, they could be able to turn the outing of the list in his favor politically.
yes,
Even if
exactly.
it's an article, even if it's the caliphate, name them. Name them, because that is the only way. Gumi is there running his mouth every day. I know Gumi is part of their negotiator, but we know what negotiators do.
According to
They are even teachers of these people.
According to Babadi Otitoju, they are still intact, and the terrorists that hold them is a breakaway faction of Boko Haram. They call them Ansaru, something like this.
Ansaru.
That's yes, those are the people that are holding them. And as it stands now, I think Makinde in the first week already agreed that he's going to pay the ransom. But I don't think the federal government want to pay any money. It's just because they are holding some babies, maybe around below 2 years old, and the rest maybe like secondary.
2, 4, 6, 7, 10, and 12.
Yes. It's because of that, because Nigerians, to be frank, we are quite emotional and sentimental. If not, if they want to use force, there might be some collateral damage. And
I don't even support when these children like this are involved. I don't support force.
So they cannot just use force to just
even if they have to pay money, I'm in support. As far as those children are involved, I'm in full support.
Yeah,
those children should not suffer. What do they know? What have they contributed to the evils permeating Nigerian society? Nothing. It's not their fault they are born.
I think this, for me, I think Tinubu should just speed up state policing as soon as possible. There is no need of waiting anymore, because it's quite glaring that some governors are collecting money and they don't want to do their job. Let them have the state police so that everybody will not point accusing finger to the state governor that you are not doing the best. But everything you'll be telling us is the federal government. And unfortunately, like everybody is about personal interest. Some people that go out there to protect, they are lying.
Remy, can I add one thing about the state police thing? Give me 1 second. There also has to be a component of this bill that includes some kind of regional security force, because you have terrorists moving from one area to another across state lines. There has to be security collaboration forced by that bill. You must be forced to work with your neighbors when it comes to security. You cannot work in isolation. You cannot work in silos.
No, the federal police are in charge. The framework submitted by the MPF actually stated that clearly. They will act as the federal police once a crime crossed state line. And apart from that, there will be an ombudsman, a kind of ombudsman committee. When there is security quarrel between two states, they will come in.
Baba, sorry. In this case of terrorism, don't you think it's in the purview of the federal government to take over totally?
But I mean, they have what is called, I think Tinubu formed that like a month ago, called the Homeland Security thing.
Yeah, they use that to actually guide Ribadu, because all his hair-brained formula for this to disarm the Fulani marauder has failed. He armed some Fulani elements. Maybe those are the repentant Boko Haram people. Those ones they found those ones they found in Kwara, and they said, "Oh, the NSA knows about it." Fully armed with 47 and 49. Why did that solve the problem? That did not solve the problem.
Sorry, BT. Big apologies. We're going to be taking it to the back in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I thought Timba was going to be here, but he's dropped. If anybody wants to come in, we might well have to take the conversation to the back, because I want to leave on the hour, but carry on.
Baba, are you suggesting that our NSA leader has a soft spot for his people and is looking the other way on purpose? Is that what you're suggesting, sir?
No.
Wait. Let me ask. You understand? He has come out. I can't quote him verbatim now, but he has said similar things that other Fulani leaders have talked I've said he called them. I think one of the ones he called them our brothers. They are not my brothers. A terrorist cannot be my brother. A bandit cannot be my brother.
So you had a soft spot for them, sir. So you had a soft spot.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible because you should know, Babati, that most of the people they are recruiting to this, they are just between the age of 12 to 16, and they don't know nothing. And these are people that are just roaming about the street in most part of the northern states. And if you look at look at some states in the northern part of Nigeria, and you will see that they don't have insecurity problem like Gombe, Yobe, Bauchi. They don't have problem.
Have you seen the Manuki photograph?
Who is that?
The Manuki they killed a couple of weeks ago. The Americans helped us in Northeast. He doesn't look like an African.
Mm-hmm. But I think from what I read and from my little research, they said in the last 1 year they have by over 16,000 terrorists in the northwest and northeast. They were just buying there. No, they don't give them any breathing space. The problem we are having is that
that's why they are pouring to southwest. Those run away.
Yeah, our governor did not prepare very well, especially from Kwara to Oyo, because that is the gateway to the southwest. They didn't prepare anything.
They didn't prepare at all. They did not prepare very well. They didn't prepare anything. Shingbai.
Yeah, they didn't. You're right. You're right, because for me, Makinde is a very vindictive person, individual. And I think, unfortunately for him, on your state, they don't have a lot of people that always hold them at bay like before. Most of them have died away. It is only the Olubado, the President Olubado, that is the godfather of the state now. But unfortunately, I don't know, maybe because he wants to get to the Olubado crown or because he's also an elderly person. But at the end of the day, your people, they know how to treat this kind of people. You will see. Because his hand is full. Initially, when he declared his asset, he said his asset is over 1 billion naira. That is when I know that this guy is coming to steal their money.
Who?
Yeah. Makinde. When you initially said his asset is over 1 billion naira, $1 billion, 1 billion naira, something like that, more than that.
No, you can 1 billion naira is just $600 and something thousand.
But he has spent a lot of money. You know, he has been contesting for more than 8 years before he got to this position. So it's all lies. Maybe 1 billion naira cash, and then the other asset, when you put them together, it runs to a lot of billions.
No, the guy has made a lot of money. I mean, that 30 billion he accepted collecting, that's about $22 million. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's about $22 million.
It did them dirty in Oyo State. You collected 30 billion. Do you know that Bodija bomb blast totally demolished a lot of people?
The highest person they gave money, I think, is 4 million naira or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 million naira. And a lot of people were pie. So many people. And that side is the middle class people. So they didn't get any refund.
Out of 30 billion, he spent only 4 point something. 4 points. He pockets the 25 billion
left.
He did
not spend up to that, Baba. They didn't just spend a couple of million. Some people, they were given 500,000. Some were given 200,000, for God's sake.
And he kept quiet since then. See, they outed him. They found him out. He didn't talk about it anymore.
He will never, because what he has done is not good. He's not really a good man. And unfortunately, when you look at the trajectory of Oyo State politics, you will see that somehow they will have a good governor for 4 years. The next one will be so terrible. Now, maybe another person will come in, will be a good governor, then another one will be so terrible. I don't know, and there's no continuity. There's no continuity. I wish they can just divide that state into two. It's too big.
It's too big, actually. Ibadan alone is almost the size of Lagos State. Ibadan alone.
And there's no way an outsider from Ibadan can ever become the governor of that state. First, Ibadan alone have 11 local government. Around Ibadan alone, also infused into Ibadan, another 6 local government. So we are talking about half of the local government is already in Ibadan and its environs.
But I've always made that argument now that the real argument for state creation is Oyo State.
Yes.
And Niger State, not the Southeast now. I think
It's too big.
I think the states in the Southeast should be reduced because they have too many states. Well,
Why?
Why? No, for the geographical mass, for the lands
What's
that they occupy.
geographical mass? When they have 5 and everybody has 6 and one even have 7.
But why are we doing the states in terms of ethnicity or in terms of governable spaces? If we look at
in Nigerian term, one man, it's about income, what comes from the center. So the more states you have, the more resources you will have for your people. So
what
if
have
they
they
have
done
5,
with the resources in the Southeast? They've not
but
done
what about the
who is talking about resources from anywhere? Put everything, it's not from the center, it cascades to the zones. It's from the center. So the center is what matters. People who don't even support debauchery and they're collecting money from debauchery from the South, they are sharing the money. Is that haram or not? So they are entitled to even their 6
Yes,
states.
there's no point creating state, and this idea of saying northern state, Igbo state, South state, it's just like we just go to school and read, not to learn. We're in federalism for crying out loud. There's no regional states. We're not in
But we are not practicing true federalism in the real sense of it. We are practicing.
But that's what. Hold on.
Hold on. I want to understand what. Sorry.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no need to create states. What does that mean?
Not. What I mean, there's no need to creating states and putting on said region. We are not practicing parliamentary system of government. If it is parliamentary system of government, you have regions. You can create.
No, we're talking about zones. Actually, if we use region, that's a misnomer. Zones, political zones.
And political zone is not in our constitution. Abacha just created that. It's not in our constitution. Abacha created that for.
No, I think it was Ekweme that suggested it to PDP when they were formatting PDP.
No, Abacha started it when he wanted to start parties out of SDP and all that. So you break Nigeria into 6 political zones. It was just a mere of political word. It's not in our constitution. And yet we keep holding on to it, causing this hybrid, and that is causing problem for us.
But is it not that is using it against the rest? They said they have 19.
Sorry, Wapis. If any of the hosts are listening, Choma, Ola, Simba, or even Mike, if you want to come in the next 10 minutes. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so when the United States of America came together, they were already a country that came together and formed one federalism. We are all states. They were playing to the middle. Texas is its own country. Louisiana was its own country.
California.
Now, yeah, all of them. The 50 were all country of their own. They came together and formed the United States of America. Now, every country that practices federalism, they're already a mature country of themselves. They came together. But now in Nigeria, we are creating people, calling them states. What does that mean? Were they on their own before? Now, the Southeast you're talking about, was there any kingdom there before, like 5 kingdoms that you are calling a state now? Suddenly you want a state from there. In the Southwest, were there 6 kingdoms that you are calling a state now? You want to create 7?
Wait, what is? It's the system we are practicing. We pronounce all of these things by ourselves.
I know, I'm not arguing it. I'm not saying so. I'm not saying it's not what you're practicing, but it's wrong. We are not challenging our constitution. We just allow all these things to be happening, and we allow dull people to be playing our intelligence. This is just a common sense. If we are practicing true federalism, we have 36 states, and it's 36 states. If the government wants to create another one, it should create, but which is not supposed to be so. They don't have any right. Since the essence of humanity, there was never a time in democracy that a state has been created under democracy. No, it's under fiat, under military or dictatorship or war. That's where state is being created. So all this state talking about is just distraction. It's not going to happen this lifetime, not next lifetime.
I think they not actually use it as a political tool, because take for the Southwesterners, for instance, we have Yorubas in Kogi as far-flung as Kogi State. We have in Kwara. So technically, they remove them out of the Southwest and say they belong to North Central. I mean,
this state creation is one of the problem that's causing tribal problem in Nigeria. You don't just come, we are interwoven. There's some, like you said, there's a community in Kogi State that is Yoruba community. There's a community in Kogi State that maybe Igbira community. Just let me just use word like that. Now, like in Benin, there's Igara in Benin. Today they are Edo State people, technically because you create them states. Then you create states. Your friend become your enemy in next 2 days. If you this one you're talking about now, but then you create Oyo Ibadan out of Oyo. From next year, Oyo and Ibadan will become themselves because they have become two different people. You don't just create states, you create ethnic tension. So we're starting ourselves as enemies.
But to an extent, you are right, because even now, all officials of Yoruba stock in Kogi State that is serving in the government and that is serving in Kwara, they always say they are Yoruba people. But then they are from a different political zone and from different states. Politically, whether written in the constitution or not, they are not classified against with Southwest. So, but they use it against the Tinubu administration all the time. The government has been Yorubanized, but they forget that the INEC man, the chief of army staff, you understand, technically they are not central citizen or indigene, or what do I call it?
Baba, even that silly fellow on TV, Sheon Kibaloye, he forgets himself that he himself is from the North Central. It took Ndume to remind him himself of this fact. It took Ndume to remind him that he's from the North Central for him to stop you saying the Yoruba government nonsense.
I disagree with Warpeace that having a state created does not make people different people. So the idea that because if they give Oyo State a different state from Ibadan, they become different people. No, they are still the same people. It's like same people in Abule and people in Songota are different people. They are still the same Awori people. You just live in different states. Just to clarify that part. Yeah.
Baba, you're talking from a very sorry. You're talking.
Sorry. In addition to what Babati just said, just the way they carve the old Oyo State into two, are you going to tell me Oshun or your people are different? They are not. Actually, to be frank, in the federal system that we copy from the US, from the American, states are very important. But the way they do it in Nigeria is, because of politics and power. Actually, if they want to create a state and they are talking about ethnic group, I don't think some people part of Kogi or part of Kwara and Kogi are predominantly Yoruba state. And so when they appoint some people from that place and they bear Yoruba name, people will think that, okay, they are putting Yoruba, but actually they're from the North Central. But the point is that when the Northern man want to talk, you say the North, but North Central is totally different from people from the Northeast or Northwest. So you can pick it up. What piece? You can go ahead.
Okay, you guys are seeing it from a very high level. At the end of the day, maybe we take on that thing to understand the damage this state creation is causing us. We're talking about Osun State and Oyo. They used to create Osun from Oyo. Go to Oyo now. Go to Oyo from Oyo now to go, or the band to go and take land or dry land if you're not moving your cutlass.
No, we're not talking about.
Wait, hold on.
Culturally,
leave culturally. I'm not talking about culture. Do you hear me talking about culture? I'm talking about the same democracy. Hold on. I'm talking about the purpose, the democracy that created it for the way it's costing us. Look at tribal tension everywhere. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I think he's having a problem.
Yeah, if I and Remy from the same mother get divided by lines, yeah, we understand. But DNA-wise, we see the same. It doesn't change. It's not a tribal argument. You're still the same people, just living in a different state. It's that simple.
And then when they
tribality or whatever, I don't know why.
Even when they divide all those states, even as an Oyo man, I can go to Osun to go and buy land. They will not say because I'm from Oyo, they are not selling me land. They are not telling me because I'm from Osun, I cannot live in Ibadan anymore. No, because they are still the same people.
And if you want land, you can buy land. Nobody's coming from buying land. So
I don't know what
argument is really. Yeah, there are Remy, do you know in Ogun and Oyo, there are villages, there are towns that have obas, but the kingdom crosses between Ibadan, Ogun and Oyo states.
Yes, of course.
So
right.
when you say, oh, because now I govern spaces within 2 states, then I don't have a say because I have to pick one. I don't know what this argument is really here.
I think the bone of contention here is that we are getting to a stage that resource will be given to the state, so that all this noise of federal government is controlling them. The more the federal government continues to devolve power to the state, and they control everything by themselves. They have their own state policing. Because all of these things we are talking about is because of the power. Everybody wants to grab the power from the center. Once you make the center more unattractive, then you will see serious-minded people becoming state governor. But because as a governor in Nigeria, you don't need to be hardworking. Just be lazy. Just get some technocrat, collect the money from Abuja on the 25th, and do whatever you want to do with the money. And the people, Nigerian people, are so docile. They don't normally talk. And because they knew quite a while that if they want to point at accusing finger, it's always to the presidency. So the governor just have the governor are the most powerful in Nigeria. Let's call it spade a spade. Because 90% of Nigeria, or more than 95% of Nigerians, are living in the states.
Remy, can I ask you this in Yoruba? Can I listen? Not really car our governor Lawoko.
First, I think they should remove that.
When they get this state police, they won't behave like Imakide. Imagine Imakide with police.
Then we're in trouble. So this
is one of the things they are doing in reconsidering this police thing. Because imagine Wike were a governor and he has his own police.
They said they should not create state police. I listened to that interview. They should not. I have my state assembly. If I want state police, it's the state that should just go ahead and create their own state police. Nobody should force a state commissioner of police on any governor. So you can see that is the bone of contention in the bill that the National Assembly are drafting. The bone of contention is how do we curtail these excesses? And part of what the federal government is trying to do is that probably maybe the federal government that will shortlist a state commissioner of police for them, that man should come from the state. So that is the problem they are having. If they can find a way around that one, so that the government should not use them indiscriminately against their opponent or even against the citizen of that state. So that is the major issue now. If not because of this, they would have been passed now. He did not submit any memorandum. He was so late before he submitted his own memorandum. That guy is quite unfortunate that sometimes, some states in Yoruba land, I don't know, they are not even, the standard is so low. It's compared. Yeah.
Mr. Remy Makinde Malvishokoto say pe roko oba, don't worry.
Sorry, but it has a say, influence in who becomes the next governor.
No,
it doesn't. Adekombi is going to win in
it doesn't. It does not have nothing, no political value, nothing.
Sorry, BT. Sorry, BT. Guys, we'll be taking it to the back in about 5 minutes. Anybody that wants to come in now.
Where's Mike now? Mike was here earlier. I saw him.
Mike was here. Simba was here, but I have to go to bed. Okay. So.
One man, Baba, would I get a chance to say something that is pressing on my mind for a while?
Please go ahead.
We're just free flow, No, there's no order to this.
Discriminate transfer of voter registration. I mean, I think the Senate and the legislative have to pass a law that makes it impossible for people to arbitrarily just change.
From where to where? Be more
people
specific.
People are just changing voter registration. It doesn't matter from where to where.
From the southeast to Lagos State now.
It's not even southeast to Lagos State or not. It's not. It doesn't matter where you're changing from. It could be even from one local government to the next local government.
All right, we've got Choma and Simba in now. Let me hand it over to Simba. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Good. I hand over to Choma, please.
All right, let me hand over to Choma. All right, let me Choma. Thank you. I think Choma actually came in because I made the call, but thank you, Choma.
No, hand it over to Simba. I'm sleeping.
No, Choma. Now you did control.
Choma, you did excellently well yesterday. That's why people want you to
exactly. I'd rather you just
Yes,
So
maybe you can start another fight between, like you did between Enigmatic and Two Niger. So if we can have another one of those, that would be great. But
one
thank you
man, you
for
need to go and get a better for tonight. Let's look better for tonight.
Banla Koboko ni Enigmatic for Lano, yeah, Banla Koboko. Yeah, but let me bail out. See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Have a good evening. But like Baba, the thing about it is this: it doesn't matter where you're transferring from or transferring to. You could even be transferring from one local government to the next local government. I think people should be locked to where they are residents. Number one, where they are permanently resident. Because you cannot have. And they should be locked. They should be locked according to tax as well, where they are tax compliant and where they are permanently resident.
Wait,
and they should be locked for 4 years. You should not be able to. Once you are locked in for the 4 years, and the year before and the year after the general elections, at least a year before the general elections, you should not be able to change.
I am proposing this. This is my personal opinion. I think if
you don't propose anything, Remy.
Okay, just
we have a country of law. Nigerians don't like respecting laws, particularly when they are disadvantaged. They lash out. That's the only language we understand. We just lash out and do a giddy, like say they should come and do their worst. And the government worst will prevail at the end of the day. INEC officially has closed the register. Now they are transferring themselves and doing a lot of cross-carpeting. At the tribunal, even if you won, at the tribunal, it will be nullified. It will be nullified. So all your effort, your money,
we are not even talking about the candidate. We are talking about look at this scenario.
All will come up in way. Listen, Farabale, all these things, INEC cannot mitigate against it now. They have their rules. When you go to court eventually, those two places you register that are illegal, even there is a penalty to pay, I think 7 years or 7 million or 2 years. If your opponent present the two registers, the court subpoena the registers of two parties and could prove that this name belongs to you because your NIN is what you use in registering. So if you do look, you are just wasting your time. But Nigerians don't always believe. They believe they are invisible. That it will not happen to me.
What I wanted to say is this. I'm not saying that people can, because it's the law, you can transfer your voter's card from one state to another state. But there must be a caveat. The caveat should be, before you can able to transfer your voter's card to another state, you should have lived in that state for 5 years. Live, and then you also pay tax.
I think 5 is even a bit much. I think 5 is much. I think you should have been resident for at least 2 years.
When you move to another state without contributing nothing to that state, and then you are living there, and when election comes, because you want to influence the election directly or indirectly, you now change your voters card registration to that state. It's unfair because the resources you are using in that state that is meant for you in your state, which you have already left. So I think the people should just sit down. 5 years. When you want to transfer your voter's card, stay 5 years in that state, contribute to that state, pay tax, pay everything, then you are free to go. Because the way we are doing it is just everything just modular.
I think 5 years is a stretch. And I think even when you look at
not just legality. The reason why I pick 5 years is that you won't be able to influence another election
within the calendar period. Yes, I would like a situation where an individual doesn't just arbitrarily move within an electoral cycle. But I think what is logical for me, and it's the same way it operates everywhere in the world. For you to vote in a calendar year, you must have been tax resident, and permanently resident in that locality. It's not just about the states. It could be that local government as well. You must have been permanently resident, on that register for a period of at least 1 calendar year. And we need to be able to demonstrate that you are permanently resident at that address. And that's the other thing about registration, NIN. People, the government as well should be able to have a documentation of where is the individual's permanent residency. It's very important. I mean, even if we talk about developed societies, I think I can remember the incident of I think there's a former American footballer that wanted to contest in Texas that had some issues with having a residence in Atlanta or something. The Americans would know about this story. He wanted to contest on the Republican Party, some big guy like that. I can't remember. I know his name doesn't come to mind right now. But he was denied because of the matter of residency. You could not. You can't have two. You can't be resident in two locations and try to arbitrarily move from one location to the other locations for political gain. Oh, it's just not proper.
Our system in Nigeria, can they verify? Because you must be resident in the new area. How do they verify?
I think tax residency is the best. I think tax residency is the best way because with our new laws, you need to do your tax. You have to do your tax at the end of the year. Every Nigerian technically has a tax registration, and you need to have a tax declaration at the end of the calendar year. I think that way is at least a way for people for them to confirm that this is the address that you're providing as your residence, and also this the address. This is your tax. This is where you're domiciled in terms of taxation. Because the reason that is very crucial is because if you give false representation in your tax declarations, it's illegal, and you then become liable for it. And by the time individuals actually try to circumvent the law and they get caught and they're actually then being punished by the law, I think then people would actually say, you know what, is it worth it? Should I lie on my tax form about where I'm tax resident because I want to game the electoral register?
I don't think we are really practicing federal system, to be frank, because if we are really practicing, like you said, compared to the Western world, when you move from one state to another state, the first thing you do when you rent an apartment or is just for you to go and register with the police so that they can document you, they can know how old are you, where are you coming from, what kind of job you are doing, everything like that, before you can have access to the state resources in terms of free health, free education for your children, or blah, 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 whatever that they are providing in that state. But the way we are doing, we just move en masse. Okay, I want to go and find Nigerian dream in Lagos. You just carry your Ghana must go and then you move it. Sometimes you don't even know nobody. Just go and scout under the bridge. The system is not well structured.
See, that's the problem, though. I mean, this is a matter of Lagos.
It will overstretch the resources of that state, where millions and millions of people are moving to that place without contributing nothing to the development of that state. That is exactly what is going on in the Southwest now. Let's be frank. Look at your state now. When you go to Ibadan, you just see hundreds, thousands of Okada riders. Where are they from? They are not the local people. The majority of them are from the northern part of the country. They don't even have a place to sleep.
Are we going to demand for their tax? Those Okada riders, is it going to demand for their tax?
Well, according to the law, Aro is not the one demanding for their tax. According to the law, they need to be tax compliant.
Do you bar people from voting if they don't pay taxes? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, is that not how it works in America?
No. For the Nigerian situation,
you need to be for you to be appropriately on the tax register. You need to be compliant in terms of your tax.
I'm asking you again. Are you saying that if I cannot present my tax form
certificate, yes, you are not a proper
in Nigeria that doesn't pay taxes should not vote? Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Not that pay tax, but you should have your tax certificate up to date. Failing to do that, you actually because technically, BT, if you don't do your tax certificate,
let's not do that. I don't come on now. You say let it be up. That means you are paying. That means you are up because you are paying.
But we know according to the law that not everybody pays because if you have
I am saying that is a very gray area that you're looking at here because we know our people don't pay taxes. I would not.
Well, then you deny yourself of the civic right to vote.
That is against their own very constitutional right to vote for who they want, regardless of them paying taxes or not.
But BT, in what country do people that don't live up to their civic responsibilities
I am discussing the peculiarity of our people and our situation. And I'm saying that,
our people need to wake up at some stage.
Hold on, let me finish. I am saying that, sir, is to Remi's point, if someone that or kind of from the north comes to Lagos, is still going to vote, and you demanding his tax form will be a very strange concept to him.
No, I'm not demanding his tax. I'm just saying it should be in the electoral law that for you. It's so there's two things here now. I'm not talking about the right to vote. Okay, I'm talking about the transfer, the arbitrary transfer of the vote or in the voter registration.
But that affects it. But if it cannot transfer it in the first place because it doesn't have the tax form, then it cannot vote. Then it bars him from voting.
Well, it was registered somewhere beforehand, was it not?
No. I this thing is very funny. Some people, they went back home to do their voters registration, but they are living in Lagos. They are not voting in Lagos, so they are voting in their
that should be Remy. That should be illegal.
That should be illegal. That's what I'm saying. That should be illegal. You should be able to. You should vote where you are publicly resident. It should be illegal.
Arrow. Same thing happens during the census. When people will go home to get counted at home, getting more resources for their own people, then come back to that state and then demand to be taken care of.
You can't go to the north when it's time to vote. You can't return to the southeast when it's time to vote. No, and you can't come to the southeast to somewhere else when it's time to vote. You can't move around just for the voting. No, you don't move around. Where you are permanently resident and your tax compliance is where you should vote.
And your numbers should count when it comes to the population census, and to also
yes,
I agree with you totally. But I'm saying that how you achieve that is what I don't know. I agree with you, but it's a very difficult tax to achieve.
Well, we have NIN. No, but BT, what I'm saying is this: we have NIN, yes, and we have the tax, and we have their tax register. And according to the law, the tax laws, every Nigerian, number one, has a tax number, yes. Yeah. And according to the law, every Nigerian needs to actually. It doesn't matter if you are, if you that based on your earnings, if you need to pay tax. Some people are. Everybody is going to do their tax. What's the by the end of the year anyway? Their tax returns at the end of the year. It doesn't matter. The tax return, you don't say, okay, this is how much you earned. You need to pay. You don't need to pay. But irrespective of if you're above or below, you need to do your tax returns. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay. It doesn't matter how much you earn. If you earn zero, you do your tax return and say you earn zero.
So if you
the same way it works, the same way it works everywhere in the world. Okay. Now that you're tax compliant, when you are doing your tax form, you're going to be asked for your location of permanent residency, and that there would then be used to justify where the voters register.
So I have a question, like Mr. Arogideba. So my question is, on my NIN, like I'm located, like my permanent resident is in Banana Island, right? Ikoyi to be precise. But I was born in Imo State, right? So where do you think I should vote? Since I spend most of my money in Lagos anyway, right?
Do you have a voter's card written that you are from Banana in Lagos?
Soon, I might get it this month.
Now, if you do, so if you don't have a voter's card, I don't think we should answer your question.
First of all, I'm asking a question. Don't get offended.
Hello, are they voting now? Sorry to come in. Sorry,
Remy,
can you hear me?
Why are you already upset?
Because you don't have a voter's card. It's a very.
Can you hear me?
Because if you do,
yes, we can hear you, ma. Yes, ma.
Sorry. Sorry to Bajen. Did you say that voting according to where you were born?
No.
I said my NIN is located in Ikoyi, Banana Island, right? I was born in Imo State. But I'm saying,
so where did you register?
I registered my NIN in Nigeria, in Lagos.
Okay, so where did you register to vote?
No,
I haven't registered yet, but I'm just saying, if I was to register like this month, June, I would register for Lagos because it's closer to me,
Yeah, sure. Wherever you register, that's where you vote.
So that's what I was telling them. I could vote in Imo State and also in Lagos if I want to, right?
No, you cannot.
No, you can't do that. Too. If you register your voter's card in Lagos, then you vote in Lagos.
The point we're making is that, sorry, Remy.
Okay.
Don't make it easier for people to just jump up and down, move around, and vote anywhere, anytime.
So what's the restriction they put?
Right now, within 6 months to a year, you can move anywhere and do the same thing in Nigeria currently. The law is too loose it makes it easier for you to move without even showing any evidence of like tax receipt for 2 or 3 years.
No, what do you mean by easy to move? Is it easy to change your location of voting or what?
To transfer, yes, transfer your, you can, very easy in Nigeria. You can transfer your
it's good now. It's good. If it's easy to transfer, it makes it easier. Don't you think so?
But no. What we are in the real context of it, a lot of people transfer just to influence the election of a state, which is not good. Because for example,
hold on.
No, let me finish. Sorry, let me finish. Which is not good because you are influencing another state while you are living your own state to influence the electorate there. Because at the end of the day, for example, what happened in Lagos after the presidential election, they also want to influence who will become the governor of that state, and they are not from that state. Their state is maybe anywhere from apart from.
Okay. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
If you people want me to say. The flexibility.
Madam Zita, can I say something before you go ahead? Just so I clarify, I had to step away. It's not a matter of where you're from. It's a matter of where you're resident. I'm not contesting about where you're from or where you're not from. I'm contesting that where you are resident is where you should be allowed to vote. Okay, because that's also where you're tax compliant. That's where the law recognizes you to be from. That's my contention. So just to clarify.
Okay, let me say this. The flexibility is for when you make it flexibility. I don't even know why they didn't put people in diaspora. Flexibility makes it, gives you, how will I put it now? So that no one should be disenfranchised. Why did they make it so flexible? Life do happen. Between the time you registered, you can get a transfer. Something might move you to Abuja. Something might move you to Imo State. So they shouldn't be rigid. But the thing is that they will make it in a way that maybe 3 months or 1 month to the election, you don't have you wouldn't have the chance to swing again. But you shouldn't tell people not to transfer. If they want to transfer, let them transfer now.
So you gave a very good reason. Maybe you move because of work. But most Nigerians, sometimes they just transfer not because of work, just to influence the outcome of that election. After the election, they will go back to their state.
Yeah, I see, because I want to vote for P2B in Lagos. So I know that I know that P2B is going to win in Lagos because of me, for sure. And my friends.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Remy, did you hear that?
In every policy and every law,
I'm pretending I didn't hear that.
People must find a walk around. So you should forget about the walk around. If the whole of Igbo people wants to move to Lagos, which does not really make sense to me. P2B won Lagos last time. He's not in Aso Rock. So if they want to move, all of them to move to Lagos to claim that P2B is going to win Lagos, if that's going to make them happy, that's okay. As long as he didn't end up in Aso Rock. So I don't know. Winning Lagos might be, after all, the other one he won is only by 10,000 votes or whatever you people call it. But it's a win. But at the end of the day, he wasn't in Aso Rock. So if he can get a chunk of a vote in a state by people moving there, it doesn't matter.
And I have my brother cousin. He's in Ogun State. He works in Ogun State. So I think he's gonna vote in Ogun State for P2B. So just that you should know, Remy. Did you hear me, Remy?
I no problem. Continue now.
Chioma, tell your brother, your cousin, on the election day, you should wear an helmet.
I'm sure. I mean, there's so many of us there.
So what's going on?
Baba,
what is going on in Nigeria now?
I've been in
Actually, to
Ogun
be
State
frank,
twice.
all of them will get vote at the end of the day, whether it's 1,000 or 20,000 or 100,000, they will get vote. But at the end of the day, Tinubu will still get the majority of the vote in the Southwest. That is all the truth.
The only thing I'm telling you
It will
that
happen in the
you
Southwest.
can be running to Lagos to concentrate. Tinubu might take few of your states in Igbo land. You know, when I say this kind of a thing, people laugh. Because sometimes the way some people look at this Nigerian politics, they look at it, they come across to me as mad people who don't know anything. I don't blame Soludo for calling them headless mob. You don't run politics like that. What if you have Imo State 580? Definitely, if you are going to win Tinubu, you and Tinubu will, just as before, you share Lagos, the whole of Lagos State with him. What if he takes Owerri 580,000 votes? That's crazy. If Tinubu gets
Madam Zita,
580,000
do you
votes in
want
Imo State,
Chairman to
that's
go?
madness.
Madam Zita, do you want Chairman to go gaga? APC taking 500,000 in Imo.
But that's the
He
number
should
of
not be
members, excuse me,
anymore.
but that is the number of their registered members in Imo State.
Yeah, it's true.
Uh-huh. So
No,
what if they claim that number came out to vote? What are you going to do?
What I know categorically is that Obi is not getting that 94% vote in the Southeast this time.
I'm telling you that Tinubu will win Imo State.
Yeah,
I don't they talk am now. You know they and they laugh. Go struggle Lagos, lose Imo, lose Enugu, lose Ebonyi. Your eye go red. Make all of una change una what do you call it? Transfer your votes to Lagos and find out that by the time you finish gathering the small vote you will gather in Lagos, you've
Madam
lost.
Zita, I want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
There's a video online now where a lot of people in Kano, they were burning the posters of Kwakwanso and Obi together. They were quite angry and frustrated at how come Kwakwanso can be VP to Atiku, to Obi, sorry. So what do you think in terms of political permutation for Kano State? Do you think with Kwakwanso on the ballot with Obi, do you think Kwakanso will get Obi will get a lot of vote in Kano?
And they laugh. You see, I said this before and I will say it again. Kwankwanzia is when Kwakwanzo is on the ballot. When I don't mean ballot of being a second handle, ballot of running himself. Because if you watch, but he has not been a vice president candidate anyway, so I wouldn't know how they will react. But several times when he support a party, he's not on the ticket, they don't vote for that party. Go and check the record. They don't vote for that, but actually that party does.
Like yesterday, I was saying that that move by Kwakwanso to be VP to be was childish politics. How come? How dare? Sometimes I wonder this politician they would just. I think
it depends. It depends on what he's looking for now.
No, I don't. What is he looking for? People are not dummy head. Do you think
see, Kwakwanzo is not a.
Do you
think ask me a question? Let me tell you something. I don't even know what you people rate that Kwankwanzo to be. As long as I'm concerned, Kwankwanzo is an unstable politician. He's an unstable politician. I don't know why you people rate him so high. Maybe because of those Kwankwanzi, and when he come out, they will wear a red cap like people where they do winch, and he never wins anything. Maybe that's why everybody is showing interest in him. He has a good CV, but I don't see him as a good anywhere close to. I don't even want to look. Let me tell you, people. When I talk now, you're going to abuse me. I am relishing the number that came out from my state. Oh, I know one here that my state beat Kanu in this election. I'm still I'm still like the dame that dream. Do you know what it means for my state to be in the map of politics in Nigeria? I'm still dancing around on I don't like this guy, but this una Kanu. It's no longer pleasing to me because it's beneath my state of all state in Nigeria. So I'm not. Let 5 of them share the vote in Kanu. As long as the vote in Imo State go to one person, I don't care. Honestly. Make una dey there, they shout Kanu. How many votes they for Kanu?
No,
Hmm?
no, I am just looking at the way
You are not
Kwakwanso play.
understanding what I am saying.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just looking at how Kwakwanso plays his own
Forget
politics.
about Kwankwanzo. It's politics. Anybody can play politics.
This is just a discussion. This is
The
just a
question you ask is whether he will. I think they will vote for
no,
him. You shouldn't be thinking
my
of.
yes. My follow-up question that because a lot of people said is playing against 2031 in the next 4 years. Is there any guarantee that even if he is the VP to Obi this time around and they lose, and in the 4 years, then Southeasterner will now vote for Kwakwanso? I don't think so at all. I don't believe that.
Please, let's 2031 will take care of itself. Let's concentrate on 2027. When Buhari was contesting his second term in 2019, if they tell you that Igbo people will be running Obi Kerenke around the world in 2023, would you ever believe it? Of course, you wouldn't believe it. If they tell you that somebody like Peter Obi, because of youth corpus, will get 6 million votes, will you believe it in 2019 as a presidential candidate? Of course, you will not believe it. So we are in 2027, doing 2027 presidential election. You are talking about 2031. I'm not interested in 2031. I'm interested in 2027. And I am more interested in the numbers because politics is a game of numbers. I'm looking at the numbers in each state, and I am interested in the ones that have very high number of voter turnout,
So if you are
at
looking
least
at
for
the
the
number,
primaries.
what about NDC coming out that they have 46 million voters in their register?
I beg, INEC don't die.
That's
So
what
you
it
just come out and claim number, and INEC will say, yes, that is your number. I beg, please.
it was very funny. Interesting.
It doesn't work that way now. It's not to make number. If they get INEC not angry, INEC, if they do that, their eyes on the judiciary, INEC will tell the whole world how many each party, the number of their registered voters. And the sky will not fall. It's only INEC that has the
Madam
right to
Sita,
publish it.
are you sure these registered voters is authentic?
Well, my sister, that's why I tell you that politics is dirty. It's very dirty, my dear.
So
The
you're
man,
aware that
the
it's
man
dirty
has
and it can
just
be
listen,
manufactured.
but it's good you show your own. The man has shown you your own. Deal with it. That
So
was why primary
why are you
elections are
so
good.
confident?
If your P2B have done primaries and then we sit down here, Lagos State, this is what he got. Enugu State, this is what he got. Bauchi State, this is what we got. We should be talking. But it's not after the general election. Somebody will come and start calling numbers. APC, with their conglomeration of smart guys, they have shown you their numbers. And that number sticks. Hate them, like them, I don't care. That is the
Manufactured
number.
numbers.
They told you this number voted for Tinubu. This number voted for the other, I don't even know who the guy is. And then INEC certified the result. Deal with it. No other party. ADC tried to do it. How many did they get? Look at PDP. Come on now. The election is over. But if anybody says it's not over, let's wait. Because there is no way, Shoma, you will tell me that APC is telling the whole world that they have 582,000 members in Imo State. They didn't stop there. Okay, those are the ones that voted for Tinubu. Okay, let's assume that the other man got 0 vote. That is the only vote. Okay. They're telling you that 582,000 people came out in Imo State for the primaries to vote for Tinubu, to match him, confirming him to go in their name for presidency come January. And you are telling me that come January, that 580 something will not come, or even 500 will not come out. Shoma, una go see politics, so una never see politics for una life. Una
So,
go
Madam
see,
Zita,
you know what they call politics 101.
so you're certifying bold rigging.
You don't, okay, Shoma, do you know what you will do for me? When after this talk, tomorrow, when you close from work, please don't forget. I don't know which browser you use or dictionary you use. Ask it, what are the ways elections are being rigged? It will run out ways elections can be rigged. Then when you look at those ways, you look around the world. And when you come back here tomorrow, you tell me that country that have not used one of that way, one of that ways to rig an election in their country. Elections are rigged. I have said this
Okay,
several
so
times.
so why then are you confident that Imo states will vote for Tinubu based on this rigging assessment you just concluded?
Okay, that is one way they rig the election. Imo State will go for Tinubu. I will be shocked if Imo State does not go for Tinubu.
By rigging, Abby?
It's not rigging. They have already
You
told you,
said it's
okay.
rigging. You came to that
Oh,
conclusion.
Chioma, let's have a nice conversation.
Okay, we are.
A party came out and told you that in this particular state, we have 580 something members. That's what they told you. We have, I'm just giving an example. We have 580 something members. And they said they're doing primary election. In that primary election, let's say 470 came out to vote for the primaries. And in that 470, let's assume 400 voted for the candidate that won. That is 400,000 voted for the candidate that won. There is every chances that the remaining 70 that voted for the other guy might end up, maybe 20,000 of them will join the winning team. On the election day, there is 95% chances that 420 will still vote for that man they voted in the primary. Listen carefully. Now, the question is, how many people in the general election in the state that will come out to vote? That is where the rigging will come. If in the general election, 700,000 people come out to vote, trust me, that party that had already had 470,000 people is cruising home with victory.
Yes. So, but Madam Zita, with all due respect, you contradicted yourself because you once said that you cannot rig where you're not popular.
That
So
is why,
come
okay,
during the general election. It's that what your whole analysis will not be possible. Tinubu may
that's
not
why
even
I
get one
do. Hold
vote.
on. That's why they conducted that primaries in Imo State. That willingness you people are capitalizing on, they have proven to you that willingness already. The willingness, you're saying, during the general election, Imo State people don't like Tinubu, they're not going to vote for Tinubu. They don't. That is speculation. And in that speculation, people have used it to win elections. Now, that speculation that they don't like Tinubu, they have cleared it now by pulling out 582,000 people to support Tinubu. That is a masterclass large number. But you can think I'm talking rubbish, but let's wait. You might think I am talking rubbish. General election is general election. How can somebody willingly come out to sit or stand under the sun to vote for somebody to advance the person to go for general election, which is called primary election? And on the general election, you sit down here to tell me that the person will not still have the willpower to come out again and stand on the line and say, I want this man in the primary. Yes, let him win. The chances is 0.001%.
Yeah,
That is what I'm trying to make.
Anybody that shows up for you in your primaries is going to show up for you in general.
Hello?
But just based on how they were counting the votes, it doesn't seem legitimate at all.
Yeah, but they inflated the number to make sure that they can. I mean, if they tell you they have 11 million on election day, you're not going to doubt it. They already had 11 million that showed up for the primaries.
It's so sad. We are the problems of Nigeria. Just like based on.
Okay, I have Chichi. I have explained this thing to you in the US. That's why when they're doing that, they are ridiculous poster. I go there for my where I did they giggle for laughter. That's why you find it difficult seeing a blue state turn red, unless they go hard on it. Or you see a red state turning blue, unless they have to go hard on it. Do you know how they do it? Just like what Tinubu did. He's a Chicago boy. They will project their members. Members are important. Members are loyalists now. What part of it is somebody not trying to understand? Members are called loyalists. They are not ordinary voters in the street that you have to convince. These are people, some of them earn salary. Some of them get Dutch money. Some of them are people who are OAS member to one political bigwig or the other. Some of them are friends and relations of big men that are members of that party. Some of them are people that party is somehow, somewhere sponsoring. These are what they call members. They are loyalists. They call it in the United States card-carrying members. That is a sure vote. This is what I'm trying to make P2B supporters understand. But they're not listening. Because at the end of the day, they don't abuse INEC, abuse the judiciary, run around the internet, demeaning Nigeria, ridicule Nigeria, and then what?
Okay, in addition to what you have been saying, when we talk about grassroots politics, that is where the state structure is very important. Grassroots politicians, they are being paid monthly salary. They get a lot of juicy appointment. They get a lot of things from the ruling party. If they happen to find themselves in power, the advantage of doing primaries are very enormous because you know who is who. And after the primaries, then you can do reconciliation among the people you contested with. But look at NDC primary, it's all in chaos because at the end of the day, they were just writing names. Consensus. You see all over the internet, people are complaining. And this is just a new party. And the way they
voted for them? That is the question. We want to know. Mr. Lagwaja got 15,000 votes.
No, they didn't.
Contested with Mr. Bogo. Mr. Bogo got 2 votes. Therefore, Mr. Lagwaja is the winner.
I think the
that
issue
is the easiest way to rig election. Very easy.
Most Nigerians think that politics is just a simple game. Just shout on the internet and you just line up and people just vote for you. It's more than that.
Madam Zita, I want to say something. You make some statements and, we don't agree on everything, but you make some statements that flies over the heads of some people. Yeah. You've been saying something about Tinubu is a Chicago guy, boy. But some people don't understand the importance of that statement. So I think maybe
No, they don't. They don't.
it's good for us to explain what they call Chicago politics. The Teamsters, okay, which is the unions and the gangsters and the the Chicago politics is peculiar, well, Boston, Chicago, I mean that area, and that's exactly like you said. Tinubu understand the politics. It's all about grassroots. It's all about getting out the vote. It's all about having guaranteed people that number one, are grassroots, are going to get the votes out to you. Those votes are locked down, and that those people can also motivate other people under their influence to come out and vote for you. And it starts at the primaries. Whatever you do at the primaries just goes on to general election. I mean, people they don't understand how politics even plays out in other parts of the world. I think that's why they don't even understand the nuances of when you say Chicago, Tinubu is Chicago, you understand Chicago politics. And to be frank, when you look at it, Tinubu is playing classic American politics, the way it used to be played right through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. He's playing politics the way the likes of Reagan, and that's exactly how they play their politics. Nixon.
So you mean tell me, Madam Zita, Tinubu would get the same amount of votes in the general election that he got on
I am telling
primaries?
you. See, let me tell you.
I will hold you to it, though.
Yes, please hold me to it. And please, when the result come out, believe. If I am right, just believe. Don't water it down. I beg you, learn from it.
You said 500,000 in Imo State,
Imo
correct?
State is 582,000 votes.
Okay, I will hold you to
laughable. That's why. Hold on. That's why I said.
I'm not even sure he got up to 500 votes last.
Don't worry now. Don't worry. You will see. You will see what they call. Listen carefully. You will see what they call.
Praising scam? This is
you will see what they call classical politics.
Chioma, you are fixated on the other. There's a scam.
Hold on.
Stop fixating on that.
I am too American and civilized for this type of. Why you
that's how American politics actually is played.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a simple question. If they ask you, you are in, okay, let me give you an example. You are in Aba, they call you on the phone, ask you, how many children will you get? You say, I get 10. Then in Abuja, they go say, everybody when one come Abuja, make him carry all in children come. You don't go carry your 10 children go. I ask you a simple question. You dey Aba, they ask you for Aba. Chioma or Chichi, madam, how many children will you get? You say, I get you 10 children here. You say, okay, where you want go? You say you want go Abuja. For Abuja, they shall say, anybody when one come Abuja, carry your children, they come. Carry all your children, they come. I ask you, Chioma, would you go with your 10 children? As you want go Abuja.
By hook or by crook, you go carry them each day now.
That is the politics. That is the simple explanation of the politics.
But it also depends on the person conducting, doing the census.
You don't understand what I said. The census have not started.
Is bringing
to
verify the family, the members of the household.
Hold on. You have already confirmed that you have 10 children. And they said, bring all your children to Abuja. You bring your 10 children, come. You have already confirmed to everybody that you have 10 children.
You have 10 children.
But those may not be your children.
Wait now, calm down. Can we learn? If they say, anybody, when one come Abuja, we don't hear now, una don't they shout how many children we una get. But make we tell you now, if any of you want enter Abuja, you must come with all your children. If you enter Abuja, hold on. If you enter Abuja with your 10 children, is there any possibility that somebody will doubt you?
Yes.
Okay.
It depends on who is conducting the census and
It's
who will
difficult for them to
verify the
but
household members.
remember
sorry.
she prefaced it, Madam Zena prefaced it by saying that you've been telling people beforehand that you have 10 children. Remember, you've already been telling people beforehand that you
This
have 10
is
children.
gaslighting. It's not right. You people should not be talking like this. This is a global platform. We're not scammers.
Let me give you a tip. Can you hear me?
Let's be
Oh, you guys can't hear me
authentic.
again.
Yeah, I
We
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Too bad.
We can hear you,
we can hear you.
Patrick.
Oh,
Pato, we can hear you. Pato, we can hear you.
oh, we have to come back.
He'll come back.
Actually, what Madam Zisa is trying to tell you, you do not understand, Chioma. And maybe you pretend not to understand. She is trying to tell you that a party project their strength, their internal strength. Now, if election comes proper and they are telling you they have 500,000 votes in Imo, are you going to dispute it? They will just flaunt their primaries in front of you and it's over.
We need to verify the household members.
Who are you to verify?
We need to see the birth certificates, the NIN. We have to conduct DNA tests. We need to do things like we're civilized. You know?
Let Pato go.
Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
give you one information that I think we are not getting at here. We are not saying that I am. Zita might be saying that. I am not saying that in Imo, Tinubu will get 500,000. But I am seeing what they are saying, that this primary is going to show the likelihood, the trend, not necessarily the exact numbers, the trend that the re-election is going to come to. But Obi missed that opportunity to show that strength by not participating in the primary election. It's just like a student that took a mock exam before the actual exam. So if you are a student, all of you have been preparing, then one student took a mock before the actual exam. Who do you think will perform better?
Well, it depends, because he probably used Expo on the first
Do you think he
exam.
will not use the expo in the exam? If he had an expo,
It might be a different exam. It might be different people conducting the election.
will he
It
not
may
be
be
better
different
than the
people.
student?
It may be different people at the polling unit. No,
Will he
Remy,
not be better than the
I'm
student
not
that didn't
gaslighting.
even do the mock at all?
You people are gaslighting me, but I'm more than that. You know?
It's just like you want to prepare for JAM and you practice a JAM question from 1970 to 2000 and to 2025.
And you went to do a mock.
And who's going to pass better? Is it going to be the person that don't do nothing? Come on.
The person that did nothing, didn't even prepare, that just went into the exam. And the student that prepared for the exam and even did a mock exam.
Yeah, so it will be a different exam. What if
he doesn't know what he's missing?
The practice exam may not be the main exam that you will see on the exam day.
Let me give you an example. If you are for example, I used to live in a country that when you want to pass your driver license examination, they have 1,500 questions, and you must score 90 on 100 for you to get the license. What you need to do is to practice that 1,500, and that 1,500 question. When I did it, I see that most of the questions were repeated 4, 5, 6 times. By the time I went to the examination, I got 95. And I'm the only one that passed that examination as a foreigner in that particular exam. So is that what we are trying to say? When you prepare and they have a projection, if they have 500,000 members in Imo and they are the election proper, they get half of that vote. Don't you think that's an improvement from 5 or 10,000 4 years ago? That's what we are telling you. But
I think Choma, let me even say this. Choma, let me
because I've seen some people prepare and they got a totally different exam. It's like you guys taking anatomy and physiology A&P. I mean, no matter how much you study, I mean, it's a whole different ball game on the exam day.
Choma, this is social science. This is social science, not. But let me say this, Choma. I think you're forgetting something. When APC did their direct primaries, you need to remember that the primaries were counted ward by ward, polling area by polling area, local government by local government, state by state. then coalited finally at the federal. What they have done is they've done a preemptive tabulation of what the trend will be like Pato said. They know where the trend is. They also know the locations where they need to put the efforts. What they have done is this: they are actually strategizing so that they do not waste resources in areas already. They know the areas they need to put resources and areas they don't need to put resources now. They know the areas, the wards where they probably need to,
Where they need to rig. Basically, where they need to rig proper, right?
Where they need to maybe make some more improvements in the grassroots. Maybe where they need to,
That's true.
work on. Wait. There's grassroots politicians in every area that maybe they can track and swing. So essentially, what they are doing is they need to know where the swing states are, where the swing wards are. They're probably going to try and get some people, grassroots politicians in those areas, get them onto their side. If they can, they're probably going to see what they can do. See, this is politics, okay? They're going to deploy all the resources where they can, but they also want to deploy it efficiently. There's places where they know it's a done deal. They don't need to deploy resources there. But there's also areas now that they know that they need to put work in. And like someone said already, it's a failure on the opposition. Number one, the opposition are yet to tell us what their mandate is. So we don't know we really still don't know what the opposition are preaching, other than they want to get rid of Tinubu. That's not good enough. But the opposition also failed to conduct proper direct primaries and be able to strategize. The opposition still don't know where they're going to get their numbers. Tinubu is not exceptional.
We already know. I know where
Okay.
Tinubu will get his numbers. I know where Obi will get his numbers. I mean,
Yes.
definitely Imo State, Anambra. What are we strategizing on that? We don't need to strategize. It's only people that are bent on rigging that will have to strategize, and they'll be surprised on an election day.
Should I give you the
You
good
can't
news?
have village boys conducting this polling, and you think you rig it? It's so possible.
City boy go give Tinubu that one. Opposite Oduma. You do what?
It's not possible. Where are they now? They're not even making noise no more.
Don't worry.
They're all quiet. They're no longer making noise on social media. They have died down.
Let me tell you
They have all
something.
died down.
Chairman, let me tell you something.
That's the same way, Mr. Puff Puff,
Chairman, you guys always say something. You always say rigging. Let me tell you the truth. All the 36 states of Nigeria, they rig them. There are so many videos online when they are rigging, giving them money. Also in Anambra, in Imo, and the rest. So when you talk about rigging, everybody pay money to the voters to cast their vote. Actually, this election, you have to look at the parameters in 2023 to now. What happened in 2023 is no more happening now. It's different. The bias, the Obi was an opportunist, and he used it very well. Like I always said, an opportunist, you can only use it once. The next time they will cut your tail. He already knew they will cut his tail. That is not the truth. Because most time, in last 4 years ago, 2023, most of the state governors in Southeast, they folded their hand. They look away. But this time around, they will not look away. You will see, and don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. I'm amazed. Are this still my people? Why are they now voting for somebody like this? So don't be surprised. What they are telling you is that even if they cannot get 500,000 votes, banker, they will get 50% of the vote. And don't be surprised, because they will tell you, the people line, we can see whether they are counting 1 to 40 or 1 to 100. You can see people with your kuru eye. They did line up and cast their vote in their primaries. If NDC
are you going based on that video that obviously looked like a whole theatrics?
Do you know what they call perception? And then doing a sample.
Remy, you're so funny. We all saw those videos.
I'm telling you reality. When the election is going to come out, are you going to dispute the people that line up in Imo State and vote for APC in their primary? Are you going to say people did not line up?
There's nobody that lined up. That's what I've been trying to tell you people. The whole thing is a charade.
Why can't Obi also line up and let's see?
He doesn't need to.
Okay, then they will teach you their politics very well. And don't cry.
Teach what? Okay, let's see your performance on election day. That's the bone of contention. Let's wait till election day. Let's see how Madam Zita's crew will come and try to rig the election.
Election has already been done and concluded. They've already showed you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so it's fine. Tinubu is president, but not in Imo State.
I don't tell them now.
No, so that's what I'm saying. Tinubu will be president. Fine, I get that. But he's not even going to get any votes in Imo State. Highest, maybe 500 people. Maybe Uzodima's family members.
Is it not Is it not Topu Uzodima that is the governor?
Yeah, his family members will vote for Tinubu. That's fine.
Is it not Chief Prince? Wait, is it not Chief Prince Kubana that is one of his city boys?
You mean the laughing stock? You mean the laughing stock in on social media or in Imo State? That one is a laughing stock. Are you joking?
Let me ask you this question. Chioma, during the last election, the second time of Uzodima, he won landslide. Why did they vote?
All local governments, every single local government.
So they like him now. And before that time, they did not like him. They said, we did not vote him. He's the Supreme Court governor. That's what you guys call him. And just opposed to another 4 years, every local government voted for him. So what changes? I don't understand. And this guy is proving. Oh, sure, okay. I don't need to talk much. You will see.
I said I don't like Hope Uzodinma.
I wait for that day.
I don't like Hope Uzodinma, but I am so happy. For once, a governor, what's his name? My governor, what's that crazy guy's name?
Okorocha.
Okorocha tried to do this, but he couldn't. His
greediness was a nice man,
did not let him do it. This guy,
I like Owele now.
This Hope Uzodinma has played what I call the smartest politics ever played in Imo State. Hope Uzodinma has put Imo State in the political map in Nigeria. Imo State has more number than Kano. I am so proud of him.
Let's
wait to know what
I also think Tinubu is the brains behind that too.
No, see the way. Remember, you know, Chioma, do you know who Tony Anine is?
No,
Mr.
I don't know.
Fix-It. Okay, that was the person they called Mr. Fix-It during the Obasanjo era. Okay, Hope Uzodinma is Tinubu's Mr. Fix-It. Whenever Tinubu needs something done with the governors, and he needs to whip the governors in shape, and he needs to whip some party members in shape, you know who the person he uses? Hope Uzodinma. He doesn't even use Akpabio that much. And that's why some people are claiming that Hope Uzodinma is going to be the next Senate president, because he is the Mr. Fix-It in APC at the moment.
Thank you. We are not talking politics now, and he's going to show his muzzle in the election.
Yes, he's going to show his muzzle, and I won't be surprised. The next APC presidential candidate in 2031 is going to use Hope as his vice president.
Yeah,
mark my word.
If you look at any national event where Tinubu is present and all the governors and all the party members are seated, you'll notice that Hope Uzodinma is usually seated very, very close to where Tinubu is. And when you look at some of the even some things that didn't have to do with governors, that Tinubu needed someone to deal with it, who did he appoint? Hope Uzodinma to appoint to look after it. So in APC, Hope Uzodinma is the whip. If you know what a party whip is, the party whip for APC nationally is Hope Uzodinma. There's things that even they wouldn't send Femi Gbajabiamila to do. Hope Uzodinma is a person you send to go and whip people into shape. If you pay attention to how APC run the party, Hope is the person that whips people into shape in the party.
So you see what Uzodinma is doing. That is what Ojuzoka did not do. That is why he lost that Senate president seat to Akpabio. Because if he has done his homework very well and APC performed very well in Abia at that time, he would have been the Senate president of today. He didn't do that. But he was already
Akpabio is changing.
This is you people are saying, if Hope pull out that number,
it's hard to cheat like that.
If Hope Uzodinma pull out that number in January, come on.
It's
Una
going to
go
be
see politics.
wait. Akpabio is changing the senatorial standing rules. Why? Because he's afraid Hope is going to come in and become
They
the
have
Senate
already
president.
returned it back to normal now.
Yeah, they returned it back to normal. But the reason Akpabio is doing it is because he's afraid of Hope Uzodinma, and that's the reality.
It's true. Because if Hope Uzodinma can give APC a chunk vote like that, and you also get a lot of vote for his senatorial something, then he's already ahead of all of them. Unless
He's going to become the Senate president.
So that is why sometimes when I do my analysis, people don't understand, because a lot of people in the northern part of Nigeria that in APC that they are preparing for 2031 presidency, you are going to see their muzzle in this election. And then you'll be surprised. Even Atiku, that kind of vote he got in 2023, he cannot even get it in 2027. They will be even more competitive and he will lose more. First, it's not in the mainstream political party as we're talking today. And then APC that you said they were not strong. Can you see their rally in Jigawa, in Yobe, in Kano? Just go and see people. You'll be saying, they said they do not like Tinubu anymore. Sometimes when you're talking,
can I chime in now?
Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah, is Chairman there?
Yes. So Prince, that add this to your point. Will Oyo State even vote for Tinubu? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Choma, where have you been to in Oyo State before?
I know stuff. Don't worry.
Where? No, I'm not asking you if you know stuff. I'm asking you, have you been to Oyo State before?
She will tell you has been to Body and Ring Road.
I've been to Ogun State. You know.
Okay. All right. So I grew up. I'm not from Oyo State, but I grew up in Ibadan. Okay. I can tell you as a matter of fact. Okay. Ibadan people.
I know people from Ibadan.
You know what they call Ibadan people? Even the Yoruba people call Ibadan people when they Oriki. I won't tell you. Even if the man is watching you, he's telling you to walk ahead. He's telling you, go, keep walking. I have your back. Just keep looking. Just keep looking over your shoulder, because he'll be telling you, yeah, keep walking. I can guarantee you one thing for a fact: in Oyo State, they are gonna vote for Tinubu.
Really?
100%.
Massively.
Shoma, you're forgetting something. On election day, individuals go to the booth by themselves. All right. Forget how much they're being paid. Okay. When they are in that booth, they are still gonna vote their conscience. And when they're in that booth, they're also going to think about it. They're going to look at the names, okay? There's some people are going to vote along party lines. Some people are going to vote along ethnic lines. But some people are just going to say, who is the alternative? Do I really want to vote for this alternative? Or do people are comfortable with the devil they know? That's the reality of humanity. People are naturally afraid of change. One thing they know is they know what Tinubu offers. But the other thing they also know is they know what the opposition offers, unfortunately, because all the guys in the opposition are known individuals. They're already known. There's nobody, and that's why Obi had something in the previous election. It was an unknown quantity for quite a lot of people. Okay, it was rather unknown, and it played on the idea that it was a fresh individual. But unfortunately,
no, so I'm not talking about Obi. I'm talking about Sheyi.
No.
As in he will lose his own state.
Sheyi has no chance. He's gonna lose. Even in Ibadan. Wait, you don't know? I grew up in Ibadan. Okay, I know the politics of Ibadan well enough, and I know the social circles in Ibadan. Sheyi himself is a child of grace. Nominally, Sheyi should have never become the governor in Ibadan of Oyo State. Sorry. But it's just circumstances of what the previous governor, Sheyi won the same way Obi could have won in 2023. It was a protest vote. Sheyi becoming the governor is a protest vote. There was a protest against the excesses of Ajimobi and the way he treated Ladoja. And some of the things he did is the protest vote that brought Sheyi into place, because Sheyi was never in politics. Sheyi is a young man. When he became a governor, he's a very young man. Okay, in partisan politics, he never held any public office. Okay, so it was a protest vote breaking away from the Adedibu, because all Ajimobi, Lamadeshino, all of these people came up through the same political family. Action Group, Adedibu, NCNC, they all came up through the same political family. It's all about our family business. So when they brought Sheyi into places, because it was different, it was a protest vote. But Sheyi has actually, it's just not used that. He's not used that goodwill very well. So he can't transfer that to anybody else.
Because I think Tinubu will lose Oyo, and then he will also lose Osun State. Those two states he would definitely lose. Oyo and Osun State. Mark my words.
Okay, we are marking it down.
Okay, thank you, Remy.
Okay, actually,
Prince Daddy, I think Prince Daddy wanted to say something.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you can go ahead.
May I remind you guys that there will be elections in June?
In Osun.
I think two Senate seats and one House of Rep. And Osun
Osun's coming, it's within the next 2 months.
Is coming up in August.
Ondo's coming. Forget Ekiti now. There's no opposition in Ekiti.
Ask for the floor kindly. Just a reminder. We are Nigerians.
Baba, which state?
Ekiti and Osun.
For Senate?
No, gubernatorial.
Ekiti or
Osun. Yeah, June, August.
Which one is June? Which one is June this month?
I think Ondo is
not Ondo. Ondo is not.
No, Ekiti and Osun.
I mean Ekiti. Ekiti is August or so.
Yeah, Osun is around August.
I think it's Ekiti come before,
The two anyway will be in the next 60 days. There will be elections.
Is it governor or Senate?
Governor.
So there are Senate seats also this month.
The Senate seats also, yeah.
One in Kano.
The Ondo, I think one in Ondo as well. Ondo is vacant as well now. Ondo Central.
One in the east, one in the southwest, one in the north.
Yeah,
I think there are.
Ondo Central is vacant now because of what's this?
You said there is a Senate seat in Kano.
I think so. There are 3 Senate seats vacant at the moment.
I'm going to spend 4 years, right? Or just for the remainder of the.
No, the senators died. They passed.
So they have to. Anybody that win now will spend 4 years. Is that the rule?
I don't know the aspect of that rule. Don't let me say what I rule.
I'm going to spend just some. I don't know too. It's supposed to be 4 years now. There's no need of doing another one for just.
The senator that died, which party?
I think. Let me check.
Because if it's PDP, now we say APC don't collect them.
No, APC will win all of them, everything, including Goba. Adeleke is toast. Forget it.
Baba, is there even there's a Senate race in Rivers as well now? Baba, is there no Senate race in Rivers?
How Sunday go be? Now Saturday we they know. So once they flog Adeleke out, every other person will sit up.
Baba, I don't know about that. Adeleke will give them a good run for their money.
Let's
they have more money than government.
They can't flog Adeleke. Those ones, they are not serious now.
Prince Daddy, do you want to come in? Prince Daddy.
Adeleke is going in.
Can you guys, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Prince Daddy, are you there?
Prince Daddy, please come in.
Prince Mommy, call Prince Mommy now. If Prince Daddy is not working.
He was trying to get in and we didn't let him in. Sorry, Prince
Daddy.
Mommy.
Trump.
Princess Mommy.
Maybe he's watching TV.
No, I think he was trying to get in and
no, he's busy. No, he's a gentleman. He will not because of that.
No, he's not hungry. He will come back.
He is a gentleman.
Oh, sorry, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Well, okay. If I can remember things I want to say. Let's start with Chioma, actually. So Chioma, I mean, you're a smart student. I mean, you come to this platform, listen to people like Baba and Madam Zita and whatnot. And every day, pretty much when you talk about politics, they provide you with empirical data, facts, historical accounts of Peter B's lack of leadership and its inability to coalesce its party members, build consensus, work with people. It's just a poor person overall as a leader. But at the end of the day, I keep hearing you say you're going to vote for Peter Obi, which is fine. So my question is, what are the reasons? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, some success reason about Peter Obi to vote for him, because I'm assuming that you're going to be voting for Peter Obi because you like him, not because he's accomplished anything that you're proud of. Am I wrong to say that, Chairman?
I like okay, so first of all, just because I'm on this platform doesn't mean I agree with everything everyone says, I have my favorites, but just because I don't argue don't mean I agree with you all. I still would vote for P2B. I like and I respect Tinubu, right? But I mean, I'm not really a big fan of an old man running the country. He's literally falling all over the place. I don't really see what he's doing as a big deal. I'm not impressed.
But Choma,
It takes a lot. I mean,
Choma, you're not.
obviously, you guys should know that it takes a lot to impress someone like me. So there's nothing Tinubu is doing that impresses me at all.
Choma, you are yet to sell Peter
I
Obi,
think maybe
because
the
that's
only
what.
thing that Tinubu has accomplished that really impressed me was, his visit, the state visit to the palace, the royal palace with King Charles. That was impressive. Aside from that, I don't see what else he has done that is impressive.
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy.
1 second. Let me
Prince Daddy, I want to mark.
because-
I'm the teacher. I'm going to mark Choma 0. You asked her to actually sell Peter Obi, and she failed to sell Peter Obi. She was concentrating on Tinubu. We don't care.
Exactly to that point.
We don't care about
to the point.
Prince Daddy,
It's not
if you
about
are kind
Tinubu
enough,
or Atiku or anybody. The question really is about Peter Obi holistically. What about Peter Obi that compels you to want to vote for him? Forget about Tinubu and these other people. Why? Why Peter Obi is the question?
Yeah, Prince Daddy, let me help
I think
you
he's
and
a
Chioma.
master.
Chioma, can
He's
you
a master
listen?
strategist.
Chioma,
Yeah,
can you listen? Because you talk about old age. Our first Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, was 48. Ironsi, 41. Gowon, 31. Muritala Mohammed, 36. Baba OBJ, his first outing as general, he was 38. Shagari, 54. Buhari, 41. Babangida, 44. Abacha, 50. Abdul Salam, 55. Baba OBJ, second time coming, 62. Yaradua, 52. Buhari, second time coming, 72.
Jonathan, Baba.
Where is Jonathan now?
You missed Jonathan. I think it was about 55 when he became governor.
Yeah, Jonathan is like, no, 40 something. 40, Jonathan is 40 something actually, because he left at around 52 or so. I think I forget Jonathan. I'll find out. So you can see young people have been ruling us, apart from OBJ and Buhari for their second term. It's all about young people, as even low as 31. And in Senegal of late, those two young tax collectors,
they've destroyed the country now.
They've destroyed the country. Currently, the country is in turmoil as we speak. So it's not about age.
Okay.
Thank you,
Baba, not just Senegal, Mauritius as well. That the young guy in Mauritius as well destroyed the country and handed it over to the military as well.
Thanks,
even Biden destroyed America. Biden said destroy America, sir. You know why? As good as he is.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with age. It's just about competence.
Well, to me, he's still incompetent, I mean, I don't feel represented.
But you are yet to sell.
Attribute the incompetence to age.
Chioma, you are yet to sell Peter Obi. You are yet to tell us politically and in terms of what is the benefit of voting Peter Obi. Forget the
You will see the
disadvantage.
benefits when he gets in the office. Let's just wait till we elect him first. The same thing Tinubu said, that you people should wait.
Okay, I got it.
You know what we can call the Peter Obi. Peter Obi is like mama put food is ready, you can't chop. Now what Obi wants, you know what work at all. You know what, he just want me to hand down the power over. Power cannot be handed over to you. You have to fight for it. And
you want us to do trial and error. You want us to do trial and error with Obi?
It's in a mama put where
Isn't
Nigeria
that what we're
people
doing,
say.
Tinubu? Trying that. Trying
I
that.
mean, Tinubu is fighting for his position now. So I beat
No,
him
it's
don't
even,
fight.
okay, Shoma, even the pretext of the Tinubu's candidacy was the idea that he had achieved something, either false, true or false. He had achieved something in Lagos State. He was a party leader. It was someone that could build
Of
consensus. It was
course,
someone that could, it
yes.
was someone that could organize a party. It was someone that could organize individuals. So
Yes, I respect
there was
that.
a pretext to that. So
Of
what is the
course.
pretext? What's the pretext to an OB presidency? What's the
So
pretext
that's
in
the thing.
terms of what he can deliver, what he has delivered that we're expecting him to replicate? That's what we're talking about. So
I
can you
have
sell
been
OB?
saying,
Can you sell OB to us?
yes,
We are all potential obedient, God forbid, but
yes.
let's just
So
in this alternative universe, just pretend that some madness has overcome all of us and we decide to vote OB in 2027. Sell OB to us.
I've been selling him for a long time, for 3 years now. I don't feel like repeating myself. If you don't remember, that's your business. But if you vote for OB, the country will be stabilized, the economy will be on point. We won't have any issues with is it petroleum subsidy, all of that. We won't have issues, at least. If they remove subsidy, we know where the money is going,
Oh my God. The
They
last
will
time I
cut
checked,
down on
we don't have any issue with
corruption.
subsidy anymore.
We won't have issues with OB. No, there'll be no
But
No, the
corruption.
but
question, the
The
question
country will
I'm
be running
asking is that
smoothly.
how is it going to solve the problem of insecurity? How? Give us step by step.
Yeah, Arrow. Jonathan was 52 when he became president fully.
so I was closer. I was closer than you now. I said
Yeah,
55.
that's right. Correct. You are
So
correct.
it should be about 60 something now. Is it that means not is younger than Obina? Obi should be 65 or 66, right?
Obi is 66.
Obi now old
You see
cargo now.
the way Buhari cried on television 3 times. Obi will cry this time. Don't worry.
It's not
You go
going to
No,
see
I
cry.
don't want him to
Why is
cry.
having
I
those
don't want him to
problems?
cry. Before he cries, I someone to come and give him presidency in the future. I beg. I don't want Gabo Nigeria. I may not cry.
No,
May
they
just vote,
won't
please.
give him any presidency in the future. Do you think when he go
Buhari
back?
will get popular than Obi. He cried 3 times. Obi will
No,
not popular.
I
They
think
say,
I don't know how old is Soludo now, but he has a better chance as well. Maybe
I
after.
said Soludo is about 60. I said it was about 60. I said it's closer to about 60, 61
I
or something.
saw a clip of you, the judge, that was saying that Obi swore to what is our Biafra king? What's his name?
Ojuku.
Ojukwu.
Ojuku. He swore to Ojuku that he will never leave Abga. Now the guy just broke his promise and left Abga and
And now, but
already in the
it was his public.
And he
There's a
said
video of it now.
if he wants to be the president, he should come back to Abga. That is a life. This thing is in Abga. He needs to come back home. You
No.
understand?
If
And
you go
eat the
back to
needful.
Africa, they won't give him as well. They won't give him.
Soludo
He
has
said,
captured Abga,
he said
unfortunately.
his glory is in Abga.
Yeah. That he made
Actually,
the
the mistake
promise
he
to Ojukwu.
actually the mistake he did this time around that he shouldn't have joined ADC at all.
And he has also promised them now, Remy, that he will do for 4 years.
You know
But
what
Erufai don't talk about talking anymore now.
baffle
No,
me? What even baffle me be say the woman where they fight for her like tooth and nail everything.
And
You
she's
understand?
supposed
Like that Aisha Yusuf. Obi no even fight for that woman. Say make they just give her ticket.
what about that shouting
no,
right
You see, Redo
no.
Mokere. Redo Mokere get sense. So Baba just collect this thing. He just keep quiet.
No, but you know the
just
point
collect
here.
About ambassador now.
Obi,
You don't collect ambassador.
let me tell you what I observe. Obi is not observant. Dixie gave him the ticket, but put his boys in the rep in everything. You
yes.
understand? So that if Obi, because he knows Obi will not win, but those boys are likely to win something. So by doing
Yes.
that, he has put his boys in those places.
Good
He,
move.
he can be a minority leader in the Senate this
Exactly
coming.
now. I
You
said
understand?
this already.
So
I said
that's
this from
what the guy
time.
has done. All OB boys, they lost their primaries in order all those Senate rep, all those things. They lost their primaries.
Everybody.
But
You
all
see, the
those
thing
people
with
that are there, they are Dixie's boys.
Pato, Dixon's a smart guy. He set up this party a long time ago.
The party
He
is
set
in
up
his
this.
house now, the
Yes,
secretariat.
you need to look at, okay, Dixon. You have to, in me, I follow. Dixon is one of the people I follow, and I tend to look at people's body language. Notice that throughout the Wike and G5 issue and the fallout with the Turaki, all of this, they are fallout in PDP. Dixon nominally should be a party leader. Dixon is nominally in the South should be above Wike in terms of hierarchy of the recent governors. But you notice something about Dixon? He was just standing back, standing almost aloof. He had his card in his hand. And what happened? Dixon was not ever going to go to ADC. Dixon started in AC, Action Congress. People need to remember that. Dixon is an ally of Tinubu from Anafeniferi from back in the day. Dixon is an Ijebu boy. His mother is from Ijebu. He goes to Ojude frequently. He's never going to go and... Yeah, Dixon's mother is from Ijebu.
He's a royalty. He's from
He speaks Yoruba. Yeah, he speaks Yoruba. He speaks Yoruba perfectly. Dixon is never going to go and join the ADC.
Family, the mother,
He might also be working
princess.
for Tinubu as well.
I can't guarantee that because Dixon can be proud.
For him too.
Dixon can be a bit proud because you can see what Dixon did with Jonathan Avon in recent years.
Baba, that means Dixie is Wasiu's cousin.
Yeah, exactly.
This life, eh?
He can become king in Ijebu if they if the woman turn. Yeah, he can become
Dixon started in Action Congress, yes, with the Afenifere and Tinubu in '99. So Dixon was never going to go and join them in that ADC stuff. At the same time, he couldn't remain in PDP. At the same time, Dixon does not want to go to APC. Because Dixon is very proud and he does not want to go and stand behind other people because he thinks he is proud and he thinks he should be ahead of some people. But at the same time, there's people in APC that think that Dixon has not put enough in APC, both at the Bayelsa state level and in terms of the Tinubu family in recent years. They will not
remember, it's a PDP guy now.
He's a PDP guy, yes, but he couldn't go to APC. Dixon needed to go somewhere. He couldn't go to APC.
No guarantee he can also win the senatorial seat this time around.
I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is he had a card he had a joker in his pocket. That joker was not for Obi. Obi just happens to be
remember he put Diri there. Yeah. And of course he put his own man as the VP. As soon as Diri crossed from PDP to
he
said he will not follow. But he left
the VP left with Dixon.
Deputy governor was
removed.
No, he died on his seat.
Did he die?
Yeah.
Or was it the speaker? Someone left though.
No.
But
he died.
But the deputy didn't want to leave.
He used the chief of staff. He's the chief of staff that's now the deputy governor.
But the deputy governor did not want to leave with Diri. He didn't want to go with Diri.
He didn't want to leave. That's where they finished.
Oh, now so they come out. Okay, that's the story. So what I'm trying to say is Dixon had a card in his pocket, and Dixon was not going to go to APC. He couldn't stay in PDP. He wasn't going to go to ADC. But that NDC was never made for Obi. Obi is just a useful fool. It just so happens that Obi is a useful fool for Dixon to achieve what he wants to achieve.
Don't call people
Pato got it right. Exactly.
No. I'm not calling him a fool. I'm just saying to Dixon,
Pato got it useful, right.
He
wanted to be in the presidency, but he wants his own person.
People there
in the legislature, in National Assembly.
Dixon is a very proud individual.
I don't think Obi
got very proud.
But I have a question. Can I ask one question? How come Obi won Lagos? Like, how is that possible? I mean, where were you, Mr. Arokideba? Where were you? How did you allow Obi to win Lagos?
The church.
The reason why Obi won Lagos.
Hold on. Like, where are the Yoruba people in Lagos? Where were they?
Choma, let me remind you.
Majority of them voted for Obi. That's why.
I feel like the ones here on this platform are now representing the ones in Lagos.
Choma, me, I'm a proud I'm a
Where were
proud
you,
Carol Jiri
Aro?
from
How did you
Ilefe.
allow Obi to win
Wait,
Lagos?
let me answer you now.
Aro
Choma, I'll give you a correct answer. Me, I'm Omo Carol Jiri from Ilefe. Baba, on the other hand, is from Misaleko, so you should direct your question to Baba. So Baba is there. You can ask Baba that question. Baba. Oh yes, okay, sir.
One, the most important thing, the most important above all, complacency.
Yes.
Complacency. We thought we have it in the bag as usual. Got it locked in. 2, the church. That is a Muslim ticket. The church pick on it. And the biggest pastors are in Lagos. We know those pastors. Apart from people like Enenche and the other man, Boju, Oyemade, and a host of others. 3, the Yoruba Nation advocates. They have a grouse against the Lagos indigene because we told them we're not interested in Yoruba Nation. So they didn't come out to vote. But where you will notice, wait, it will be
we told them we were not interested in Nigeria. Not
sorry, we are not interested in Nigeria. Then Obi got, in spite of that, Obi got just 10,000 votes. Luckily, we woke up immediately. Down the line, 14 days later, Sanwo-Olu beat both PDP, LP, if they add their votes together, not to up to half. That's the reason.
So, Baba,
the main reason was because
I'm thanking Baba. Baba, thank you for answering my question. But I'm wondering also, do you think there will be any significant change from last election in 2027?
Wait and see.
No, I'm asking Baba, not you, Remy. I know you say wait and see. I'm asking Baba.
Okay. Let me tell you, I'll have a special gift for you. If Obi got 100,000 votes in Lagos on January, that will be February. No, January 16. If he got 100,000 votes, I'll surprise you. Special gift.
Choma, can I add something to what Baba said? It's not necessarily political, and it's not also divorced from political. But there's been a resurgence of Yoruba identity, especially since about 2024 till now. It's very strong in the last 2 years. Yoruba identity and Yoruba return to traditional Yoruba identity and traditional Yoruba practices and cultural identity. There's been a strong attitude, especially with the younger people in the last 2-3 years. That also might, I'm not saying it will, that also might influence how people make decisions. The Yoruba people have become rather very suspicious of everybody that is not Yoruba in recent years. Baba, I don't know if I've noticed that.
No, you're true. That if you go on Twitter now, if you see the space the way that they open, and the influence the way that they get on ground.
And it's nothing against, maybe it's not a matter of Yoruba people don't like this person. No, it's just a matter of personal Yoruba identity. Like this idea of like returning to core Yoruba principles, not devoid of whatever is happening in Nigeria. The yearning for Yoruba identity
where that thing came from.
Grown.
So I agree with you, and the reason why I agree with you because every time I travel for a day to December or Nigeria, Yoruba, they're having these festivals, these cultural festivals in Lagos, and there's so many youths
young people
and
want to be involved.
So many people are involved. Yes, a lot, especially the youths, Yoruba youths. So many of them are at these festivals, like in Echo,
Even when it comes to religion,
Choma,
even when it comes to religion, young Yoruba people are actually moving away from the Semitic religions and yearning to go back to traditional practices. Can you believe that? Like the number of young
part of the thing that also wake up these young Yorubas, these new ones, I call them new ones, is because basically during that election 2023, when they really love Obi, a lot of them love Obi, but after the election, a lot of obedience on the display madness, and they were like, this thing wasn't meant to be an ethnic thing now. Why is you now shouting this thing? So, and they were getting attacked, even though saying now they vote for I saw Twitter was went viral. So many things happened, and people that were doing Yoruba Nation and also other people that voted for Obi, they all came together and they were like, we need to fight this thing, and they fought it. And they actually went into the grassroots and they were educating people that look, you cannot be doing, look at what is going on. You voted for these people, for this party. Now, even though you voted for the man that you wanted, look at how so people are treating you. And everybody I opened were like, okay, you know what? Since we vote for Obi without any grudges or anything, and then now it's looking like an ethnic thing. Okay, don't worry. We'll not vote for Obi again. We'll vote for our own person. Since now, this is how you're our own move, and that's what sparked the whole thing. And everything that was said on Twitter and said by all these obedient people was played in the markets, was played in the palace, was played everywhere in Lagos, and that woke a lot of people up and said, you know what, to hell with this person. If the time come again, we'll vote for our own person, whether good or bad, and that's exactly what's going on right now.
But
If you go on Twitter,
I hope
if you go on,
it will translate. I
One
hope
of my friends shared an
it will
experience.
I
translate.
don't hope. I don't hope. I know you will. I know you will. Trust me.
Chema,
I
let me
hope
tell
because
you,
so recently,
Chema,
for the last 2-3 years, I've been seeing a lot of youth
Chema,
participating. They're participating in these cultural festivals, like Yoruba festivals. But I hope it will translate on the poll. You know.
it will.
That's all I'm
Chema, let me
saying.
tell you
Because the
this.
reason why
Yes.
I said that, the a lot of Igbos live in Lagos too. A lot of minorities, live in Lagos. Even the
Yeah, but they
Fulanis
know as
have
much as the Yoruba
relocated.
people now. They know as much as the Yoruba people in Lagos now. They live there, but there's not
And the
the population of
minorities
No,
are
Igbos
they
not
will
and
necessarily
still
other people.
vote. They will still
but
vote
the minorities
massively.
are not necessarily going to vote for B now. The minorities from Edo, from Cross
But
River,
even if
from
the minority votes,
the minorities
majority
will
is not
not vote him now.
majority is still more than the minority now. So how would they
So
beat
it's
this?
just yeah. But let me tell
I
you
don't.
my,
I'm not
my
even sure
experience.
the majority will show up. That's what I'm
Chema,
saying.
let me tell you my experience. My friend's younger brother joined LP because of Obi in Lagos. And in their ward, their area, they had ESCO. Majority of them, almost 90% of them were Igbos. So he said at times when he goes for meeting, they will be talking. To get to one point, somebody will say, please, can you excuse us? A Yoruba guy that joined them and was an ESCO in their meeting, when they want to talk, they will say you should excuse them. So at that point, the guy was so ashamed of himself for even considering voting and spending his money for Obi. He voted in 2023, spent his money, joined the party, organized people, and they have not even gotten power. They started excusing him from their meetings when they want to
That's
discuss
what I
something
was saying
inside.
now. That people like that, people like that woke up. People like that woke up, and they smelled the coffee and they were like, you know what? Nah, 2027 we're not doing this. And all over Twitter they were abusing people like that. Your friend, abusing them, and they were like, we voted for Obi2 now. We love Obi. Look at how you guys are now using us and making
All my friends, I
it
think
ethnic.
have changed since that time now. They have woken up,
Eh?
and you will see them
I
coming
know
out
now they're waking
massively.
up now. Also, exactly.
You'll be surprised. Where are they coming from? They will
Because the
show you.
majority votes where Obi connects. Now the majority of the Yoruba people, the new ones, where
Yes,
want
now.
Obi to enter for
And
Lagos.
because of the
And Obi
NSAS
won.
movement,
Exactly.
some people also voted
See,
for Obi because of that.
make I say something there. You see,
Okay,
the
go ahead.
mindset of Nigerians during that last election has changed significantly compared uh, to this politics thinking, because this tribalism of a thing, abuse and insult, is psychologically is affecting people the way they see it. Everyone want to protect their interests
by protecting their own space at the same time, and they want to also protect their own identity and culture, and that's what is playing out today. That distrust is getting bigger because it's like the cultural differences in Nigeria. It has no boundary anymore. People can just come to your place, or you go to another people's place. You want to continue your own culture, and sometimes it doesn't settle well with them. And when they try to correct you, instead of you to take that correction, you label them like someone that hates you, someone that that doesn't love your kind, all those kind of things. And every day you go to social media, you saw people, you saw their king, you do whatever you like. I have to be honest. On social media, I had somebody say the minority. Look, you know why people on social media supporting Peter Obi? Because they want what is it called? This people where they view them, viewers, more viewers, and all those kind of things. And that is why they go there. In reality, on ground, those people who want support Peter Obi with their sincere mind, they are no longer there. I have people who enter Labour Party in Benin. If I call them today, they're already in APC. They don't want to hear that name, Seth. I'm telling you. Because they don't believe he's going to win the election. That's the first case. He doesn't have what it takes to even win the election. Like all these NDC, they want to use him. Maybe perhaps that will, through Peter Obi popularity or one way or the other in some area, they can now hide behind that and push their men into key position. And that will give a boost to the party as well. So I think that's what they want to achieve. My own conclusion is this. You see, this tribal issue that is on ground, that Nigerian government are, that they are overlooking every day, is coming to affect the next generation, and it's already affected in the way they think politically. People want to
Midwest, are you not the advocate of people that some people move to your region and they are changing, they try to overload you, change your culture, they don't believe in your traditional something. So you can't blame you can't blame the indigenous.
I don't blame the people.
Coming out
look at the northern aspect. Yeah, look at people coming to your place. They have different religion. They have different.
We are going to kick them out at the end of the day, especially those of
they have their own way of religion. Some are religion fanatic. They want to bow other people. Then you also see other people coming. Suddenly they want to establish their own kingdom, but they say it doesn't mean this how we do our thing.
Can't you see that in the last 2 or 3 days? See the way they are profiling Hausa Fulani people in Lagos. They will stop them. They started arresting them. That's what they are doing now.
Remy, the Yoruba people have become extremely. So, in fact, I'm worried about the way Yoruba people are living lately. Yoruba people have become very pent. Like Yoruba people are very pent up right now. Anybody that triggers Yoruba people will see their anger at the moment. Like that's how. Like,
it's not only Yoruba, my brother. Everywhere in Nigeria, in the south, people are now fed up with that hospitality that doesn't have boundaries. Because those who have once allowed, you can't imagine. Let me give you an example. Somebody came to your place, and your ancestors or your grandfather assisted them to settle with you. Now you now see their children coming to ferment trouble, trying to change history, lay claim to space, lay claim to area. I will use my state as an example. We were surprised in Enugu. Leaders gather and say, go have a space in Edo. And after that meeting, they thought it ended. People will go behind the scene and discuss the matter. That is just the truth. We were surprised. These are not kids. These are elders. Historically, they don't have fat. You allow them to settle peacefully. And that is the only thing they enjoy. Instead of them to educate their children properly, they want to seize that opportunity. Oh, we are now equal in this circle. We own this space. No, that is not the good behavior. And Nigerian government need to create some boundaries. Look at the Warri here. You can see Urobo, Ijo, Ishekiri. They are about to explode because of they want to delineate INEC something. Why should INEC
local be the government too? They're just local government because they are fight for them. They don't want to fight themselves finish.
Can you imagine when we were invaded? That Warri, all those areas were totally mapped by all these Obemudia, all of them. Where is Ishekiri land? Where is the Urobo? Forest and reserve, everything they there, industrial area, railway, even the Benin, all of them, all those documents now are and they use all of them. They sell. No document to refer to.
So why is it that the Fulanese are entering Lagos? I mean, you saw the president the slide. It was on the slide that one man showed us.
Chioma, I'm telling you right now that Yoruba people are very, very suspicious of everything.
Because of Nigeria, one Nigeria, and this one Nigeria is raising question every day.
Yes,
because they're taking advantage. They're taking advantage of. Look at what is going on. They're taking advantage of free movement because of the stupidity of the governors and lack of understanding of governance. Completely, all these people. The governors are the one that's supposed to create the institution.
That's what they're doing. The governors had like a movement today. You know, with it's a security movement, right?
You don't need a movement. You just need an institution. If you arrive in Lagos, go and report yourself so place. Get proper documentation, and anybody that doesn't have it, you rent a house to that person. I will sentence you for 10 years. I'm telling you. If I see you in area that is not authorized, because even forest like Edo, there are laws before you use forest. You need authorization. So why should you come and put that to them? So you see, the governors are not willing because they want to please Abuja power.
No, they are not piecing everything. They are piecing their pocket. They've already collected the money.
There are laws for governors to protect their indigenous. There are laws.
But did you guys see the news?
Peter Obi exercised the law now during his own time as the governor. He exercised the law. He sent people back to their state.
I know, but what I'm saying, did you guys see the news that they're entering like in masses? They're entering Lagos, the Fulani.
No, this is not.
We are seeing it, and they are seeing
old videos. Those are just old sensationalization videos. But what I'm telling you is this: at the moment,
this is a recent one. One man posted it today.
At the moment, people are stopping trailers. I mean, the way Yoruba people are behaving these days is even making me afraid. It's making me very afraid that they're going to do something funny very soon. Like Yoruba people are very, very pent up. They are on the edge right now. Yoruba people are on the edge right now.
Look at my words.
Why are you afraid? I shouldn't you be afraid. Why are you afraid?
Because I'm worried that someone is going to do something extreme. I'm very worried someone's going to do
let them do it now. Let them do it now. Fulani terrorists have been doing extreme things. So if
what I'm saying is one Yoruba person is going to do something extreme is what I'm saying. I'm not worried about the Fulani anymore.
I don't see my worries. Make a yoke we put that one. People may bypass the governors, bypass the politicians,
and go and do something. Take them by surprise and go and help. Self-help.
They will be so surprised.
There's going to be some self-help things, and it's going to be extreme very soon if the government does not do something.
Is that not what we were advised by the ministry, by the chief of
I don't make that why I make that submission. You know, now the power belongs to Yoruba, frankly speaking, and the people feel insecure. They don't trust these politicians anymore. Every day is twinkling. I will tell you, from that Yoruba land go reach that place, they know somebody will rise from nowhere and attack the whole youth against the government. It will happen. Go and mark my word. Because these politicians are not winning.
Sorry. Arogidiga, don't be afraid. That kind of thing will happen soon. If it happens, even those of them coming from the north, they will also stop. Because they know that the people already are awake.
So Remy, Midwest, I know our people. Yoruba people are very easygoing. And Yoruba people only know how to do two things in two extremes. When they party in the extreme. But when they decide that they are going to do something, they don't do it by half measures. Yoruba people don't do half measures.
Push them all out and start burning them. It will happen.
That's the problem. Yoruba people don't do things by half measure. They will be telling you,
that is where we want it to go.
They don't do things by half measure. And the way people are speaking, I've heard people making comments, and the way people are speaking, because usually Yoruba people we don't all sleep and face the same way. We don't all have the same opinions. But there's actually a coalition of Yoruba opinions. Like there used to be Yoruba Nation people, and there used to be Federalists, and there used to be One Nigerian people. But these days, I can't even tell with the former Yoruba Nation people, and the former Federalists, and the former One Nigerian people, they almost say sing the same tunes these days.
So, Arogidiga, don't you think this is the beginning of everlasting peace in that country? Because when the other regions wake up and they started profiling people coming from the north, and they started. You see the one they arrested now, they would take their knife, take everything, take some even men.
The other regions are waking up. It's just only Yoruba people that they are waiting on to wake up. And finally, Yoruba people don't wake up.
If they start sending them
because
back,
even in American said it. In American said that if Yoruba people start chasing these people away and wake up, Nigeria they will do this. So is Yoruba that still making Nigeria Nigeria? Honestly,
the worst that can happen if for the country to break away. That's it. That's the worst. They will break the country. But this kind of thing must stop because it's politically motivated, and it's also because of power. Why should you, if you continue to buy yourself over there now? Why are you bringing it to peaceful area? Because they accept everybody to come and dwell and be prosperous in their region. It's unfair now. So automatically you already put them to extreme, and they are going to react. And those kind of reactions
because I feel like if they're entering Lagos, then I just hope there won't be another case of kidnapping.
Where would they even hide in that Lagos?
Shama, look at what happened in Edo. Somebody in the heart of Benin, Rama Park, somebody enter public bus, a woman. They just kidnapped her, car service bus. And they are demanding for 50 million. In the heart
but Midwest, though, those small kidnapping does not necessarily mean people are new.
My brother, the presence of all these strangers, we don't really know who is who again. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. The problem is this: people are so mutually suspicious of everything that someone's going to do something stupid very soon.
When I did that time, your whole quarter, people know who be a dope, you know Yoruba, who now grow together. But that person belongs to that community. But this time around, people just coming. You don't know where they are coming from. This is what people are complaining. Where are all these people coming from? Who are these people? It's too much. And as I said, like you mentioned Yoruba Nation now. Those people politically, they have been suppressed for years. The real politicians don't believe in those. Even when they believe, they try to associate, look for a way to suppress it. Now, those groups behind the scene, all those kind of groups everywhere, these are the people I'm worried about. The day they will rise, even the president himself will not believe what will be happening in this region. The way the youth will rise up along with those people. What kind of country is
something? All this that is happening right now, yeah. We Yoruba people, Yoruba Nation people, because me, I'm a Yoruba Nation person. We have said this a long time ago, 4 or 5 years ago, that this is what is going to happen. Our people refuse to listen. Now, where it don't happen, most of us, when they do Yoruba Nation, we don't sit down, say, okay, make una go dey fight. Since we tell you that we are not listen, go and be fighting now. Since we don't they kidnap Oba, kidnap children, kidnap this, kidnap that. Oh, you go and go and do it. We will be doing it for 4 or 5 years. Go and do it too. So now what should they do now? You know, so when the time comes there, everything, even my FPLA, he said it that these people they are in the bushes, they are in the reference of everybody, every region. That's when the time comes, the phase 3 is they will start moving into towns and cities, kidnapping people, kidnapping prominent people, and that's what they want to do now. They've left the forest. They are moving into towns and cities now. To actually start their kidnapping business.
Honestly, to be honest with you, that is so scary.
Last week here, I think they just entered May 16. They enter somebody's house for Benin. They kidnapped the woman. They made, because the house is fenced, it's beautiful. They carried a lot of people. The daughter of the woman. They demanded, I think, for 11 million, which the family paid. They tied the woman. They did a lot of things, and later, the police arrested one of the members. It's from northern part of Nigeria, and Hausa, Fulani person. Heart of city, now they raid the house. Then the politician will tell you, army is switching into tactical and kinetic action. We are going to make sure we're going to
Midwest. Did you hear about they paid ransom? I think in Ogun State as well. They paid ransom. They found a bag that was used to pay the ransom. I think they put the public tracker in it. They found the bag in the house of the Cherokee in Ogun State, apparently. That's a new one as well. I heard about that today.
That was in Ndigbo now. They caught those people now. The Cherokee was not saying his son. He didn't know his son was back into terrorism, in kidnapping and all that stuff. but obviously
So,
he knew. So
it's
you see, no be the same time, not be the same place where somebody came from north and tried to remove our agemo in roundabouts in Ijebu land, and the guy
okay, were those boys from north, eh?
They were from north now.
I thought they were from south.
No, the guy that tried to remove that thing in the roundabouts in the
I know the agemo, yeah.
It was another guy. It was another guy that was trying to remove it.
Maybe,
and the guy froze. You see
it froze now. Yeah. Guy just
Ijebu, Remo, they don't play with all these things. In fact, Ogun State, you're going to see a ball everywhere for road. It's a normal thing. So even when the Hausa people were moving mad back then, Yoruba people stood up and they did the needful for the Hausa people with the Sabo in Shagam back then.
I know about that Shagam incident now. Well.
Exactly. So when it comes to all these things, Ogun State is not a very small place. They will carry out the thing sharp.
But Pato wanted to say something. Sorry, Pato, they cut you out. Pato. Choma, you're in command now.
What happened?
Yes, I'm here.
Pato wanted to say something, but I think we were trying to cut him out.
I said that it happened to my brother's wife in Benin, in the heart of the city. She was kidnapped. They had to pay ransom. The government is not doing enough to police the country. That's just the truth. We don't have rangers moving around. We don't have all those things. And now the state has money, the federal government has money. They should put money into policing. And I don't know, I'll keep saying it. How long is it going to take Tinubu and these governors to set up state police? So at times, it makes it very difficult to defend him. I'm telling you, some of us cannot even speak. I mean, my neighbor was talking to me 2 days ago. I was just dumbfounded. I couldn't even talk. I was just saying, I know God will help us. These children will be recovered. Everything will be okay. But the point is that I can't defend him in that area without sounding like I'm very insensitive. I don't know. Spend the whole tenor trying to set up state police for what? We on this platform, we even have places where they have local government police. We are not even asking for local government.
Your mic is very
my brother. Thank you for that submission, because my pain is this. Now we have power in the south. Good or bad? Why all this economic policy? You cannot succeed under this atmosphere where people, their way of thinking is to marry 6 years, do all sort of nonsense things, and you want to come and better their life. You give them their space. For God's sake. Let them do what they want. If they are coming, you say, no, I have right to send you back. This is not the way to behave here. Go back to where you are coming from. They will no longer see themselves as Lord. As it is today, these groups see themselves as the owner of that country. And they feel they can do any shit and nobody will ask them. That's why they are behaving the way they are behaving.
You can't change the law on the fly, okay? It doesn't work like that. You can't send people back to wherever they come from. Why are you discriminating? There are so many other tribes that go around the damn country. Do you tell those people to go back? They also create nuisance in the place where they go.
Obi send people back.
Prince Daddy, I didn't agree with you.
Even Fashola send people back now. Fashola send people back as well now.
Prince Daddy, wait. The laws are there already, even when we are in democracy. Nigeria law, or even state law that owns the land, before you use their forest, farmland, they need some levels, 80s, levels of authorization from the government. So that is to say, you can't go to community bush, because if they catch you there, you are not one of them. You have already violated the law.
Yeah, you need a license now. You need a license to go to reserve.
Okay, I'm not even older, guys. I'm not even talking about that. Okay, so that is fine if you're going to go to the forest. But what about if they go into the forest to herd their cattle? Are they breaking the law?
Why should they herd? This is the problem.
You can't, Prince Daddy. You cannot, even hunting.
You have the state law that even somebody cannot go to forest to go and hunt.
You can't,
Then
you
you are
can't,
now
Prince Daddy, you cannot enter the reserve. You cannot enter the reserve without a license. To today, it's a matter of, as we speak, you cannot go to the reserve
all
without
the
a
bushes
license.
of the forest, are they all reserves? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, most bushes in Nigeria, unless the state has actually done a new survey to make it to demarcate it for agricultural land, a lot of those forests you're looking at are reserves.
Even besides that, the one that are private people, I don't have right to go to people's private land.
Yes, and then private land, you don't have a right to go to private land unless you have the authorization of the landowner.
Oh no, they don't have the right to go to private farms, you said, or land, or
whatever. You can everywhere in the world. You can't access private land without the authorization of the landowner.
The way it works, if you are part of the community, you people own the land, though individuals have their private, so you can bypass. Who is there now? They greet. Or if you are introduced yourself, they can easily sense it. You are one of them.
Okay,
you see,
so the law. Okay, now you know the laws can be funny sometimes. So obviously they can't leave their cattle roaming around in the forest. So are the
You go and
cattle
buy
allowed
land.
to go? Are the cattle allowed to go into the forest themselves?
No. Technically, no. Technically, no. See, Prince Daddy, in one of the problems in Nigeria is we don't enforce laws properly. So let me tell you how it should work. And I'll tell you how it works and the corruption and the complacency of some local traditional rulers. Now, you cannot just put your cattle on private land that you don't have access to, you don't have permission for, without the prior consent of the landowner. You can also not bring your cattle into federal reserves. You can't even bring it. There's actually no permission as is right now from any state government that will allow you to bring your cattle to state reserves. The state government can't even, according to state laws and the Land Use Act, there's no, I don't know of the states I know of, or True States, or your state at least, I know that there's no permits. The only permits that are available at the moment for state reserves is logging, forestry, logging. They have some permits for some. They have some logging activity. They have some permits for some farming, okay, and they have some permits for hunting. They don't have permits for animal husbandry. I know that for a fact at the moment. So now, if you want to get involved in agriculture and of animal husbandry, you need to go and secure land either by lease or you need to go and buy land appropriate for that action. Now, what happens usually is this. Let's say some person brings some cattle, some Fulani, the Cherokee would bring cattle into a town, would approach the traditional ruler in that town, pay him money. Now, the traditional ruler will give them access to land, and then it will actually then not go back to check that those individuals are not going beyond the land that, and then they start abusing and bringing their cattle all over land, and then that's how you get farmer-elder conflicts. So there's complicity in the part of a lot of traditional rulers as well.
So what you're talking about here essentially is corruption. So
yes,
instead of trying to blame the cow herders alone. Well, obviously you know that very much, Harold, that if the traditional ruler gives the go ahead, what resources do they have or ability to go and check if they come beyond the boundary?
Then he shouldn't give the permit if he cannot regulate it.
So that's corruption. So they are the ones inviting these people, so to speak.
Oh, without a doubt. And yes, so yeah, so they essentially, like they say, you brought a firewood you brought an anti-infected firewood into the house. That's really what has happened with a lot of these cases. And that's where it starts. Because it's impossible for anybody to bring cattle into an area without the permit of the Bale or whatnot.
So there's complacency and of course corruption going on here. So we make it sound like this goat herders or this cattle herders, they just showed up and started going to your forest and doing whatever they want to do. That's not the case.
Now there are some that have shown up.
Since the 80s, 90s, if I can remember, it's not a new thing for these people to go around and graze their cattle all around the state or the country. They've always done that.
Hello, sorry, Prince Daddy.
Even Buhari that was saying there's a grazing route, there's a grazing route. Oh, that one for 60s to 1960s and this 50s and all those things are just ancient of days rule. You know they apply again. So in fact, these people are just saying
Hold on. So it was very lying. Is that you're saying? Was it lying about the grazing routes?
no, they were the grazing routes, but it wasn't like a legal thing. It was just an agreement, mutual agreement between
I don't think
the
the grazing route cut across Nigeria. You
no, it
understand me?
was just it didn't cut across
Yeah.
Nigeria, but it was just an agreement, you know, and all that stuff. Because those people was not harmed before, but now that is becoming obviously we have Fulani terrorists now. You know, is a big issue. And me, look, it's like that Fulani guy that was stopped by one gentleman in Abuja, and he was saying, "Why are you filming my cows?" And this, and he had the bold and the tenacity to, you know, to be challenging that guy that he shouldn't film his cow. So in a country whereby it's upside down, you know, you will expect someone that is doing wrong, you know, to feel like he's doing the right thing, and that is exactly what Nigeria is. People that are doing the wrong thing,
The grazing
they feel like
routes
it's
are a
right thing.
creation. The grazing routes are a creation of pre 1960 Nigeria, and the grazing
And
routes, okay, was something that could only be enforced along some of northern Nigeria when northern Nigeria was under one administrative control. However, when Obasanjo came into government, remember that Obasanjo then enacted the Land Use Act. Obasanjo's Land Use Act has removed the idea of grazing routes, because Obasanjo's Land Use Act was able to to actually transfer land authority to states. And you need to also realize that prior to 1966, we did not have states in Nigeria. Administration was centralized. So the northern region could have grazing routes running from Katsina, running through Kogi, running through central, north central, running all the way to Borno in the northeast. However,
you know,
that stops to exist once there are states, and once those states now have, through Land Use Act, now have control of how land is and state reserves.
Oh, that. But how do you know they stopped to exist? I mean, because
Well, the Land Use Act brings an end to it. When Obasanjo introduced Land Use Act and land reform. What? Well, yes. Have you not actually gone through the Obasanjo's Land Use Act, which is still in existence?
But the problem with Nigeria is even people, because the law are not enforced, all these things most people do not know, and everybody just
People don't. Yeah.
But let me give you an example. Now I speak from example. Now I happen to come from a part of like Edo State where they really actually have reserve. That's, we call it Orion side, and private land. So that area those days when I was small, I believe what Aro just said. Let me also use my grandfather's house as an example. He planted a tree, and that tree grew up to a bigger size. It's not like timber. So when he saw the tree like something that is not threatening the house, his own house and his our great grandfather house, like that building. So he went and he wanted to cut it. When this man that operates this motor saw came in, he put some meters around. He said, "No, Papa, you can no longer cut this tree down." Just the way it is in Europe. I saw this with my eyes. He said, "You must go back to the authority to tell them you want to bring this tree down. It's too big now." We have these laws. We never even debate them. You have to go back to the forest guard. They have to process some certain document, which took him almost like 3 to 4 weeks. Because that time the forest guard, they used to come, drive bypass, and you have to stop there. The man put tape and pay and go and do some certain document authorization to cut that tree. And that is when
login license. It's going to give you a login license.
No, this one is just private land. But unfortunately, this tree has grown past some certain meters that you can't just cut it away any longer without government approving it. I saw this. This is what I'm trying to explain here. Not going to the push now. He owns the land.
All the laws that we use for
democracy. You see that Babangida administration down. He overturned everything. People don't even know that they need authorization to even cultivate or to go and farm, to go and even hunt. And that is why these guys are taking advantage. That's why I blame the governors. These laws are there. When you say you don't want grazing, you should set up a place where you can execute people. Send a clear message.
No, wait. You know what the governors do, or the people in power. When they enter power, they sabi all these things. But when people come vex them, now when they go back, they find those laws, they use those laws on people where they don't vex them. And when they can't use that thing, people go say, governor is too harsh. But governor will point to them say, look, by Nigerian constitution, by Nigerian Kineko, this, that, and the other, it is allowed. And they'll be like, even if it's so, that's when people now realize that, oh, there's something like that. You understand? So it's just crazy how the law works in Nigeria. And for Buhari to even say, very disrespectful guy, Buhari was, for him to mention that Igbo people are like a dot in a map. I mean, that was, you don't expect a president to say that. A former city president that could say people that are from his own same, that the people that is lording over are like a dot in the map. That was just
dot in the circle. Hey, may I correct you? Dot in the circle.
Exactly, dot in the circle. So I for that kind of a thing, Igbos should never even want to associate with all this, all this. This thing. I don't know what.
But those ones said. Now those ones said go pull it. Now those ones go pull in blockers now. If those guys didn't pull his blockers, we don't say that.
Yeah, but why would you say that though?
He shouldn't have said. He should have said that.
It was the president of Nigeria. Now you should never have said the people were like this.
It was
Fulani wait on for Yoruba nation now. Yeah. Fulani people don't buy markets.
What was the context of that statement?
It was being they were antagonizing them, and they were insisting that he needed to appoint them more. Although he claimed that he has already fulfilled the constitutional requirement in terms of appointments, and they were insisting that they deserve more appointments. And he told them, number one, if they didn't vote for him, he looked at his voter distribution. He didn't get He didn't get votes from the Southeast, and he already fulfilled the constitutional provisions. And he told them, they're a small region in Nigeria. They didn't vote for him, so he didn't care about them. And that said, they're just they're a non-entity essentially. That's what he was saying. They are a non-entity. He didn't need them to win the presidency. Okay, they're a non-entity, and he didn't.
His argument was not wrong, though.
Yeah, no, his argument was legitimate, but I think the statement was unnecessary.
The argument is still wrong. You are the president of the country. Whether they want to or not.
The Southeasterners are the most insensitive, group of people in that country.
I'm not supporting the Igbo here, but what I'm trying to say is, he made a statement whereby Igbo should have woken up, and every agreement that they've had in the past, that they always try to align with the North, the core North, they should have stopped it right from there.
Why are you talking for them? It's only when the Yoruba.
But wait now, but if the Igbo's alignment with the North is not because they're not stupid.
The Southeasterners are smart, they're brilliant. So their leaders choose to go in a certain direction.
It's expedient now. That's why they're doing it now. They're doing it because it's expedient, not because of any other reason.
There's a reason behind it.
There's a reason behind it, and I can't fault their conclusions. What options do they have? If Zik didn't align with the North in 1950, whatever, 1956, what would have happened? The North would have had to go with
Igbos
you can't say that. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because I don't agree with that statement.
You don't need to agree with it. I'm just saying because we can see how woefully they've done in the past. So the Zik plays politics correctly. Zik does not play politics correctly. Because Zik was trying to be smart, right? Just like Agun Ironsi was trying to be smart by dismantling things and making it central, right? Zik too was playing politics that let's
You
not
know,
start this. Let's not
from their
put
leaders and the citizens.
hold on. Let's not put a secession clause in the constitution because we might need visa to come to Lagos. He didn't think about the 50 years. Now, because of
Zik
there's
didn't need visa to come to
no
Lagos. Now, Zik won elections in Lagos.
no. What I'm trying to say was when Obafemi Awolowo suggested that he should put a separation
A
clause
clause, yes, yes.
in the constitution, he rejected it. So if he had thought about, because he thought Igbo people will continue to be in much power in Nigeria, not
Well, they
knowing
were
that things will
dominating
change.
they were
So
dominating at the time, and they thought they would continue to dominate.
Exactly, if he had reason and in the next 50 years, this thing might change or whatever, 60 years, this thing might change, he will have included it. Now the Igbos are stuck. I'm waiting for the Yoruba people to trigger this thing in Nigeria, and then
if you look,
we're not doing.
if you look at that pattern, if you look from Zik all the way, even though Juku them all the way to the master right now, Peter B, there's a common pattern, amongst these people. Okay, an average Igbo leader, even maybe an average Igbo person, thinks is smarter than everybody else. That's just natural. I'm not even disputing that. I'm not disputing that. But they have that sense of arrogance when it comes to dealing with other people, and you can see it. You can see it clearly. They always think you're more craftier, or they're more crafty than other people. Yeah, they do. Look at the way Peter B now, gallivant all around with the way he's playing his politics. Yeah, look at what I agree with Rossi. They were the ones. People, every time they put a finger at the Northerners. I don't care for that much, because if you ask me, I think they were the one that brought violence to the American and Nigerian political system. They were the ones. Am I lying? Or
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Well, although the contention,
they started the whole.
But then again, we've argued that in the past over here. That was it an Igbo coup? Was it not an Igbo coup?
And it was because
that. Are you kidding me? An Igbo man would do coup for somebody else. Come on now. I mean, unless you know a Nigerian. What are you talking about?
Guys, but did you guys hold on? So did you guys ever think? Hold on. Did you guys ever think that maybe the coup happened because they knew that the North will set them back for generations?
I don't think so.
Nah, that's not true.
Because from my understanding, I believe the coup was supposed to be aligned and an alignment with the Igbos and Yorubas, everybody in the South.
That is a lie. That's a bloody lie.
Because as you can see now, we're being set back by the
all
North.
about revisionism. They like to revise history to suit that narrative. Let's just call it what it was. It was a coup orchestrated by the Igbos. And that's straightforward and simple.
That coup forestalled. That coup forestalled the alignment between the North and the Southwest. Because when that coup happened, it forestalled the new agreement between Akintola and the Northern government of Saldana. Because Akintola was now in control of the Southwest in alliance with the North, which meant that Zik was going to be pushed aside. So Zik was about to be pushed out of central government, and Akintola was going to come into alignment and bring the Southwest into alignment with the central government, which was being run by the North. Okay, and that would have actually meant that Zik would have been pushed out as the executive president, so he would have lost executive powers. Okay. And he would have probably had to resign himself to be the premier of the Southeast.
And that's why it was so convenient that when the coup occurred,
so that is why the coup occurred. Awolowo was in jail. Yeah, Awolowo was in jail. Was out of the way. Awolowo was in jail. It was out of the way, and it was meant to be in jail for a long time. So they didn't have to deal with Awolowo anymore, and that was why they fired Akintola and also fired the northern central government.
Why don't you talk about the convenience of all the top Igbo politicians being out of the country when the coup occurred, that they were not pied or they were not attacked? What about that?
No, it was. We all knew that now. It was all
coincidence. Was that a coincidence or what?
Like I said, you know.
Let me say something. Wait, make I answer that one. There might be some coincidence there, because when it comes to this guy Ozogu, The one that they said is from whether it's from Anioma side.
It's Delta now. Delta. Zogo's Delta.
Yeah.
Is it Odugu?
The guy, no, Ozogu. The mastermind, Ozogu, they call that guy. I don't pronounce it very well. Kaduna Ozogu, Abi. You know the person I'm talking about.
Kaduna Zogu, yeah.
Yeah. The guy said his brother in the south failed his hand. Because you see, those guys after the from Enugu side, they were the actual people who were playing tribal coup. Why those guys who planned it never thought of that? He was so surprised when he saw that. He said the first person to be fired, they allow all of them. He couldn't believe it. You understand me? So that is where
who was first fight? Who was fight first?
Palm, I think they find this man now, this Palm or this.
What he said those Igbo leaders that are supposed to die in the sack first. He doesn't know why they allowed them to escape because that was not the plan.
Okay, and that was a coincidence.
But also, according to what I have read, they weren't meant to fire anybody. But what is known, this guy? No, this guy. There was a guy from one of the guys from the southeast that he was meant to look after his area, and he's the one that really started just spying people indiscriminately, and then they lost control of the thing, and the thing got out of hand. Well, I think Palm. I think Palm was the first person to get fired. Palm or was not this guy from North Central that they fired.
We need to stop permitting what happened. Look at the outcome of what happened, and you can draw your conclusion from there. Okay, it's not that complicated.
Shoma, just answer your question.
Coincidence there. I think they had a plan. See, in fact,
there might be some coincidence. That's what I'm trying to say.
Their own people along the way just to get them out of the way. It happens. Sometimes you internally clean out also.
I think Prince Daddy. What happened is there was a coup within the coup. So which is normal. And if you look at the history, Prince Daddy, if you look at the history of coups in Nigeria, you'll see that there's always been a coup within a coup. Look at the Dia coup that failed. While Dia was planning a coup, you had people like Bamayi that were planning a coup within the coup and double dealing with Abacha and also double dealing with Dia. And you look at the coup as well with this. So all these coups, there's always a coup within the coup, and that's why coups are dangerous because you don't know who's going to betray you. So I think there's a coup within the coup in that 66 as well. Because I think Irozi was given an heads up by someone. Possibly someone as well gave Zeke an heads up. It doesn't mean that everybody that Zeke was meant to be. Zeke was most likely not carried along. But someone in the coup
don't make
possibly gave Zeke an heads up.
I'm making a lot of excuses that I doubt it.
Now to answer Chiyoma's question at whether they did the coup so they won't set us back, I don't know. So no, everybody had their own thing going on.
Exactly.
Azikiwe is a very selfish guy. Now, when Awolowo was advising, and this is the reason why I have problems with Americans and the British system that we are using in Nigeria, because the way people would do one system in Nigeria, we have American system in Nigeria, we also have British system. It's just very confusing. So people that studied in Britain had, like people like Awolowo. Azikiwe went to America. Their own ideology was totally different. Was more of get everybody together, kumbaya, my lord. Let's all dance together.
You said everyone has their thing going on, but were they progressing? I mean, the North. Were they doing Amajiri system?
North was progressing.
North was progressing, and they had their own businesses going on. And Southwest, everybody was progressing, and everybody was progressing at their own pace. But you see, because Igbos were more in the civil service, especially in the army and all these big positions in Nigeria back then, they thought them having the power, they can control things. That's why Azikiwe wasn't trying to listen to Awolowo when he said, let's put the clause in. And Azikiwe was like, oh, if we do this, that means that at some point I will have to collect visa to come to Lagos. And he rejected it. because they never saw today coming. And now because they were in top positions and, ruling everywhere, and, things changed and the power was shifted, So when Awolowo now came out of prison, and then they used Awolowo's brain, and Awolowo said, okay, if if you guys are fighting war and then you're still giving these people food, then you don't see the need in that. And they withdrew the food, and then they came up with a master plan. And now the people that was in power that didn't see today coming, and they're now saying, oh, they give us £20, they give us this. What do you want them to do? What do you want somebody that was kept in prison for 10 years, that was sentenced to prison for 10 years, and then was let out by Gowon to come and help them to win the war? Of course, it's gonna be on the Nigerian side and not.
But do you know that
Azikiwe
was a mastermind of the false false allegations that sent Awolowo to prison?
If Azikiwe had partnered up with Awolowo would never have said, he helped Nigeria to say, okay, let's give them this amount of money, or let's withdraw food from them. He would never have done that, but because of Azikiwe's corniness, and then he just talked about the whole thing and said, look, to hell with this. And then he came up with a plan, and a lot of Igbos that had businesses in Lagos and houses in Lagos, most of their houses were given back to them. This guy from Ijebu, FCMB Bank man, Shubomi, he gave a lot of houses back to his Igbo friends because he helped them. He kept the houses for them, and so many other prominent Yoruba people from Yoruba, they gave the houses back to the Igbos after the war. So, and that was those days were very even good Yorubas now, and that Yorubas will even try that again. If there's ever want to be war and everybody scatter, nobody go give anybody anything back. You don't go with that. So
my brother, even in the road of Bender, they gave them back. They collected their house.
Yeah, now only for rivers, they don't give them anything. No, for that river side,
a lot of things happen, right? So I just think
the experience of those guys was too much. They experienced heat in the hands of the Igbo or the Eastern region during that.
I just think that if Azikiwe had worked with Awolowo, and I mean, you can't really blame Azikiwe because he's coming from America, and America has always had this Negro mentality. Let's all come together. Let's all do this. And Awolowo was not buying that because he was trained by the British, and the British has always.
I think we need to look at Azikiwe in a bigger picture.
Look, let me tell you something. If an American is speaking right now on this stage, and a British is speaking, someone that lives in Britain and someone that lives in America, you can clearly see the differences in their arguments. It still boils down to today. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think let us look at Zik. Zik was a more rounded individual, so don't let us reduce him to. But Zik was just trying to be smart by half, and I don't blame him. So first thing you have to look at is where does Zik come from? Yes, Zik went to America. Okay, yes, he would have involved himself in some of the early Pan-Africanist sentiments and ideas. Okay, now the thing with Zik is this: you look at his personality. Zik is an individual that was ultimately he betrayed himself, but he had the opportunity to be that ideal Nigerian. Because Zik spoke all the main three languages very well. He understood all the traditions and the cultures, and he participated in the cultures and traditions across very well. Zik frustrated, he spoke Yoruba perfectly. If Zik spoke Yoruba to you, he probably spoke Yoruba better than myself and yourself. Zik also spoke Hausa very well because he grew up in the north. He grew up in the southwest. He's an Igbo man. Now, you also have to look at Zik is this. Zik was trying to then use that, and then because Zik saw himself as a contemporary of the likes of Iyerere, Kenyatta, Nkrumah. You have to look at it, and that's why he coined himself and made himself Zik of Africa. Really, when you look at it, he was not in the leagues of those individuals, but he managed to get people to look at him in that same light. And then you look at who was Zik. Zik came from the Abat Macaulay movement that predates Action Group. But sometimes when Abat Macaulay passed away and Zik then naturally came into leadership in that group, Zik then, for whatever reason, I don't know, because he was probably a tribalist, he sectionalized that party and he made that party an ethnic, for whatever reason. I don't know why, because he betrayed himself. He had the opportunity not to do it, but that's ultimately what he did. It is actually Zik's actions that actually gave birth to Egbe Omo-Oduah, which ultimately transitioned to Afenifere, an action group. So if Zik didn't do what Zik did in the 40s, when he took over from Abat Bakole, the likes of Awolowo and Co would never, and the former Olowo of Olateru Olagbegi, and ultimately they invited Akitola and Co to join them. Those individuals would not have set up Action Group. Action Group is a reaction to Zik. That is what people don't understand. Action Group was a reaction to the excesses of Zik and how Zik was managing what was meant to be a collective movement. So when I look at Zik, I look at a man that ultimately betrayed everybody, because he had the option and he had the opportunity to carry everybody along and to be a Pan-Africanist. He projected himself to be a Pan-Africanist, but he almost wanted to do it in a sectional way for a benefit of a sectional few. And ultimately, he betrayed himself and betrayed the whole country.
But if you look at it very well, before Zik lost his power, having almost to determine their future. And because of that, you cannot use today to judge Zik completely. Because the right for the Yoruba to determine their future was still there. Although there was not a clause for I want to go. If this guy, what is his name, this first general that took power, if he did not remove that centralization, things would have been like it today. Because if you look at Zik wasn't a problem to Yoruba nation not to grow, nor the Fulani, nor even the East. But however, they have political differences, I can agree with you. But today, reality, if you want to use it, look at situation dominance, yeah, they were fully the one dominating. And if you look at that coup, the mindset of the man who led the coup in the north was different from the Southeasterners who he negotiated the coup with. His belief was to make sure, according to this, I watched a video when he said how he did his own in the north. He was proud of it. But he said these people let him down in the side, doesn't understand what happened because they really plan to eliminate people. All those ones we did not plan to buy people. What do you mean? They agreed. The prime minister must go, the president must go, all those regional districts must go, all those top appointees, they saw them like corrupt people. And that was their aim.
No, this is what it was the Uzobo this thing now. But this is what I'm trying to say. They had power when people didn't really pay attention because of the way Nigeria was then. Now that the thing has backfired, they are not trying to fight and they are wondering why people are against them. And nobody's still against you. This is what I don't understand. When people say they are being marginalized, I don't really understand.
Nobody is against them. Just that people have waking up. They don't want to give that chance again. You understand me? And they feel like they have to. They are entitled. They want to push. They want to push that forward. They are expecting.
You know when they say they are being marginalized, it's giving me that what Obi is doing. Like they want power to be given to them. You understand? That's okay. Let's give Obi. It's giving me that vibe because if you're saying you're being marginalized, how? Like, is it politically, or is it like in terms of business, or is it like where are you being marginalized? Because
so
you're all over the country.
What is your fear? What will Igbos do with this power that you're afraid of?
No, I'm not afraid of anything. But wait, hold on. Let me answer that question, please.
Is it because you think we're going to develop our own seaport and we're all going to vacate to Lagos and Lagos is going to be empty?
But there's no sea in the southeast now. The southeast is landlocked now. So how can you develop a seaport?
Hold on. Sorry. Let me. One thing you're failing to realize is that nobody is scared of people taking power, but you're not going to be given freely. You have to fight for it like everybody else. does. Yoruba man fought for his own this thing. Hausa Fulani man fought for his own rights. You understand? This guy too, South guy, Jonathan, he fought for it. You're not going to be
but
giving and saying,
somebody just said that, and they're afraid that it will never happen again. They don't want this Igbos to take
no,
charge again.
but if people wants to take charge, you have to play politics. And that is what we are saying.
No, some people
Let me tell
afraid.
Choma.
Can you just tell me the truth? Stop trying to
Choma, let me tell Choma what she wants to hear. Now, this is not my opinion. This is just what I conclude. Okay?
No, that's fine.
Now, there's mutual suspicion in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the statements and behaviors of some leaders in the Igbo community has not demonstrated across to Nigerians that the Igbo people can be fair. That's the reality. There's mutual suspicion that the Igbo man is inherently not capable of being fair to everybody. And irrespective of what other people have done. Really, there's no guarantee that an Igbo individual can produce fairness across the board for all Nigerians. That is the problem.
But is it in terms of ministry positions?
I don't know because I just feel there's just mutual suspicion.
Look at Shoma. Let me
But the reality is normal.
It's normal. If Obi comes in now, Obi will employ plenty Igbos like Tinubu has and Buhari has.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
So there's nothing wrong with that. That's normal for Nigeria. We all know that.
Exactly. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, power is not going to be given to you. You have to play Nigerian politics. If you want your people to be there,
snatch it and run with it, right? Snatch the bala.
So you have to play the Nigerian politics.
You just said yes.
Yeah, it's true because no Hausa man now will not say, okay, let's just sit down and allow people. Look at what is happening now. A Fulani man that is a northerner, he still wants to collect this thing from Tinubu. Well, it's not your turn. So this is how Nigeria is. So you cannot say because I'm Igbo now, we should now go and find one Igbo man to vote for. No, it will never work like that. In fact, after 2031, and they put a northerner there, and it comes back to the south, I don't think an Igbo man will
go to the south most likely. He's going to the south most likely. The fact of the matter is, for the Igbo person to become president, the person would have to be someone that's transitions to being like every other region in Nigeria can have a president that is not necessarily a federalist. The Igbo don't have the opportunity to produce a president that is not a die-hard federalist, that has demonstrated that is a federalist for a long time. Someone like Hope
Uzodinma,
it's not like Hope, but someone that's demonstrated that they can be fair. The biggest problem most tribes have with the Igbo people, when you look at this is honesty. This is when you look at the honesty, and you look at Midwest, the issues that Igbo people have in all the different communities they go to is their inability to respect the traditions of others. And there's a mutual suspicion that with power that they would abuse it. Unfortunately, there has been a demonstration. The problem is every single time that they've had the opportunity to be very close to power, they've abused it. And usually, some of the biggest abuses we are seeing with how power is being used today in Nigeria, they were the ones to start it. Yeah. So look at the likes of Irozi. Irozi was not meant to be the president. But when the coup happened, the person that was next in line willfully transferred democratic power and transferred it to the military. They were both Igbo, unfortunately. Let me explain.
Which Igbo leaders have we had?
Let me explain. So
has made a great transformation in Nigeria.
I'm not speaking of
after the war.
Let me land. I'm not speaking of my express opinion. I'm just saying that what I perceive. This is what I perceive.
I know,
okay, this is just perception.
But since then, there's not been any
Let me land. Exactly, I know. But unfortunately, Erosi was not able to manage, and then perception. Erosi ultimately was quiet because of the perception that the likes of T.Y. Danjuma had, that he wasn't prosecuting the coupists properly, and that also he was trying to accrue power to himself and to his people. And then unfortunately, it's just over the years, there's just not been able to develop that trust. So I think what is lacking in Nigeria in general is just trust.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Wait,
but then since then,
don't know how to play politics.
What has changed? What has changed?
What has changed is over the
Are
military.
we more unified without an Igbo leader?
No, Igbo are not unified.
Where everybody's still glamoring for
what Igbos are good at now, what they've done now is they've just say, you know what, if we cannot grab power with these people, what we'll do is we'll do what the Fulani people are doing. Gallivanting and spreading everywhere.
I wouldn't say that actually. I wouldn't say that.
No. Wait,
but at this point, they don't care though.
No, because the thing is here, a lot of those spare parts now that has become 60% or 70% Igbo people dominance now were actually started by the Yoruba people. You understand? So when they got into those businesses and they were making headwaves and all the stuff, and they understood that they understood that their role was majorly in commerce. That's why most of them went into commerce. Now, politics, when it comes to Nigerian politics, I'm sorry,
they don't care like that.
Igbos does not understand politics. They don't know how to play politics. When they get in there, they want to play their own politics, and your own politics does not supersede the whole. No, look.
I don't agree with your statements.
If everyone does that, Buhari does that. I think the only president
I don't agree with your statements, unfortunately.
Done that. But hold on, Aro. The only president we know. Hold on. The only president we know that have not done that's been very fair is President Obasanjo.
Yes,
he's the only one.
Yes,
Aside from
Obasanjo
that, everyone has been tribalist.
Sectional. Yes. Obasanjo was very fair. Very fair. But one thing, what I will say is this, okay? The issue really, all this stuff about spare parts ownership, I think a lot of those sentiments are local. I don't think they necessarily transition at the federal as much. They are local sentiments. Yeah, they are very serious sentiments, but I think they are rather local. I think the major issue you need to look at is this. There's no concrete Igbo leadership that can help the general, that can actually help to have an Igbo identity that trends politically in a particular direction. You look at the Yoruba space, there's a clear line of leadership that helps to articulate what the opinion is. And the leadership and the general populace, they feed off each other and they articulate what their position is in general about all these different ideas. You look at the North, there's the Arewa Consultative Forum. Yes, I know there's been a breakup between the Hausa Fulani and all this, and the North Central and the North, but still they have a leadership system that helps to articulate what the principles of who they are and what the principles of what they
how they see themselves.
Wait, how they see themselves in the general Nigerian space. Unfortunately, in the Southeast, they don't have that same collection, although they have the Ohaneze Ndigbo. But even the Ohaneze Ndigbo itself has not been able to, number one, to actually have a proper, defined, consistent plan and policy and identity. The Ohaneze Ndigbo as well has not been able to actually represent, because and then the issue of trying to Nigerian people and outside of the Igbo space, they've gotten tired of this idea that we are being marginalized. No, it's become.
I think it's a cultural thing with Igbo when they say Igbo man no they bow to anybody. Igbo man are your own king. Now, so there's no hierarchy. There's no hierarchy to order, right? So in this thing, so you don't expect. It's like in Yoruba land. Now, if you want to do something, you mostly have to like speak to the obas and these old people, and then from the oba will convey it to the local government, and the local government will convey it to the. So there's like hierarchy of order in the society. You understand? Right from time, and it's part and parcel of the culture. But in Igbo land, it's like if you're a millionaire, you have a higher voice than somebody that is a chief in the village. So
Well,
you know,
I think in terms of presidency for Igbos, deep down, right, between me and y'all, like as an Igbo woman, as an Igbo person, I can tell you deep down we don't give a rat's ass. We don't give a fuck because we know
that's the reason
that
why you're
hold
getting
on,
what you're getting now.
because we know that ship has sailed a long time ago, right? Right now we're just rocking the boat, instigating drama.
For me though,
Pretty
I don't even
much
see.
just, going with the
For me,
flow.
I don't see even for me.
But
I
Because
don't really
Chioma,
see.
really,
Chioma,
Igbos are naturally independent, you know,
See, I
in
don't know
but
terms
why.
that's
of
part of your everybody's independent. But when it comes to
yeah,
hierarchy,
and we're
in society,
naturally, and hold on, and we're naturally overachievers. So, we do our best in, we have our own strength and we
but
do our best. We're
you're
actually
saying you're
better than
naturally
others.
overachievers.
Yeah, we
You're saying
are.
you're naturally over, but
We're
when
naturally overachievers. We
wait,
do great.
statistics. So
Well,
yeah,
this is not a
compare.
competition, so don't even try to compare. I already made a
Okay,
statement.
okay,
That's a fact. Let
all
it
right,
go.
all right.
But what I'm saying, we know deep down, right, when it comes to the presidency, right, we're just shouting OB, but the reality, we don't really give a fuck. If we really want to fuck shit up, we would. But we don't care. We know that ship has sailed a long time ago. We're just rocking a boat
Why has it
because we're
sailed?
Nigeria.
Why has the ship sailed? Why is that?
Because there's no unity. I mean,
No,
with
no,
the
no.
Fulani North and then the Yoruba Fulani,
no.
there's not gonna be any change. We're still gonna be
Why?
backwards.
No,
There's
no.
no
So,
progress.
You mean
With
Igbo
the
people are
whole,
not unified?
there's no progress. We don't have the same mindset. We don't have the
but
same.
that
Yeah,
has
but
not stopped.
Yoruba, wait, hold on.
Wait.
But
That
Yoruba
didn't
people
stop.
don't
That
have the
didn't
same mindset.
exactly. But that didn't stop. That didn't stop. That didn't stop Buhari winning election. That didn't stop Jonathan winning election. That didn't stop Tinubu winning election. So why
Yeah,
should it
they
stop an
won. But
Igbo
what
man
I'm
winning
saying,
election?
we don't care. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying you should stop them. I'm just saying we're just rocking a boat, going with the flow. But we really don't care. Like you can even tell from my opinion. Like I'm not really passionate about this Tinubu hate or obese. I'm not really that passionate. Because it's just politics at the end of the day for me. Like I haven't like it won't do anything. It doesn't change my livelihood. I'm still gonna be great.
Choma,
Naturally, Igbos
make
will still be great, right? Regardless. That's what I'm saying. We're just rocking a boat, if that makes
Choma,
sense.
wait. Choma, hold on a moment. You see, I will define the way from your talk. You see, sometimes when people are proud and they see others like,
It's
they
not
have,
about pride. It's just we have
hold
lost
on.
faith. We
Yeah,
have
I would
lost
like to
faith
No,
in
chime in
Nigeria.
also.
there's a point I want to present before you.
Why do you think they want to separate? We have lost faith. There's no
No,
point.
I don't know. I thought, see, the problem is this. Let me just give you an example. Oh, let's divide Nigeria into three. All Igbo will say, yeah. Where is that three? Delta State is part of Igbo. Bayelsa is Igbo land. River is Igbo land. These are the things. You just think of it. If you really want to separate, if you
Okay.
any of your senator raise a motion today that Igbo want to go, all Nigeria will support it. But the
I
truth of
don't.
the
I
matter
don't.
is,
I don't think
Hold on.
so. I
Let's
don't
stick
think.
to
I don't
Chiama's
think all
politics.
Nigerians
Hold
will
on.
support
Choma,
it
let me add
because
this point before
they
you.
would have
Okay.
Let
kicked
me
us
add this
out a
point.
long time
Let me
ago.
chime in,
Wait,
please.
Choma,
They
wait,
would
hold
have
on a
kicked us
Chime in,
moment.
out
please.
a long time
Hold on,
ago. Let me tell you,
hold
y'all
on.
need us.
Um.
Listen, you guys need us more than we need y'all.
For
I'm not
real?
even fronting.
Okay.
I don't, bro.
I
I'm
don't
not
think so.
even
I don't.
Let me
fronting,
chime
and
in,
this is
please.
not being
Let me chime in,
confident.
please.
I'm just saying, this is
Let me chime in,
fact.
Mr. Chama.
You
Straight
don't
Hold
see
on,
facts. You
guys.
the
need
amount of
Igbos
people,
more than Igbos need you.
the amount of Igbos in Yoruba land
Let me
is not
chime
the
in.
same of
See,
amount of Yoruba people in Igbo land. So we don't actually
okay.
need you. That statement is wrong.
But can't we?
Okay.
I don't think
Let me chime in,
we don't
guys.
really care
So,
anymore. Like we've lost faith in
right,
Nigeria. We're just kind of just
just like
rocking the
what
boat.
Chima just said. Okay, we heard each other. Just like he said, that attitude is what we're kind of talking about. we need you more than you need us. Who are us? I mean, that you're referring to. So
No, don't
that's the
get
problem.
offended. It's facts,
No, no,
though.
I
So
can
don't
never
be
get offended.
don't get offended.
Okay.
But
No, no,
I
it's
no,
a
like
no.
the way she said
fact.
it's facts. I like the
Oh
way
It's a
no.
she said it's facts.
fact.
I like that. She's very, very
Uh,
bold.
huh? What do you say? No, I
No,
can't
I
be
said I like
offended.
the
But
I like the way she said it's facts. It's facts. The
you know,
Igbos
see,
need people need Igbos
that's
more than
one thing.
anything.
When it comes to Igbo people, I have them everywhere. That's one thing I like about them. Actually, I love that kind of attitude.
I
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's totally okay. But
I
and
really wish Fulani people would ask to leave. The way we'll jump to sign that signature,
yeah,
literally.
okay. But give me a couple of minutes. So a lot of things have been said, but yeah, when it comes to politics, I wrote you're being cued by half. I'm not sure. Your analysis was great. What you said about Zeke, right? But what you have a good understanding of Zeke as a person, his profile. But but when it's time to reconcile Zeke as a person to its output, it doesn't cohere. I mean, it doesn't merge together. I'm talking about. So Zeke as a person, he said, "Oh, well, he went to America, is maybe a Pan Africanist, and is familiar with the civil rights movement in America, this and that." Well, if such a person exists in such a profile exists in Zeke, then wouldn't he want to be somebody that comes to Nigeria and be ethnically blind? We would say, right? But that's not the case. You said it yourself that Zeke might be a tribalist, this and that. So, Zeke, it comes down to him always trying to outsmart the next person. If you ask me, actually, no, in my opinion, I think you probably think is the most is the smartest person in Nigerian politics back then, and I think that he truly believes that Zeke as a person, and as just like I said earlier, it's kind of a common theme amongst those people from that region. But the reason why, when it comes to politics generally in Nigeria, I would say though, um, uh, the reason why you say the Igbos are not moving forward or being dominant, so to speak, is because they have refused to acknowledge that the Yorubas politically are, can we say, superior? Yes, you can say that. Because you can see Yorubas, the way they play politics over so many years, and they've been successful actually when they're even being forced or being marginalized, like they did during Jonathan's time, and even this past time with Buhari, what it did to Tinubu, that was quite glaring. We all saw what happened. But guess what? Because of the makeup of someone like Tinubu, it was able to navigate that terrain and it became successful. And Igbo man is not like that. Somebody said it earlier. An Igbo man does not bounce
Exactly. We're
nobody.
we're we're not
Hold
like
on.
that because we're not fighting for political
No, no, no.
ambition. We're
It's not
fighting for
because
change. There's
it's
no
it's
point
hold on.
in
No, no, no. It's not
clapping for
because
You know, you know
yourself,
fighting.
what they call, you know
giving
what they
you
call
Let me
us
giving
here.
lie. Let me
yourself
lie.
brownie points for being political savvy, yet there's no achievement. With Igbo people, you see an achievement, you see transformation. We're not just answering presidency or governor or whatever. You get my point? So that's what I'm saying. We don't
No,
care, like, because there's no
no, no, no.
change.
What I hear
We
from
lost
you.
faith in Nigeria. That's the
No,
reality.
okay.
At
Hold on,
this
guys.
point,
Let me talk after
Prince
Chama.
Daddy, as a friend, like Prince Daddy, as a friend on this platform, I'm gonna tell you between me and you, like, Igbos really don't give a fuck. We're just really rocking the boat at this point. We're not dependent
Well,
on
see,
Nigeria for
no, okay,
shit. I'm
Chama,
telling you
please.
though.
I
No,
do believe you, but
that's a
hold on.
fact.
Uh,
But nobody's
Shoma,
gonna tell you. I'm the only one gonna tell you this truth. It's a fact.
yeah,
So sorry, can I just
Chama,
respond to the
I don't,
comments in the chat,
hold on.
right? Someone
Okay,
Shoma,
someone just said
let me chop
okay,
in with Chama a little bit, guys.
then
Hold on,
I'll
please,
respond to
please. Chama, what you said, I don't disagree with what you said, and but let's not conflate the success of Igbo people, their smartness, their intelligence. I don't need you to tell me, Chama. I don't know where I'm coming from with Igbo people. I don't need you to tell me all those things. So what you say, I accept it, but at the end of the day, it's not about how successful you people are. We are talking purely on politics here. See, not because this past president they came in and did something great, not at all. But don't tell me that an Igbo politician, and we can see right now from your local politics and state politics that they don't want to come into power and feed and feast on the largesse that Nigeria has to offer. Stop that. You speak for yourself, Chama, and the common Igbo person. But an Igbo politician is not different from a damn Yoruba or Hausa politician or Fulani. They're not different. You know that, right? So here we talk about politics. We're not talking about the greatness of the Igbo people. Not at all. Politics we're talking about. And for the Igbo people to
So
assume
in
that political
politics, Prince Daddy, that's what I'm saying. You can have that. We don't care.
no, you don't care. No,
We're
you
wanting
don't
to
care.
improve
No.
ourselves. We
Chama, you
just
don't
want
listen to me.
progress in our
Chama,
region. We want
Chama, you don't
development. We're
listen.
not just
Chama,
trying to be
you don't
political
care.
savvy. We're
No,
not
Chama,
trying
you
to
don't care.
win
Yes,
a gold medal.
Shama, look at it from different angle. Make us people
hold on.
promote
Your
the president.
politicians care. Chama, as a person, you don't care. I get it. But don't tell me,
No,
unless
it's
you're
not
lying
as
to
a
yourself.
person. Collectively, as a group, we don't give a fuck about being
No,
political
it's a lie.
savvy.
Come on.
We care
Now,
about
okay, now
progress,
you're being
developing our
disingenuous.
region.
It's
No,
not
Why
true.
do you
Shama,
It
think
is
wait.
not
the
true. It is
Southeast
not
is the
true.
most developed region
Shama,
in the whole of Nigeria? I
no,
Southeast.
mean,
Shama,
my
hold on a little
village,
bit.
no, I'm just telling you, bro, my village is so freaking developed. Like, there's places in my village that you cannot find in Lagos. Bougie
Yeah,
as
the
fuck.
way.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
but
you.
wait,
Okay,
wait.
Shama, hold on a
so
minute.
if
Lagos,
okay,
yo,
hold on.
wait, you,
Wait,
wait,
please,
Okay,
make
I
us
want.
fly.
Choma,
Hold on, guy.
Wait,
Hold on.
you just used to
Hold on,
name,
guy.
you're
See,
comparing the city to a village. But let me
so
just respond to, sorry, can I just respond to a comment quickly here?
go ahead.
Ejiofor Chris was saying, oh, Chioma, you're sat on the stage with tribalists and stuff, blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you something that you don't understand, my brother, Ejiofor. When say you're a Nigerian, you have to be a tribal person. I'm a tribalist. You can call me that, whatever, right? Because there's nothing like one Nigeria, right? And if you're talking about every time when people stand with that on their business, Igbo people will say they are tribalists. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not even sorry to say, Igbo people, what you claim to call people tribalists and all this, I don't know, maybe it's from a section of people from Enugu or Imo, or whichever people that like to play that card. I don't know which differences from the Southeast that like to play that card mostly, but brother, I'm telling you right now, Nigeria is everything is tribal in Nigeria or ethnical based in Nigeria. If you don't know, get to know now. So
my brother, let me add something to that.
Wait,
The Igbos are not sensing. I don't think they are sensing the changes properly. Like what this lady is saying. We don't care. You can open your business everywhere. Look, you disorganize your place. As you said, your village is beautiful. How many people live there? They were buying themselves. This IPOB changed them everywhere. If you go to Abuja, you see the populations of Igbo. You ask yourself, how many people actually live in that southeast? Go to Lagos. See, the way Nigeria is going, the way Fulani is pushing everybody. If it happens, Igbo will be forced to go to their land. People will no
And I
longer
think
tolerate.
most of them will, which is a good thing,
Yeah.
actually. We
I
need
don't
to
think
go back and
I don't
fully
think most will go
develop.
back. I don't
Huh?
think. Wait, Choma. Let me tell you
Many
something that
Igbo,
you don't.
You know
many
what? Because
Igbo
we're
will
still in
never.
Nigeria and there's so much insecurity in Nigeria. There's
Choma.
no
I'm so
governance.
look.
But I
Let
feel like
me tell you something.
if
You know,
every region separates, they can at least control their state, their
you
region. They
can
can have
control.
that
Wait,
control.
look.
You get my point?
Ogun State is still part of Nigeria, right? And they still
Yes.
control. They still bring businesses, right? This is what I'm
Hmm.
trying to say to you. If people don't have something in them, they don't have it, and it's not a bad idea. It's not something bad. Look at when we had regional this thing. Yorubas were progressing. We had television before France. We had free education. We had so many things. So it is in the nature of the Yoruba man or the Yoruba culture to keep progressing as a people. So
Of
if
course.
it's not in your nature, you don't have it. So whatever is in your nature, you have to search and seek for it, right? But
Exactly.
when Igbos come out and say, "Oh, we are Guinea-Con, we have money," man, if you look at the top richest people, black people in the world, Igbos are not even there. Top five,
No,
Igbos is not there.
I'm not
So
talking
and
about
and
the
wait, no, wait, hold
rich.
on a second.
I'm
Because
saying
Igbos are
that
saying
we're
they have money, they have money, they
comfortable.
have money. Even in Nigeria, the
No, I wasn't
richest
talking about
top three.
money.
Well, no.
We
I'm
still
just
got
bringing
money,
all that.
but I'm not talking about
Yeah,
money.
you
I'm
got
talking about
money,
in terms of
but even the
They
trade,
talk about
even wait,
money.
hold on a
Don't
second.
tell me
Sorry,
about
even the
money.
trade that you claim, even the trade that they claim they're doing, the top five people that are the richest, as there's still no Igbo man there. So we have to understand how things work, if you don't understand how things work, and you're moving in singular proportion, then there's gonna be so many confusion everywhere. If this one from Enugu is saying no, and from Enugu, you Igbo person, you know, if you come here, can't tell me what thing to do. I'm a king of my own land. Let me get it. I'm a king. So there's no togetherness. Igbos claim togetherness outside of Igbo land, but when they return back home, there's no togetherness. The only togetherness is when they are outside Igbo land. Immediately they all return back to Igbo land. There's no togetherness, and that's the fact.
I think like if we have control of our regions and everybody has their own government and governors, there's no rigged election, there's no someone like Hopus or them, all those, like we actually have a fair election, in Igbo land, I think we'll be fine. And that's in every land, even Yoruba
But
land. I think
I think
everybody will
every
be
region will be
okay.
fine. If every region witness that, every region will be fine. Because that's
Every region will be fine, but I'm not sure about the north with that Amajiri system they have
Wait,
going on.
someone was saying that we don't want Igbo, we don't want, but we refuse to let them go. May, if all your 6 governors come out today and saying they want to go, they will go. Nobody will. So this is the mentality that I'm trying to tell you. You guys want to be given presidency on a platter of gold and say, okay, we'll take it to. Now you are saying you don't want to let us go. Like, are we? If the
I
people got to
honestly
decide for
don't
you,
think they care about this
come on.
presidency, because if they
No, I'm
do,
just,
they will
no,
be
wait.
they'll be
Chioma,
politically aligned with APC
Chioma, wait.
and all the
I'm
cabals and all of
responding to
that.
the I'm responding to
see,
the
make I
fact that
tell you many
wait,
problem with this.
sorry, brother. I'm responding to the
Make I
fact that these people, this particular our Igbo brothers want things to be handed to them easily and free. Just like Wike said, Mama puts food done. You understand?
No,
May, if you want
it's
to
not
go,
only, it's not only
if you
that.
want to
It's not
go
only
out,
that. Make I
if
tell
you
you
want to go
something.
out, tell your 6 people, your 6 governors and your this thing to fight for it. And if you want to be
To
presidency,
fight for
if you
it,
want
why
the
should we
presidency,
fight? Why should we
you
fight
have
to
to.
be
But
Chioma,
you have to come in together in one
make
voice
I
now.
tell you something.
Huh?
The
Why
reason
should we
why people,
fight?
see, Shoma, do you know why
Let my
Igbos
people
are,
go.
Shoma, wait, the reason why Igbo people are losing in Nigerian politics is this.
I'm already telling you, we don't care. I don't know why
Yes,
you're
wait
trying to
now.
reiterate that. Why are you reiterating that to me? I don't think we care though. Did you get it
Okay,
though? And I'm
I
telling
get
you,
it.
we don't care.
Oh,
Even
wait
like
now.
literally, we didn't. Okay, so basically, we were irrelevant in 2023 election, right? For Tinubu, we don't care.
Yeah, listen now.
2027, we will still be
Listen.
irrelevant. We
Oh,
still don't
wait, hold on.
care.
You let me
I
land
Okay,
my
think you
point.
do.
I
You
just
do
don't want
care.
you guys to think that like
You
the
do,
You
Shoma.
Nigerian
do care.
politics
You do
is
care.
a
Okay,
do or die
no.
for Igbo
Say
people,
the
right?
unity
We just
with
want the
Shoma.
betterness of Nigeria because we're still
You know,
in
no.
Nigeria. We want the
You don't want betterness
progress.
for Nigeria.
No,
You
No,
don't
see,
want
we
progress
do.
for
Like
Nigeria.
I
You
want
don't. No,
Nigeria to progress
no.
because I'm still in Nigeria.
Most Igbos say that, but deep down, that's not what they want.
No, no,
see
no,
what
That's not
no,
what they
no,
want.
no,
I'm
no,
telling
no.
you.
No, honestly, I
Shoma,
do. No, I
Shoma,
do. But at
Chioma,
some point,
they
I
say they
just
want the
don't
together.
care.
wait now.
Like
Shoma, wait.
basically, we don't care about the whole political,
No,
fight and all that
Shoma, wait.
rigging. Like it gets annoying.
See the problem we have in Nigeria is
I
this.
will tell you who you are because you don't have any
On
country.
on a tribal line, everyone is trying to outsmart one another. But the way your people do their own is like not coexisting, but to dominate others. You understand me? I will give you an example. Their neighbors don't have problem with Igbo. Calabama don't have problem.
No,
Ekwerema don't have
but
problem.
Shema just said that they love to be independent. So are you saying they love to be independent?
Who is not independent in Nigeria? I'm an
Hold on.
Edoma, I'm an
Are
independent
you
person.
saying that the Igbos
We don't
they
beg
like to be
anybody.
independently? They like to be independent and dominate other people. Is that what you're saying?
Let me quickly
No,
point that point.
they're mentally they're mentally independent in every area, business, their mindset. They're independent beings. Like unlike the
I
northern
don't know. I
people,
don't know any
you know.
Nigerians who are
Hold
dependent.
on,
Who are dependent.
I think it's Midwest man talking. Said they like to dominate other people. So I'm trying to understand
No, I
whether
Yes,
never
they are
said anything
independent.
about dominate. Oh, I never say we like to dominate
yes.
No,
anybody.
no,
No,
not
let me
you. I
explain.
said the guy, Midwest talking,
See,
not you. You say you like to be independent. I get
what
that
I've
part.
come to realize, wait, let me land something properly. What I've come to realize about the people is that these are a set of people that when they come to your place, you welcome them. You treat them like we are all one. But as time progresses, they will be raising their kids while they will be telling those kids that your culture is bad, your way of life is bad, you are not a good person, and you not knowing it. And when that generation sprang up, you start dealing with different people. This is how I observe the kind of people they are. And if you look at the Nigeria structure today, everybody is fed
Okay,
up with
hold on now. Shema, is that true?
About what?
What the guy
What?
just
Shoma.
said. We didn't listen to him.
I don't think
That
Choma heard
we are
what he
raising
said.
our kids to speak against other cultures.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Well, the thing about everybody finds flaws in other people's tribe, of
So
course. Like,
I've even noticed as well. Yeah, I've
I
also
mean,
noticed something.
that's normal. You guys want me to come here and lie to y'all? Everybody
Wait.
talk shit.
I think
I'm
if
sure the
different.
northern people, the Fulani people, will tell their kids, negative aspects about the Southerners, where,
Wait,
we eat
I think
this and
because
that, and we
from my
drink
own observation.
alcohol.
No, sorry, from my own observation. No, I think Enugu, Imo, what's the other Igbo district? I think they
Ebony
all
State,
Ebonyi State and other they all have they are
Yeah.
all the same, but they have a similar different way of relating with different ethnic groups in Nigeria. Because you will see a comment somebody that's never left Enugu before,
The
left east,
village.
and
Yeah.
then they will not come to Yoruba land. They will not come to Yoruba land, and they will make a stupid so-called tribal statements and you be like, why would this person make it say? And you now find that and realize that okay, this person just moved from their east,
Yeah.
wherever part of it to live in Yoruba land, and that is the reason why they can make comments like that because there are people that are already living here,
It's just stereotype. It's
they
stereotype they've always known.
yeah,
You
but
don't have
no,
to
no,
go.
but they claim that these people are tribalists, but they themselves that are coming from the village into other people's terrain are the tribalists themselves because all over internet they making so much assumptions and comments on Twitter and all over social media, and then you will see some of the comments and you be like, who the hell are these people? And then when you start finding out who they are, it's either they just started living in Lagos or Ogun State or whatever or Ibadan in 2 years ago or 1 year ago or 3 years ago, and they are making statements like this. But that statement they make, that tribal statement they make, is still part and parcel of them. It's still in them. Even the ones that have lived in Yoruba land for long, when they are getting in an argument, and they will just quickly speak Igbo. Oh, and if you ask them what they said in Igbo, it will be something ethnic, tribalist something that they said in that thing.
Okay.
Okay, so
Let me chime in
what
on
does
this
that have
sentence.
to do with
Hold
what
on
we're
now.
talking
See,
about?
What I'm
on the
trying to say
issue of
is
that, one
because this
second.
guy in
On
the
the
chat are
issue,
saying
hold on.
tribalist, but they are the ones portraying that
Don't
tribalist thing
listen
a
to the
lot.
people don't listen to the people in the
Hold on.
chat. That's what
See,
they're
the
supposed to do.
people,
They just, cause
the
trauma.
Igbos I grew up with in Lagos that were born in Lagos or they came when we were very young. Trust me, they are not what you just described right there. They are well, assimilated to the Lagos lifestyle and
And culture.
and culture. They don't have that innate, you know, uh, disrespect or discrimination or tribalism you're talking about. No, they don't even have that. In fact, I
Yeah,
still
but
relate to them more than
if
I
things
do my
progresses like
other
that,
Yoruba
we'll
people.
have to treat them like the Fulani people that say, oh no, Fulani in the bush, is different from the Fulani in the city. Oh. No, we are not the same. Because at some point we'll have to group them all together and say the ones that are already in the city and the one coming from Enugu or coming from
The
Imo State,
village.
you guys are all the same. So we'll not say, oh, because you are an able man,
Listen,
were
hey,
born in Yoruba land
if
or
you
this.
if
We'll
you
just
want
group
to,
all of you guys together.
that's fine. If you want
It's
to
just the
group
case.
us all the
No,
same,
no, no, no. Well,
if you want to group us all the
I
same,
wouldn't do
I'm
that.
good.
I would not
I'm
do
good
that.
on
I
you
would
on
not group
that.
them together. I won't
That's
group them
fine. No,
together.
I
No.
don't listen. Do as you wish. I don't care. But I just want you guys to know this, right? Know this and know peace. A regular Igbo man, and I'm the only one that can tell you the truth, not man of prestige, not just a Mecca or Jewel of Nashville. I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. We don't really give a fuck about the presidency. I promise you, we don't talk about Nigeria in our meetings. We don't talk about Nigeria politics at all. We talk about business. We talk about our, village
Chima,
meetings. That's
we
all we
heard
talk.
you
We
earlier when
don't
you
give a
said
fuck
that.
about what's happening in
But
Tinubu's administration.
well, what you're
I'm
saying
telling you.
exactly applies. Hold on,
Chairman, let me say
hold on,
something.
hold on.
Like
Prince
you would
Daddy.
never
What you
see,
said,
for example, you
Chima,
would never
applies
see
to
Igbo
all
people
other.
gathering,
No,
discussing Tinubu. We don't do
what you
that.
just said applies to all other ethnic groups as well. There's no distinction in that regard. But again, don't be naive. I just said it earlier. When it comes to Igbo politicians, they are no different than the Yorubas or the Fulani Hausa politicians.
That's fine. Those are greedy Igbo politicians. That's
So
fine. They can.
when you say we don't give an F about politics and this and that, that's
We
very
have lost
simplistic.
faith. I'm talking
That's
about the
simply
general. If you want,
no.
if you don't want to hear the truth, that's on you. But I'm telling you, those people are doing politics for their pockets. We've lost
Exactly.
faith since Ojukwu.
And
We
you're
have
right
lost
about that.
faith in
They all are doing
Nigeria.
politics for their own pocket. That's my
The
point
only
here.
the only presidency that gave Igbo people just a little bit of faith was Jonathan,
Well,
right?
because the government was populated by
Let
Igbo
me tell you
people.
something. I'm the only
So,
one that can tell you the truth, bro. I am the only one that can tell you
yeah,
the
well,
raw truth. And if you don't
Chairman.
listen to me, you will not hear the
Wait,
truth anywhere else.
Chioma,
I'm not in disagreement
To
are
with
be
you
you
from
honest
now.
Imo
with you,
State?
Igbo
Wait,
people
are you
don't.
from Imo State?
Igbo people, yeah,
Yeah, she
Igbo people
is.
don't hate Tinubu. Let me
Exactly.
tell you
So
something.
your own fraction
Igbo
of Imo
people
State
don't
now,
even
you're saying you
have.
don't care. If
Hold
I put
on,
an
hold on.
Enugu man now, it will
Let
have
me
different
finish.
this thing.
Let me tell you the truth. Igbo people don't have issue with Tinubu. We don't even hate Tinubu. Honestly, the only problem is they wanted someone that can represent Nigeria better, like someone like a Simba
When have
Judge,
you
you
become the
know.
voice of all Igbo people? When you live in America, when did you become the voice of all Igbo people, Chema?
Well, let me say this.
The
Prince
lies you
Daddy,
want
I
people
don't.
the lie. If you want to listen to lies, then that's fine. But I'm the only one that can
Wait,
tell you the raw truth.
Chioma is the so-called
No,
civilized
that is
people.
fine. I mean,
So
you're expressing your
you
opinion,
understand
which
the
is sound.
assignment.
I
But
can appreciate
Prince
your
Daddy,
opinion, but don't make
Prince,
it sound like you collectively you represent a one voice for Igbo people. That is not true.
Trouble,
That
they
No,
cannot
have
I'm
possible.
no, I
no
represent the truth. Prince Daddy,
but Prince,
I represent the truth that nobody's
but
gonna tell you. These people
Prince
are
Daddy,
fighting on social media. It's a lie. It's a facade. They don't care.
Prince Daddy,
They're just
can you
trying.
let
At this
us?
point with politics. We're just rocking the boat. We don't
But
give
Prince
an
Daddy,
F.
Chairman, listen to
Honestly,
me. Prince Daddy, okay, I'm a Yoruba man, okay. I come from a large family, and the extended family is politically active, and the extended family has had consequence in politics in Nigeria. We don't sit around and talk about. I talk about presidents. I've never had a president like, oh, Yoruba people want to acquire power or acquire central government. In fact, if there's a group of people in Nigeria that I know are averse to central power, it's Yoruba people. Like Tinubu is probably the furthest we've ever had. Tinubu is to the Yoruba person. Tinubu is the first Yoruba person that's been like.
In my own opinion,
That's not true.
Tinubu is the first Yoruba president.
That's not
Tinubu is the first
true.
Yoruba president, in my own opinion.
No.
That's
I'm
a
telling you,
lie.
Obasanjo is not
how
a
it
That's a
is.
Yoruba man.
lie.
It's half Yoruba people. His
No.
mother is
I'm not even talking
That's
about
not
that.
his father is Igbo.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the sentiment. Look, I've never really had a conversation with any Yoruba person that I know that is a close family or friend or in any social groups that has any idea that has this idea that they want central power. That has we are yearning for central power. The Yoruba people have a tendency to want to regionalize. They like the idea of regionalism and pulling away from the central. Like, so Tinubu is an exception in fact in Yoruba in Yoruba history. It's been an exception. You know, even though Awolowo, even when Awolowo was the Minister of Finance and the de facto Prime Minister under Gowon, even when he was there, he was always very willing. He wanted to pull away from it as soon as possible. Like, it's just so it's. I don't think it's unusual across Nigeria that people want to it's. I don't think it's unique to any. I think maybe there's one or two groups,
No. It's unique for the non-North people to want to be in power all the time. But for Yoruba mostly, Yoruba don't mind taking a backseat, but obviously ruling their own affairs. But if opportunity arises, they will take grab it by the boot. But they are not going to be waiting. They are not going to be waiting. They are not going to be waiting and saying, no, Yoruba people, we are being marginalized. Let's take this. We want to take it. No, we are not going to be crying. We're going to be busy working and making sure things work.
But can I say the only reason we're talking about being marginalized because of P2B? If P2B didn't even come up,
Chioma, we
wouldn't care. We would literally vote for Tinubu.
Igbos have been talking many years that they've been marginalized. They've been saying this many years ago.
No. Let me tell you something. If we remove P2B from the equation, I promise you, we vote for Tinubu. We don't care.
No, Chioma, Igbos have been saying that. Igbos have been saying that they've been marginalized for years.
Wait, IPOB became what they have today because they were brainwashing those guys that Igbo are they've marginalized. Igbo have been marginalized in Nigeria, and they buy into those ideas, and they become these IPOB of recent terrorist group that were terrorizing the Southeast.
Okay, so how about Yoruba Nation? No, how about Yoruba Nation though?
Hold on a moment.
Yoruba Nation have not gone to
Yoruba Nation marginalized except for the
No. Yoruba Nation was not because of marginalization. Yoruba Nation is just because Yoruba people always have the desire for regionalism.
The same thing with Igbos.
Igbos are saying sit at home now. Yoruba people are not commanding their people to sit at home.
Don't make that statement because of Yoruba Nation. You said
that's from day one.
That is why they are saying marginalization. No, they have been crying this marginalization for years, even before Peter Obi, and that is why those guys believe that cry for so many years, that complaint. Igbo has not been given chance to be the president of the country. Igbo have never been given chance. They have never occupied any good positions. They have been marginalized. They have to go. And when they want to go, they said they need Edo State as part of Biafra. They need Delta State as part of Biafra. Okay, look at attitude. You can't be everybody need one another. Take and your man they just mentioned.
You do
the same thing.
I went to five Igbo bookstores.
You guys like to point out
they don't even have, they call themselves bookstores, but they don't have Awolowo's books in their bookstore. And these are all Igbo bookstores.
That could just be a coincidence, though. That could just be a coincidence.
That is not a coincidence, my brother. 5 Igbo bookstores that were very big in Lagos. They didn't have Awolowo's book. Come on.
That could be a coincidence. Now,
how many places have Awolowo books? Come on.
That could be a coincidence. That is not. I wouldn't use that as a definitive.
Now, if I want to get a Awolowo book now online to find on Amazon, it's not easy. It's difficult. So what
I did difficult to get here.
But Chioma, the thing what I'm trying to say to you is, Igbo people. Nobody hates Igbo people, but it's the fact that you're crying and saying you're being marginalized. Do something about it. Don't expect people to give you chicken on a platter of gold. You're not in a country like Nigeria. It doesn't work like that. So if you're saying you're being explain why you've been marginalized. Is it by not giving you the president, or because every other thing else you're doing? But you're doing. So the only reason why I say why you guys are shouting marginalization is because you've never become the president. After the democracy 1999, there's no Igbo president, so-called, right? But so that's the reason why they've been shouting.
Sure, but if you guys were on the same boat, you say the same thing too.
Yeah, but we were on the same boat now. Yoruba people have been marginalized after independence. After independence, we've not had real power. After independence, hold on a second, my brother. We've not had real power after independence. Every power has been every power has been between Igbo, Hausa. Check it out now from 1960. Go and check it.
Unfortunately, I would say this though. I would say this from a sentiment.
The only thing we control was our own place.
Let me say this.
Even our own place, they are still trying to control us in our own place. You can just
who's
imagine.
wait. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Was trying to eat inside Yoruba land. This other people.
Zik won in Lagos now. Zik won in Lagos, but
that's what I'm saying. They're trying to eat there.
Zik won in Lagos.
Inside our land.
When Zik was elected, when Zik was elected to the federal house, okay, he was elected under Lagos. But what I want to say is this: marginalization is a concept that is a matter of personal opinion. A lot of the time, it is actually fictional. Now, the reason I want to say this is this: Tinubu is actually an exception, because I can tell you that from a Yoruba perspective, it's really the first time the Yoruba can say they've been in power and they've been able to use power for the benefit, or, because they are claiming that Tinubu is running a Yoruba government. But that's the first time the Yoruba people can actually claim, fairly or unfairly, that they actually are running government.
So that means you guys don't see Obasanjo as a Yoruba president then?
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Obasanjo is an Igbo man.
No. That's your own statement.
His
That's not my
statement. His father is Igbo. His mother is Yoruba. That's not my statement. Because the king of Owu has said this years ago.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this.
Yeah, but that's not where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is this. Okay, where I'm coming from is this. Obasanjo is a federalist. Obasanjo was a military man, and he came into power through the military. Then he operated as a federalist. When they came back to power in 1999, he operated as a federalist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Obasanjo, through his policies, his actions, he actually disadvantaged Yoruba people, and that's just fact. His actions, his policies, and the way he's always played his politics is a man that's actually, if I tell you the list of people, Yoruba people, that Obasanjo through his actions, his inactions, has actually gone out of his way to disadvantage Yoruba people for whatever reason. I think it's because he wants to.
That guy is a very stupid man. Everything Yoruba, he turned it to national. Our national first TV in Africa, he turned it to national TV. Our theaters, a lot of our developments, he made it national. For what?
Mr. O, let me tell you why Choma.
Hold on. Before, sorry, sir.
Hold on. But did you guys understand my point? Hold on. Wait.
Choma,
I just want to make
E-Money and them guys that they should have nothing to do with that. I don't even know this guy if I saw them, saw their pictures. But anyway, my point is that E-Money and Obi Kubana, those guys, I don't really know them. But my point here is that why are they dabbling into politics if you guys don't give an F about politics? What are they doing there? Why are they trying to assume power?
It's for their pocket. It's for their pocket. Everyone is trying to jump on Obi's coattails. That's what it is.
It's not gonna
they're taking advantage of his popularity.
E-Money, there's a Tinubu boy. Is it not E-Money?
Lady.
E-Money is a Tinubu boy. You don't know.
He's a city boy now.
Not even city boy. E-Money has been a Tinubu boy before all these other new boys are actually jumping on the Tinubu bandwagon. E-Money has been a Tinubu boy since like more than 10 years ago.
They were supporting Obi before though. They were on Obi's bandwagon.
E-Money has never supported Obi. E-Money has been a Tinubu boy since more than 10 years ago, before Tinubu even became president, before Tinubu became APC. E-Money is a Tinubu boy. E-Money is hardcore. In fact, I can claim that I'm sure that E-Money, the way he made money, is true connection from Tinubu, because when I look at that,
that's fine.
Tinubu has been looking after that guy for years.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good. Good for him.
If not for Tinubu, they would have disgraced E-Money and chased him out of Lagos a long time ago. When he messed up
argument?
When E-Money messed up with some powerful people in that their estate, what's that their estate in Ikeja? That estate, what's the one this their estate? What's their estate? No, not Chevron. No, E-Money lives in what's name now? What's that estate in Ikeja? I remember that estate is full of civil servants and all these old judges and justices. Not Magodo now. What's that estate now? Phase 1. What's his name?
Omole Estate.
Omole Estate. Omole is full of very influential people and he was messing around. He just been a nuisance, and they were going to deal with him. If not for them, Tinubu and the connection they had with Tinubu, they would have dealt with him in that estate, because that estate had a lot of So he's a Tinubu guy. Forget him money. All these
And
Cubana
there's
and co, they
nothing
want
wrong with
jumping on the
that.
bandwagon. It's only
If you guys,
Cubana chief priest and co that are jumping on the Tinubu bandwagon. Money is a Tinubu guy from get-go. And they got when they were doing, remember that when they did the NSAS and when they did NSAS and there were people attacking Tinubu, the guy was silent. And I can remember people they came for him then because he was noticeably silent. You notice that anytime they're doing all this attacking Tinubu stuff, money doesn't care. He's just very silent. He doesn't do any. You never see him doing protest or trying to do all this activism. He doesn't do it because he knows where his bread is buttered, and his bread has been buttered by Tinubu for a very long time.
that's good. And
So
there's
And they go
nothing
say
wrong
that
with that.
they go say Yoruba man are travelers. This is, of course we are travelers now. When
There's
it
nothing
comes
wrong
to
with that, but I
travel,
just want you,
we won't be
I just wanted
there's
you guys to know
there's
that.
Yoruba people that actually accused Tinubu of being the one that brought Igbo people into politics in Lagos. Because before 1999,
I want to ask you a question. Hold on a moment. Do you see any future danger after Tinubu that when power go back to North with all these structures on ground, that the Yoruba will suffer politically severely in Nigeria?
they will not suffer because wait, let me tell you something. If you're saying Yoruba people will suffer politically, that means Fulani man or whoever from another part of Nigeria will have to be governors of all Yoruba states and be senators, the House of Representatives. We will not suffer. The only thing is maybe hold on, maybe federally, they might not be whatever, but in our own region, people will still control things.
But ask him why did you ask that? Why did you pose that question?
Why would they suffer really? Why would they suffer really? Because
let's understand why he asked the question first.
You know why I asked that question. Thank you, Shoma. But not only Yoruba, but I will now include the entire South to it. Tinubu administration has made a lot of blunders. One, they tried to smuggle bill and they have silenced that complaint. Then I will tell you the Northerners, they carefully documented it. Secondly, we have now normalized go to court under this democracy. And another one, these guys don't want to give state police as a matter of urgency and create a room for national discourse to return power to region. I will tell you these three things. If they fail not to do it after this Tinubu administration, power goes to my brother. I am fully convinced.
Can I answer Midwest?
But let's let him finish. He's making a point.
I'm fully convinced that the South is doomed. Not only Yoruba.
That's the lie.
Okay, Midwest, give me a chance to respond to Midwest.
But can I say something though? The point he's making in terms that in every area, even in civil servants and infrastructure, Tinubu made a lot of changes. Even he transferred FAN. FAN, FAN. He transferred it from, I think it was Abuja to Lagos, right?
Well, FAN used to be in Lagos. They transferred it to Abuja. They only just brought it back to Lagos. It makes no sense. The main international airport is in Lagos.
Those are the type of points he's trying to make, that Tinubu made a lot of significant
but you will not
changes.
suffer now. Why will Yoruba suffer?
So let me Midwest, I don't get this idea that Yoruba will suffer. But let's put it. Let's articulate your three main points. I think the first point you made was that the smuggling bills smuggling bills at a very high speed without going through the full review. That is not something that's unique to this Tinubu government. Buhari did
Every
it.
government is doing that.
The only thing is the Tinubu government has been unique, that Tinubu has not had a situation where he has he has the Senate president in his pocket. Let's just put it that way.
No. You change what I'm trying to say. Let me say, they discuss a bill, they agreed on it, but the content they gazetted is different from what they debated twice. They've raised this issue.
But that is always happened in Nigeria. That's always happened in Nigeria. The problem, it has always what we've never had in Nigeria. Wait, one Midwest now. What we didn't have previously was the access of the public to this general information.
Exactly. Wow.
So what has happened is that there's actually not a lot more public scrutiny. Exactly. So it is only an improvement. in the fact that now as a public, we now know more of what is happening in the legislative. And now because of that, we can get, and a lot of the time, it's actually not that stuff has been smuggled in. It's just the fact that there's always a lot of confusion and a lot of people don't understand the legislative process.
Has been in existence for years.
Not even budget padding. Now, let us evaluate how laws are passed. If a law needs to be passed, both the upper and the lower house. Now, I don't mean intend to disparage the House of Representatives by calling them a lower house, but both the Senate and the House of Representatives would actually pass the laws individually in their chambers, and then they will have an harmonization committee. Because the clauses have been changed in each of the houses, the harmonization committee has to then go into a negotiation and see how they can fine-tune and harmonize the laws that each of the houses has passed. After doing that, then they then have to bring it to the president. The president then signs the law, and then it is up to the civil service to gazette the law. I believe there's been some clerical errors in some of the laws have been passed, and there's also been a confusion between some because I think there's this current, I think is it the 10th assembly we have now, has the highest turnover rates in the history of the Fourth Republic. The turnover rates in the current assembly, I think, is well over 70%, which means that there's a lot of legislators that don't understand the legislative process enough. And also, I think there's been a lot of legislators that are also playing to the gallery. So I think that's the first matter I think dealt with. I don't think there's anything particularly unique to this administration, and I don't think there's anything particularly suspect or particularly malicious on the part of the administration. However, I think there's a few laws that have been passed in rather too quickly. But at the same time, we can also not say laws are being passed too quickly when we look at the PIA Act that took up more than 10 years.
Okay.
I'm not finished. I know I've spoken for a while, but let me finish, please.
The excess power in the hands of president, if it go past to north, Nigeria is not going to remain the same.
But that is not new. Tinubu has actually not accrued power. Tinubu has actually not accrued more power. It's actually divested power.
We have a chance to breathe, and instead of we to do something, we want these people to push us to a point where we will depend on oxygen.
But wait. Midwest. Tinubu has divested more power. He actually has not accrued power. Tinubu has divested power. He has not accrued more power. Tinubu has divested power. He has not accrued more central power.
I pray that they do
something. Let me tell you something. I don't understand.
So,
okay, go on.
I wrote, what is inherent in I think what Midwest question is the fear that we all have about these Fulani people. The origin of that question would not have emanated if we don't have fear for the Fulani people. Why should it be? Why should we be afraid that if they come to power, we should be shaking our boots because we've done something wrong? Why would he be thinking that? I mean, if they were in power, just like Barry was, they did whatever the heck they wanted to do.
Exactly. They would do worse.
They did worse. But why the heck do you think that we should be afraid when they come to power? Where is that coming from? Why is that? It's really inherent in the fact that I think we are afraid of these people. We think they are more, I don't know, malicious, brutal. I mean, whatever.
It's not because of the brutality. They are very strategic in dividing people, and they are very strategic.
They are not strategic anything, Jare. Don't be giving them props. Don't be giving them props like they are very smart. They think they're smart, but they're not smart.
Hold on. So what's the worst that the Fulani will do if they come into power?
Look at what they will do, If power go back to north again, for power to come to south will be very difficult because they make an attempt.
So they will hold it again for 20 years.
Hold on a moment. When Buhari was leaving, they were making an attempt to retain the power, but the atmosphere was not right for it at that time, and that is why, partially, if you look at it, none of them even supported Tinubu. They were trying to maneuver, and they miss it. Now, if power go back to them, you know what they normally do? They will be in charge of the Senate. They will come back to you, my own Edo, and they will be using my own politician to silence the people there. They will go back to your Southwest. They will be doing it. You will be hearing your brother name, and they will not do anything for you.
But that's normal.
But that is not their fault. That is our fault.
Exactly.
I can't. If they're not holding my hand, if my representatives stand idly and don't represent me adequately,
We have to look at the future very well. You have your Yoruba culture to protect. You have your own place to protect. You have your future to protect. Go back.
Exactly.
My brother,
I will protect it myself now. They're not going to protect it for me now.
It's just like all this. It's just like all this insecurity going on right now. Right. It's just like all this insecurity going on right now. A Yoruba man is still a Yoruba man is in the Nigerian president, right? But there's still insecurity in his own land. So he still doesn't. If the Fulani man or Hausa man enter power today, right, it doesn't change anything. In as much as the people that are going to be the key custodians, the obas, the kings, and everybody are still Yoruba people. My brother, the only place that will be affected maybe in getting licenses to do stuff, they might delay it because it's federal power.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, let me
so, for example,
Midwest. I agree with you.
For example, now when we wanted to collect license for the airport thing, they delayed us for many years, but invariably it was given. And Ogo State they've got their own cargo and
I agree with Midwest. I think what Midwest is saying is you want Tinubu to speed up. You want Midwest to speed up the federalism.
It's Agbado here.
Hold on.
Okay, Agbado is in Lagos. And may I give you an example? Agbado told me that he went to some area in Lagos. The kind of Nigerians he was saying, he was so surprised. Where are these guys from? Strangers are taking over our land. I have to be honest with you. In the next 10, 16 years, they will put this indigenous style or something. And your own brothers who call themselves police, who call themselves politicians, under their watch, they will be enforcing settlement for these guys in your city. Since they did not succeed in the bush, they are not pushing them to the city. So all this idea that we are building it, politics will remain.
If they don't succeed in the bush, if they didn't succeed in the bush, whereby they can cap up tents, what makes you think they will survive in the city? Come on. Look at why they will survive. This is what people don't understand about Yoruba. Look,
Hold on.
I want to ask a question.
Hold on, Omotata, go ahead. Finish your statement, and you can ask the question, Mr. D.
The thing is here. Look, what you people don't understand about Yoruba people is Yoruba people are very similar to the British. Yeah, right. You can be allowing nonsense to be going on, but the day they take action, trust me,
they can be extreme. And that's why I'm afraid.
Look, all these things that you're saying will just come to an end.
Yoruba people can be extreme when they take action.
When OPC was around there, when they were still OPC, fashion, and
those guys were extreme, man.
Those guys were about to enter a lorry and chase out this thing. They were
extreme, man.
They begged Obasanjo, and they rushed to the Aso Rock to go and say, Obasanjo, please put an end to this thing. Because the way they were moving then, they were cleaning out. And in Shagam then, when that Hausa thing happened, what they did to those Hausa people, imagine buying all those people and loading them into trailer and take them to
OPC used to go to Sabo every morning in Ibadan, and they used to just deal with all this. Like I used to be afraid. I used to be worried for Hausa people then because they dealt with them in Sabo.
All those things they are saying, they are in Abushi, they are in a city. Trust me, when it starts, now go they beg. Say, oh, this thing, man, I not doing the thing too much. So
thank you for your comment.
And also, let me tell you something here. Yoruba people are very crafty. When people will say, oh, Yoruba people are mumu, they be mumu. Yes, you might think they are mumu, but when they are start winning power here and there, you go no say they don't be mumu because they've clearly shown you how to be politically observant. But when they bring out their iron fist, there's nothing you can do, my brother. They will just play them out.
So hold on. Excuse me, hold on. So Mr. D, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I want to ask a question because sometimes these guys here, or all these people who speak up for all these APC defenders, you know, and I'll put it like this. You say someone is Nigerian. Why is the person not allowed to stay in one part of Nigeria? Why? So what's the point of you saying
anyone that the Nigerian Constitution guarantees?
Look at it from this angle. I will answer you like this. The black man.
I remove myself. I remove myself Midwest.
Wait, a black man believe that when they look at the law, it favors their selfish interest. They see the law as correct law. When the law try to cash on them, they complain like I'm the victim. That's just the way I will answer your question. If you come to my land,
hold on.
You didn't let him finish. He didn't finish asking a question. You just cut him off.
That's the question. That's the question. Okay, that's the question. But what I want to say more is that you're saying these Hausa people or these people, they're Nigerians. You understand?
That's the problem, Mr. D. Mr. D, the problem is that they are not Nigerians. Mr. D, the Midwest fear is that they are not Nigerians. That's the fear. Mr. D, that's the fear. Mr. D, the problem is not that they are Hausa or the Fulani. The problem is that they are not Nigerians. Mr. D.
They are just aliens.
No, Mr. D, the problem is number one, they are not Nigerians, they are mixed. So there's actually, Mr. D, in most states in Nigeria.
Let me answer Mr. D this way. Mr. D, where do you live? I want to ask you a question.
He's in London.
Okay, the people that live in London, irrespective of race, tribe, where they are from, are well documented, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know the reason? For security reason. So somebody lives Edo, is a murderer. He went to Lagos, and now suddenly he find a cool place and start his own.
Is Edo and Lagos a different country?
Let me ask you a question.
Is it a different country?
That's where the argument is coming from. We are all vulnerable because the government is not doing the needful. And the reason is this. I am not against somebody not coming to my place. After all, Edo is like mini Nigeria. Historically, they've done it and they have been doing it and they don't discriminate anybody. You will never have such thing. But what we have come to realize, we were raised to love everybody. But I cannot accommodate you, but the bottom of your heart is out to buy me, and you want me not to think otherwise. And that's the reality on ground. That's what we are speaking.
Even in America, they will not accept. You cannot go to Texas and go to New York and say you want to carry gun because you can carry it in Texas. I
think Mr. D is confused. Mr. D.
When I host you, you respect my way of life. I have that I reference. Just like the way where you live in. So you can't leave your place. You will not say you were raised that you are a king of your home. So wherever you find yourself, you are not the king of the land.
Mr. D lives in UK, okay? Mr. D, wait, Midwest. Mr. D lives in UK.
Let us be honest.
Mr. D, Midwest, Mr. D.
Because somebody in Nigeria, you can move everywhere. Yeah, there should be profile. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Midwest, don't even stress yourself. Midwest, don't stress yourself because Mr. D shouldn't even ask this question. Mr. D lives in the UK, where there's been an extreme rise in sentiments, where almost every weekend they're having nationalist parades. Tommy Robinson had a big parade. Okay, almost every single week they're having a parade. It's possible that the Reform Party are going to gain ground in the next elections. So Mr. D actually should not be asking this question because the exact sentiments that is causing a lot of these concerns in Nigeria are showing themselves in the UK.
Sorry,
hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. So I think Mr. D is a bit confused about the dynamics of the Nigeria
Choma, I'm not. I'm coming in from it.
So here's the thing. Hold on. Let me educate you. Hold on. Hold on.
I don't know. The correct guy. Now, the not correct guy. Okay, it's just a bit.
No, I'm trying. So I'm trying to give him a clear understanding. D, when they said that these people are not Nigerians, they mean some of them are coming from Niger. Like other parts, like Fulanese from other parts of Africa.
They're undocumented.
Basically. Yes. Well, it's not that
there's a rise in crime. There's a rise in crime. They're undocumented.
So,
Yeah,
Chairman, can I quickly chip in, please?
of course.
I do understand.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. So, where we understand that some of these guys are not Nigerians. That's fair enough, right? But you have to understand, it's almost like what is going on in the Western world. When there's a vacuum, it needs to be filled. Those vacuum need to be filled. So you still have your people, like a lot of us here, and especially someone that say our land is being taken over. Why is the land being taken over? Because a lot of us run away from the same land. So your people still need to farm, or are the people that work in the farm? They go and bring these people to come and work in their farms. Your people, your younger generation, they do Yahoo, they are doing all sorts of stuff except do the farm work. They will not do your daily odd job that these guys will come in and fill. Don't be surprised when you are bringing people to come and do work for you that you bring some bad element among them. So why is this a surprise thing? If you go to anywhere, if you go to any part of the southern Nigeria today, you are looking for laborers to work for you.
Laborer.
You will not find your own people to do the job. So
you want to build a house now? It's Benin. People from Benin that are building house.
You still have to do this. You still want to build your house. You still want to farm. You still want to do your businesses. But you have to resort to a point whereby they are not going all the way to Maduguri, all the way to this Boronu, all the way to Niger to go and bring somebody for you to come and do work for you, because your own younger generation just refuse to do hard daily paid job. They've now gone to school and scam. They want to drive CLK when they are 14 years old. So sorry if this issue is going on. Just as we are coming here to work, there are some bad elements among us that come to the United States and do fraud and do all sorts of things as well. That come to UK, that come to all of these countries. It doesn't mean all of us are that bad. It's just that as we are coming, we will also attract some bad ones among us into these countries. So part of the problem is our people. We are not our people.
I think also there's also the problem of the federal government.
Make an assumption that we have so much void in our society, maybe in the southern part, and the people this people you're talking about from Nigeria and whatnot, they are coming to fill that role. That's not true.
It is true.
Trying to equate what goes on in the West as the same as what's going on in our space is not true. They're not coming to fill that void. Are they coming to work on our farmlands? No, the people doing the carpentry and all these things are coming from.
Do you, Mr.
Hold on, they're coming from Nigeria.
Do you have any businesses back home?
No, I don't.
Exactly. So forget even business now. You try and build a house right now. And you just try and build a house right now.
That's my point.
And tell me,
those laborers are coming from Benin and Togo. They are not the Nigerians or the Malians that's the big difference.
Let me
they're not coming there for terrorism. Those are legitimate immigrant workers.
The ones that are coming from Benin are your tilers, your mercenaries, the ones that If you're doing your normal labor works, right, you get most of them from the northern part of Nigeria. I'm telling you this for fact. If you do your farm work, you're getting most of them from the northern part of Nigeria. Even as I speak to you now, my gate man at home is from Kano. It's a Kwampasia, which is red cap every day at home.
Gate men have always been Hausa people. That's nothing new in our space. They've always been Hausa people.
I'm just telling you.
The people that sell tomatoes and potatoes on the street in Lagos, they've always been in Northerners.
Why are we not saying they are occupying our space? Whereby are we no longer going to farm anymore?
Listen to what Shema said. You are failing to recognize that the caliber of the constituent of people we're talking about here, they are not the same people that come to our space and try to fill in the void of the jobs. That's not true.
Yeah, but what changed? Back in the days when we used to go to the farm ourselves.
Let me explain what changed.
Back in the days when we used to go to the farm ourselves, when I was a young boy, I did labor work. I went to site. I helped them to mix cement and everything. I did all of those things when I was young, when I was going to school. Okay, so why is it that you find younger generation today who don't want to do that? From our own same side.
Let me answer. Okay, so the issue really is not a matter of a void. The issue really is a matter of the fact that there's actually an uptick in disturbances in the north to the north of us and the countries that surround us. Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, Libya. The insecurity and the prevalence of violence And also you have famines, you have poverty. It's causing individuals to be attracted into our country. And that is also, you see a lot of the insecurity, even in northern Nigeria, in the border towns of Zamfara, Katsina, Kebbi. A lot of the banditry and a lot of the insecurity you will see is a consequence of the insecurity and the breakdown of law and order in bordering countries. And also on the failure on our part to regulate irregular migration. That is what we are talking about now. We are not talking about
sorry. Listen to what I'm trying to explain to you, right? So, if you and I now, right? If we say maybe you.
So if we are talking about cross-border migration now, cross-country border migration.
Just one second. So if you, I remember back then when I was young, people want to work. They'll come. They'll take a couple of us from the area. They will go and do the work. All of us, we are from the same place. We know each other. Okay, we go to that site. We do the work. All of us finish. We come home together. So the chances of somebody passing information to an outsider to come and kidnap people there is very low. But when you are regularly working with people you don't know, don't be surprised if they have links to people who have bad motives. You're there in your farm. So who knows that? How will somebody from Niger know that you're in your farm? If there is somebody that is working for you that will pass that information to them to say, this now Megida, this Megida has money. They are the one, because you are now forced into that situation where you have to work with these people. Which
on that note, you are correct.
Originally, we never used to have that issue.
Yes, on that note, you are correct. Because you look at all these Okada, the Okada prevalence in Lagos, in Ibadan, and also in Benin, and some of these places, and what is causing some of the insecurity and the kidnapping, really, in some of this, it really is a function of the fact that these are the people who come to do Okada. Over 80% of the people driving Okada in Lagos, Ibadan, they're not indigenous of those places.
When I go home, right, I want to sleep. In the evening, I will take my own another padlock, right? Another padlock to go and lock the gate and hold my own key in my hand. You know? And hold my own, because even though the boy has been working with me for years now, I still would not relax myself like that. Because you don't know who them know. Do you understand what I'm saying now? You don't know who they know. And who they know might give them a bigger offer that you are currently offering them.
Yeah, it's a crime of opportunity, essentially.
Exactly.
It's not.
Exactly. So we are now victims of vacuums that we left behind, which our younger ones refuse to fill.
Yeah, but these are bigger societal problems of, like I said, insecurity in the border countries around us, the inability of the country, the federal government to control migration and poverty.
What Mr. D said, are you confirming what he said is true? Because I don't buy what he's trying to sell.
I don't think it's only insecurity as well. You have to realize that
poverty as well. Poverty. Yeah, but I didn't discuss that as well. Climate change.
Because
I mentioned that earlier. Climate change as well. Yes.
Historically nomadic, right? But now they are moving towards rapid, migration, urban migration, and sedentarization, and that's driven because of stuff like desertification in the Sahel region, right? So that's what is making them permanently settle in towns now, and that's what is causing this conflict in farming.
That's a good point, except that Mr. D was making a point that because we have so much void in our society.
It's not about void. It's not about
no. What I'm saying is,
I understand.
Even if they're nomadic people,
but what he was talking about is what I don't buy.
No. What I'm saying is,
Prince Daddy. What we are trying to explain to you that if you go back home,
nomadic
people,
but they're still
second.
Nigerians.
If you go back home now, right? If you go back home, what we are trying to explain, if you go back home, right? We are almost outnumbered. I'm telling you now. If you don't want to believe it, we're almost outnumbered.
No. But please listen to me. I'm not disputing that at all. I know that.
What led to that? This is what I'm saying. What led to that? How did we get there?
Well, just like the manufacturers explained.
Because we said we want to be Nigerians now. Bros, that's the question.
Mass migration coming as a result of, climate change, poor economic opportunities for this and whatnot.
So climate change.
Terrorism
Why are they not settling in Niger Republic, in Niger
Are you
State?
kidding me?
Why are they not settling in
It's the same reason everybody wants to come to Lagos. Everybody wants to go to Lagos. The same reason for all these Osun states. Yeah, the same reason for all these Osun states that wants to go to Lagos. Same reason someone wants to go from Oyo State to Lagos.
We're in London and America.
Exactly. Economic opportunities
of the country.
Exactly.
So there's economic opportunity
Lagos and the southwest.
If you remove Lagos, where else do you have economic opportunity that you don't have?
Actually, most of the southwest has more economic opportunities than the north. That's a fact.
What Ekiti have economic?
No, I wouldn't call it. But that's why you don't have as much. That's why you don't have as many of them settling in Ekiti. But the reality is this: you don't have as many people settling in Ekiti. But we know that Ogun State, we know that Ibadan, for instance, we know that Edo has actually seen an uptick in people settling there because those are big metropolitan places that have more economic opportunities.
Don't be mistaken. Okay, say apart from you can use Ekiti as maybe an example of maybe a non-prosperous place in the southwest, but nonetheless, the southwest has always been quite hospitable to people moving there. So where people don't even have economic opportunity, they want to come there and establish themselves. Have you asked the question why that is?
So, precisely before I go, I need to go. So let me just quickly make a last submission because I was listening to you guys while I was in the gym just now. So, what I was listening to the idea of power going, the South is not being given power, and I think we had this conversation before, right? And I asked a question: if it wasn't somebody like Tinubu, do you think the Southwest will have this presidency that they have now?
Wouldn't know.
Look, so you have to look. Politicians are politicians. They will play politics among themselves. It is the one that have the upper hand that will come out on top. This is how it works among them. It goes all the way to state level. It's about I don't know why ordinary Nigeria, an ordinary man who don't have electricity in his house, who struggling to eat at home, is fighting for a politician to become president as a way of him not being marginalized. There is a marginalization going on in Nigeria. It is marginalization from the rich to the poor. It is the marginalization of the elite against the ordinary Nigerians. Until we start to see it like that, this is why I do not join people with all this kind of nonsense movement, because how do we start this conversation whereby I have to support somebody because they are from certain tribe? I don't do that. If you want us to have a conversation as to what is our problem, then we have this conversation. I have my own different idea. If I come out tomorrow and say, look, I like this, I like this, I like this, it's not because I like the person that is doing it, it's because I like those policies as a person. When Tinubu is doing something like local government autonomy, am I going to go against it? No. Student loan, am I going to go against it? No. If you remove fuel subsidies, if you remove electricity subsidy, if you remove unify the exchange rate,
foreign exchange,
am I going to go against it? No. If tomorrow the only thing I'm asking him to, one of the things I'm asking him to do is state police. If they create state police tomorrow, am I going to go against it? No. If the way they decentralize power, electricity, am I going to go? No. These policies are things that I was fighting Buhari for not doing. These policies are things that I was complaining that Jonathan needs to do. These policies are the things that I say Obasanjo should have done when he became president. And then somebody came into office, whether I like him or not, and then is carrying out these policies. And then you want me to still fight the person? No, I'm not in love with any politician, whether you're from North or from South. If Buhari, as hopeless as he was, had been able to pass laws, or Obasanjo has been able to put us in the path where Tinubu is trying to do now, this country, in my opinion, would have progressed far, far, far ahead of where it is today. I believe that our system is modeled in the likes of the United States, right? And we cannot then run a centralized system of government because that is not how it should function. We have to decentralize all of these things. We have to take central government out of this. Look, even to the fact you know how I have it in my head, how I have this decentralization in my head. I have it to the point whereby Our federal government should not be building hospitals. Our federal government should not be involved in university or building university or operating university or running hospitals. Leave it to the state and the private sector. Just like you introduced Nelford, introduce something for the health sector as well. If you can have a form of an insurance system where the people key into, whereby any time you need to go to the hospital, whether private or state hospital, then that insurance covers some of the
you have to
treatment.
address immigration along with that. You can't say leave everything to the state to do.
But federal government usually
hold on,
that'll be federal now. Immigration and the military.
I'm not going to say that you decentralize the military.
All states are not equal. Some will perform exceptionally well than others. We all know that.
That is President, that is the whole point. That's the whole point. Look, if
that's the beauty of a federal system.
That's the beauty of the federal system. You can't say
that's the whole point without addressing immigration, because everybody is going to troop into the places that are doing very well. That's my point.
No, we cannot. Look, it's your, so you're telling me now that somebody cannot leave Texas and go to New York. Is that what you want? You want us to address immigration in that place?
No, if you are not living in Texas and you go to New York, and it happened, the New York government make some expenditure for your healthcare, who is going to pay?
What do you mean who is going to pay? You're going to pay taxes in New York.
Then the New York government will take charge. No problem. That means you live in New York.
Okay. Yeah, but all those people that live in the villages all across the country, they troop into your state because you have good healthcare, good education. They overwhelm your infrastructure, your road, your healthcare. What damn taxes are they paying? What damn taxes are they paying enough to sustain all those population
you would have thought, but you would have thought that everybody that in Nigeria now live in Lagos with that mindset. Everybody that is in Nigeria would have been like living in Lagos now, or everybody would have been living in Abuja now. It doesn't work like that. Just because you have
Lagos already overpopulated, but on that same account, Lagos already overpopulated.
No, right. So everybody should have already been living in Abuja.
Hold on a little bit. Look at the situation here. If we really want to practice true federalism, the government should debate it. For example, if a state happens to be make any bills or pay any bill for another person that lives in another state, and that state of where he lives should have to return that money to the states that made those
Midwest, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about an insurance-based system. Even if you move from one state to another,
but where do you have a healthcare insurance scheme now?
You will still be covered by your insurance.
Yeah, so but where do you have a new? Where do you have a new insurance scheme?
It's not.
Where do you have a new national insurance? Where do you have a new national insurance scheme now? That's actually a new law that's been passed.
So
national healthcare insurance scheme.
This idea that the federal government will be budgeting billions for healthcare, they need to take completely get out of it.
I agree with you. Absolutely. But I want you to remember that recently we had a new tax law, of which there were 7 new bills that were passed under those tax laws. And look at the resistance that the tax law had. And what was the premise of the resistance when they tried to recalculate the tax formula? What was the argument by the northern governors? That the north had not been developed sufficiently, and that redoing the tax calculation now would disenfranchise the north.
Whose fault is that? It's not their fault.
Yeah, but remember that was what happened. This is not long ago that the tax law was signed into law. The tax bill was signed into law. So one thing about it is this: yes, I think there's an appetite, okay, for federalism, but the problem is this: federalism would only be passed as at the legislative level. Unfortunately, there's not a general consensus.
It won't be implemented.
There's nothing like arrow. There's nothing like federalism need to be passed. The Constitution already made it a federal system of government. It's telling you, it's told you.
When it comes to practice, they fail woefully. That is just
yes. There's still a lot of laws. There's still a lot of secondary laws, okay, that make it impracticable for journalism to be done. In order for us to then practice it, we have to actually review a lot of those laws. Some of those laws, for instance, for the electricity laws that have been changed that actually now allow states and actually allow private entities to actually provide electricity so we can actually start to actually decentralize, but that means a lot. I mean, look at the tax laws, look at the amount of laws that have to be repealed. There are still laws on the books for collecting money for wheelbarrow,
which is
for
crazy.
bicycle.
So
which was crazy in 2025.
But this is what I'm saying. When people go on media space to debate the development of Nigeria or to debate good or bad governance, right? I say this long time ago. I say if you make Jesus Christ the president of Nigeria and Muhammad the vice president, the country will fail. The country will fail.
They just crucified Jesus the first time. If they make him the president of Nigeria, they'll do worse to him.
Because the country as is currently constituted, it's not going to function. I already have that belief that it won't work. We have to then go back and say, okay, what we need to do. Okay, look at the same people now.
Hold on. So if Mohammed was the vice president, are we going to be Christian or Muslim nation?
Oh God!
Well, it's just the way we are now. We'll be 50-50. There's nothing wrong with that. So what I was saying, you see, the same people that are criticizing the government of the day also will tell you that, Abia State have 24 hours electricity. Okay, let's assume they have 24 hours electricity. What do you think makes that possible?
Is the new electricity law?
Yeah. Did you understand what I'm saying now? It just doesn't make sense. So this is what I'm saying, that the problem of diagnosis, and the diagnosis does not come from one person. The diagnosis means that we need to change certain laws to allow individuals to be able to thrive in that society.
But there are some interests that don't want that, and a lot of those interests are elite interests. They are not necessarily regional interests. Those interests are not regional, they are elites.
You see this insecurity that we are facing today, all this kidnapping and all of these things, right? For me, I'm not delusional to think that a president will come in and fix it. But the president that will fix it will be the one that will pass state police. And I believe that when we pass state police, you give Nigeria 10-15 years from now, a lot of this problem will be gone. That's my mindset. That's how I believe. Even this electricity issue, I said to somebody that we've solved electricity problem in Nigeria. I'm like, you go like, oh no, there's darkness. I say yes. What happened is that the structural problem have been resolved. So you now need to give it time for it to manifest. So you will start to see different states now. We start to have their own electricity grid. We start to generate power. So everybody in a federal system, everybody cannot live in poverty together. If you don't want to develop, you cannot stop me from developing. That is the old mindset. If you elect an idiot as a governor, that's your problem. If I elect somebody who knows what they are doing, that's my problem.
And I think that's what the Northerners are facing. The governors are facing now. I think they are afraid of the reprisal from their own people, because they will be seeing what is going on in other regions and be like, and why is our own region behind? And they're looking at their governments.
The thing is this: they have strategy. They will, because of the over-concentration of power in the hands of presidency, they will tell you those people are enjoying this because their brother happens to become the president. He's taking the old resources.
But that's not true.
There's the way they always use the Nigerian federal system as an excuse. You understand me? For their failure. And they have been doing it. If you look at the way they oppose bill, they will always say, my people, our places are like this. Because these are the things they can say to their people. It's not their fault. It's Nigeria the way. So that is why anybody that want to fix Nigeria, like Hakim said, this one will work. My brother, in the next 15 years, we will be hoping. Look at the age we are now. What has really changed? Nothing. So the structure itself is already faulty. Because you cannot be taking money from Fendra and be distributing it to people, governors that doesn't work hard to make money. You read budget for healthcare in the federal level. My state government also budgeted for healthcare. You go to the state, nothing is happening. I don't know whether you understand now. So we cannot be pretending over it that it's going to work. This one is having electricity. Sometimes we praise these people, overpraise them, and after their tenure, once they are out of office, the revelation that will be coming out, you will be so shocked. So this is my information there because I strongly
but I
believe
think it starts with us though.
Okay, let me also go to the state police. Let me just throw back to the state police and just mention. What kind of state police do we actually want? I think the other guy asked a question the other day. They said they want a graduate to go in there. To really have a police, it means if they pass the law today, maybe it will take 3 years to train them. Because you're going to bring out laws for them. You can't read the laws of the land just overnight.
To ramp up, yeah.
So okay, you're going to train them physically. I mean, they just jump into poto and jump into fire, then you give them uniform.
No, that's not.
And you have to provide materials for them. Their vehicle have to be equipped. If you really want to have a police, you have to discuss their salary, their welfare, their being, and the kind of categories of people you want to recruit. So all this will take like 3 years plus. It's not going to be a magic. But if the kind of police we are, hoping for is like the one they recruit this for COVID-19,
isn't that how it should be?
That's good.
Isn't that how it should be? That we go in the right direction.
Yeah,
we go in the right direction.
We keep traveling in the right direction. Yes,
that's it.
At least we are traveling in the right direction.
We're not going to say because it's going to be another 3 years, then we don't do what we're supposed to do.
Because that's the problem we've had. We've actually not, a lot of presidents in the past have actually not had the conviction to move in the right direction, because moving in the right direction will bring some temporal pain.
Because they are exceptionalism. That's why.
No. I think it's just the conviction. A lot of presidents, because presidents in Nigeria have always been afraid, especially because you had look at the history of us since 1999. We had Obasanjo that won the first term. We had Obasanjo that won the second term. Now we had an Obasanjo that wanted a third term. And what did Obasanjo do? He compromised himself and he undid all his efforts in the first and second term because he spent the whole of the second term chasing the third term agenda. Yeah. We then had a Yaradua that passed away by his second year. We had a Goodluck Jonathan that won in 2011, that then wanted to return in 2015, and he undermined himself and he was making bad decisions because all he cared about was that he wanted to return in 2015. Exactly. We then had a Buhari who was unfortunately not ready and not proper. He wasn't equipped for the job.
No, not fit for purpose.
So now we have a Tinubu that has a first term, but he also wants a second term, and is not traveling at the speed that he should be traveling, although he has made some. Tinubu is unique because unlike the others, he has actually done some things that the others didn't have the conviction to do. Because Tinubu stood on the subsidy matter, he stood on the forex matter, he stood on a lot of things that others didn't have the conviction to do before. So I'll give him some slack for that. But like you said, state police is not coming quick enough.
It's true. See, my brother, most of the policies that Tinubu is putting on ground, whether they are not good or not, but they are enough for people to walk upon and build the nation. Most of them. But the problem I have, when you now look at the country, the complexity of the entire country, my brother, people from different regions, people from the way they see how government should be, then I'm always convinced that this thing is bound to fail. Because once power goes to them, we rotate the power. And they will look at it, because if they oppose anything that Tinubu is presenting, they will always use that word. It's not good for our people, because they are afraid of something. If they don't talk like that,
so we too. When they get there too, we should look out for ourselves as well. So when we should speak up for ourselves as well.
Don't expect that easily from any certain leader. You are just opportune to have Tinubu. And that is why I said, if this man don't do something about this excess power in the federal level before he leaves office, the way I'm seeing the future of the country, and globally with what is happening to the economic and this nationalist and everything that is going on, no respect of law, power plays, I don't know the position they're going to place us. I don't know. This policy.
I agree with you. I understand what you're talking about. Yes.
Nigeria is now in a situation whereby to sabotage anything that is good is so easy.
It's easy, yeah. Very easy.
Very easy. Okay, look at insecurity. They know when they strike in place like Oyo, a Yoruba man is the one ruling. If they strike in Lagos, that will bring his image down. Okay, certain people are the one ruling and they have the power. And look at the strategy. You keep on pumping money. What are the army generals asking Tinubu for? More resources. Nothing more than that. But to be frankly speaking, why not promulgate a law? The free movement is contributing to this insecurity. Please, you are in Nigeria, you are free to go to any place. Wherever you find yourself, you must report if you want to live there. Before you enter village bush that you are not origin for, go to the local government office and process this paper. In that place, put equipment to fingerprint them and take their photos. And anyone you control that doesn't have it, let the penalty be strong. Either death penalty or a serious jail in that same community or state that called you. And if you do it first time and second time, you will be bound to leave your state of origin by law. We should be coming out with tough laws. Nigerians are free to move. Like me, I move everywhere in Europe. But when the police stop me, sometimes they don't even ask me where is your address. With the number they control there, they know where I live, they know where I work, they know they will even ask me how long have you been here. They just want to document something about me. And later they give me, if anything happens, oh, so person that was from so area, we found him here. And all of them, they will be checking. This stranger came here today. He was here this week. He lodged in this hotel. Why are all these things necessary? Just for security.
That's
in our own place, everything is kinetic. Bring money. And they are now super rich. And the country is dying.
Please, can I say something, please?
Oga, talk now. Alpha.
Praise Daddy. Good morning. Are you still there? Like you're gone. Please, so I've been enjoying all your conversations. I woke up and said, okay, let me see if you guys are still there. I met you guys. I really appreciate all I have been hearing from different opinions. But what I actually want to quickly, before you guys close the session, what I quickly want to put in, you see, we all talk about changes, that there should be changes. And I heard one of our brothers said, most of these changes actually is going to bring some sort of hardship to the people. And then when you are doing a lot of new policies and all that, the one Tinubu is introducing right now, fuel subsidy removal, exchange rate, and all that, that actually is going to be a kind of hardship that we have to pass through, and at the end, it will bring in Nigeria into the taking Nigeria out of the third world and taking it to further to progress, which I believe also. I also agree with that. But when you now look at the whole concept, the Nigerians themselves that are not actually queuing into this understanding, knowing that these things are necessary. You see, Nigerians, they clamor for change. They say, okay, this man will not be able to give us the change. And some of these changes I hear from them. You see some people say, how much was fuel price before he came in? Now, some of these changes, what they want is that we should go back. That is, fuel price should go back to 300. Exchange rate should, what was Naira before he came in? So Naira should go back to 400. And I want to ask, if this is the change they want, now we now go back to that change. Are we going forward or we are going backward? Thank you very much, my guys. You guys are doing great. Please just educate me. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. You call me, sir. Yeah. Yeah, Isaac.
Please,
Right?
Daddy, Isaac Black. Now you want to respond?
Oh no, I didn't know what you said. I don't know if he was addressing me or saying something.
Yeah, Midwest. Please, Daddy, I just say hello to you. Anytime I come to the platform, I always throw my cap. For you.
Okay, sir. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I respond to his question? So, going back to those subsidies regime is going backward. It's not only going backward; it's destruction. Okay.
Can you hear Mr. Progressive well?
No. The line is faint. I can hear him.
It's very faint. It's very, very faint.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay.
Separate, a bit
It's
like
faint.
far from your phone or something like that. I don't know what happened. Always sudden.
What if time now? You don't. Is he hungry?
I'm fine. I'm just waiting for you guys to respond. You know, I just wanted to clarify us.
Mr. Progressive is
No,
responding,
see,
but
my brother, if you want to hear my response,
Yeah, continue to talk, but you know if you have.
no, I can hear, but
yeah,
it's very faint.
when I hear my voice,
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfectly.
Midwest people, yeah.
yeah, you see, those guys that are complaining, or anybody that is complaining, it is their right to complain. Why do you think they return to me? I don't know what you call happen. But it's very clear for that side.
Now, Mr. Progressive.
Everybody moves. Everybody, man, I don't know what you call happen to this guy. Hello.
Mr. Arogidi,
Okay.
I can hear him.
So,
I can hear him. Yeah.
It's their right to complain 100%. Even here where we live, people are complaining about roads. They can't believe what is happening. Things are increasing every day. They are not satisfied. These are the common people, and it's always like that across the globe. So we should not blame them. But however, the pain and the sacrifice they are making today for tomorrow to be good, just for few people to truncate it after the administration will not take less than 6 months, and they will not tell you, sorry, it is because of this law that you were suffering, so we are removing it. It is that former president that is causing this pain, just like the way this administration is blaming the previous leaders.
And that's politicization.
Those are politics. But my worry is that when you look at the entire country, look at the bike, it's becoming too much. Somebody will enter public bus. Someone from far away will come and take an indigenous person in his own land and go and demand for money. They will pay, and the person will pay all of them. We can't continue like that. Open doors for free movement. Yes, you are a citizen of Nigeria, free to move. But the world has bypassed movements where people are not documented.
Can you guys hear me?
Only in Nigeria where you can wake up from Ndigbo, you come to Edo, you open door and no registration, nobody knows what you are selling. You can come and even open hospital. Just think of it.
Can anyone hear me?
And you will be treating people inside hospital. You are not a doctor. They caught somebody. He made
Akim, I think you have to go in and come back. You can't hear you at all. Very faint. Go ahead, Midwest.
Yeah. So you just imagine they caught somebody running an hospital. He did an operation, appendicite operation on somebody. I think that person died. Later, when they investigate, this guy is not even having a license. He's a secondary school certificate holder. He said he has worked with a doctor for many years. Hey. So from there he learned all those things, and he has been doing that operation. That is how far we have gone, my brother. It's okay. You go to pharmacy. How do those drugs arrive there? The government don't care. Just imagine. Have you not heard of, if you are from Edo State, have you not heard of Medical Store Road?
Yeah.
Those things were built 70s. The reason is that any single drug that is coming to Bende must first of all arrive there, just the way it is in Europe. You see that small number will be OQ something, readable something. Yeah. Where they follow us since ancient time. That number describes a lot of things about where it was made. So they have to document it. That is 70s. So today Nigerians don't even know where their medicine is coming from. Nobody cares how it was transported. Because the most difficult part about medicine is transportation. Because there are so many temperature settings that goes with all of them.
Okay, brother, that medical store is not just that they just gave the street that name. It's significant.
No, they build the warehouse, everything there. Okay, look at here. Somebody we go in Nigeria, you go and buy some chemicals. You are making wine for people. And tomorrow you say you are a millionaire, we are very good in business. Man, the country is fucked up. Let us address critical issue. You can't be putting policy under this kind of situation. If the citizens are now used to that.
Midwest. If you know the amount of renal failure in Nigeria now is very high because of this
generation that lack control. We're taking advantage of the whole thing. We believe life is like that, now, which is very bad. That's why I advocate for a tight control over Nigerian businesses, because the businesses are killing Nigerians today. Yes. They don't advance. You bring your boy to come and dominate everywhere. You say now we they do business. But what the fuck? No warehouse, nothing.
No care.
At the end, you are building houses. The company where I work, they are having almost 100 workers. How many people they feel they get profit go they build house for Europe here? How many? You pay tax through your nose, man. Then you only pay ticket money. At the end, you are making million. Government is bad. The front of where you are making business is smelling. You expect government to come and be cleaning everything for you. Why you throw plastic and all those dirty things inside that place every place?
Yeah.
My brother, they need to address critical issue. Anybody that want to come with policies that doesn't want to address this is just joking.
We need what we call national orientation. They need to bring that national orientation back. That national.
I agree with you.
Midwest, everything still boils down to the government taking responsibility.
Sorry, you can't expect people to do the right thing when the government is not doing what they have to do.
Exactly. The government has to take charge.
Nobody's doing that. They are profiting in millions to fix road or clean their damn environment.
What's it called? War against indiscipline. That's what that needs to happen. War against indiscipline and national orientation. That's what that needs to happen.
I don't believe anybody can do it in the whole of Nigeria.
The same war against indiscipline that fella was singing about. Who's indiscipline? The people or the government?
The war, as far as that
both
name
the people and the government now.
As far as that name Nigeria is.
So, are you saying we should go bring back the white man to come put?
No,
which so we should go bring back the white man to come put us together.
Oh no, it was Buhari that did why now. Buhari was one that did war against indiscipline.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it was not him. It was the Jagaban that owned that administration. Yeah. Nobody really understand what was going on. You know, when two people are going together, and maybe you are just the president, the other guy is your deputy, but he has the brain. The whole glory will go to president. It wasn't Buhari's own.
Yeah, that's why they wait for Ndigbo to go to Mecca now. They come out Buhari straight.
Yeah, because Buhari, if Buhari was to be a disciplined man, naturally he wouldn't have allowed this insecurity to foster to this level. He would have stopped it, and people would have praised him for it. He's an ex-military man. He knows what was going on, but he didn't do anything. All this repentance, something. He was the one that started this. I don't know whether that program has been there. But he was the one that was, we have to make them to repent our children, this and that and that. And these grazing root laws, trying to take possessions of waterway, even trying to remove the state from the way of land control. Just think of it. So the way the country has been messed up, first of all, the way we run business will always contribute to insecurity. The government is too far away from the daily transactions of Nigeria.
Yep.
It pains me. It's too far away.
Yep.
But now that the government is trying to be more involved, you know, look at the complaints that people have. The average Nigerian doesn't.
Before even go further, you said earlier that Buhari was not ready. Is it Buhari that ran 3 or 4 times with 20 million voters in his back pocket, as they say? It was not ready. Was it the same Buhari that was the military president or the leader of the country?
He wasn't ready. He was only ready to contest election. He wasn't ready to lead.
But he wasn't ready. Buhari was never ready for nothing. It's not about being ready.
Perfect. I mean, that's the truth. He was ready for nothing.
The guy was a joker.
Praise Daddy. You know, of recent when I visited Nigeria, what I found out generally from the 3 states that I visited, what I found out generally was that Nigerians, they are so anti-government. If you study their attitude, you will see that they don't even want that government presence to come close to them individually.
Nigerians are not we're traditional Republicans.
They resist the government.
Who's going to take their road and things? Would they expect to do all those things?
Yeah, you see, there is this thing that I see to have supposed to be readiness. You understand? When even no matter how strong that government will be, if there is no readiness from the side of the people to accept what the government is going to present to them, my brother, try it. The people will resist it to the when you're coming from the left, they will go to the right. When the government goes to the right, they will go to the left. That is resistance. It's so, I don't know.
My brother, take for example, you see, Nigeria itself is very unconstitutional system of way. Today, you talk about Southwest region. We are trying to use it as what? A regional system of government. You know that thing is unconstitutional. You talk of South-South. All this were just geopolitical zone. It was not meant for we to be used for any administrative purpose. But nevertheless, if Tinubu policy is for the Yoruba race, I will tell you, as time progresses, the progress of that place will bring an envy to other people to do more. But because they put us together in a way that it's like president is in charge of everything. The way, if you look at it, is easy for you to convince Nigeria that way because the whole money is from there. My state now next, this is just he has received this month. He's waiting for the next month. Your state the same thing. The other man state the same thing. You get what I'm saying now? The governor is not even planning to make money. He doesn't. He doesn't want structure for that.
On the money. They're sitting on the
okay.
money.
Then the policy now, as you are introducing policy, it goes with pain. But however, if it is a country where everybody have or a group of people that have the same vision and mindset, they will understand why
going through the pain. Yeah.
Yeah. But when you now have a country where everybody is striving, looking for the pain of the people to exploit, to campaign against you, you will see truth. You will question if we started this pain will be too much. We are not going to do that. Just no money, balance this paper, do it wuru like this. Make sure it never, before I finish my administration, nothing happened. That's what the Mefele was doing for this man. Now this one is here. We don't even know actually what they are doing. Until it's out of office. Even if they are doing it good, the next man, because of it is my turn, who believe that his policies has affected his people, the way they complain in the parliament. We just start telling Nigerians that when he was there, they were doing this. When they borrowed, they were reckless. They were doing that. I'll just give you an example now. They will start campaigning against their policies.
But they know the truth. So, that's the funny thing. They know the truth.
Yeah. And at the end, the masses will not even know the truth. So they will label his administration as administration of pain. Why the policies, everything is gone. They want to start afresh. But if it is where people can hold their region state accountable, my brother, like last Midwest, and they're able to manage it for like 5 years. The light is not falling, is not failing in that state. What is my governor doing? We know very well that the people understand that the governor is supposed to do it. He will be forced. They know that his people is coming.
Yeah.
But the situation when they make the law, they say we have changed law, we have changed this, we have changed that.
Midwest,
people don't even understand whether the law have changed.
We can hear you. Okay, so guys, make sure you click the like button. I've sent the link in the comment section. So anyone who would like to join us in the studio, you can go ahead and come in. We're gonna end the show now. Thank you for watching, and make sure you subscribe and share. Have a good day. So Remy, what were you gonna say?
I just want to say that all the proposals you guys have been talking about, do you think sometimes Nigeria cannot just turn to advanced country overnight? I think we have to take baby steps somewhere. But the issue on ground is about state resource control and metamorphosis to devolution of power from the central government to the state. I think we should not be talking about region, because if we go back to region, it's to me, I think we are preparing for another civil war. But if we still maintain state is okay. Why the state have their own resources and just pay like 10 or 15% of whatever they can garner to the federal government. And I think we should also talk about the movement of people should be well documented. You cannot just be moving from one place to another without no proper documentation. But unfortunately for Nigeria, our literacy level is all-time low. I don't think our literacy level is up to 51%. So we have a lot of work to do. Patriotism is not there. Orientation, how do we reorientate the new generation? I mean, from 1 year.
I do not agree with that registering from different regions. That's wrong. You must not break the
I'm not talking about registering from different. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that any state you enter, that you are going to live there permanently.
Yeah.
You should go to the police to
Local office,
register.
yeah.
No, this is what they do in Russia. No, I mean, I'm not saying you can't go to the police. You should go to your council and register that you live there.
Whatever you
But
can
going to
go
police,
to, even the police in your local government, police station in your local government, or the local government office, you should just
no, the
register.
police in Nigeria federal system, police should not handle that because those are federal police. It should be something that is under the local government who will now register it and transmit it to the national population
Yes, now
or
your local
whatever.
government chairman of
Anyhow,
your
anyhow,
ward.
they have to do it
Yeah.
that
Your
time.
ward, yeah. They're the ones
Because luckily for us, we have the NIN number, the NIN number.